Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Ascension number 5's playoffs. I'm joined as always by IskatuMesk. What's up, dude?
This guy?
That's true.
The amount of threes?
The amount of threes is going up. Please bump up the 3 count. Today we are going to be kicking things off with the upper bracket. So we've got 2 matches here for you in there, and then we'll transition into the lower bracket and take a look at some of our elimination matches. We'll be saying goodbye to some players for the first time, in fact. But the upper bracket's where we set our sights on for now. We have Mystery Meat and Keen taking each other on. This match was supposed to be played in the wee hours of this morning or in late night time in their local time zone, but instead we managed to get it done live. And you know what, Mesk? I always prefer live matches. We get to see those reactions live and XD and nah and whatever else people type. So I'm looking forward to it. Very briefly, do you have any opening thoughts and words on these 2 players that we could recap from what we talked about when we shadowboxed this matchup at the end of the last week's playoffs matches?
I don't know. I'm just looking at Keen here saying he wants to macro. And Meat. Well, we know Meat.
Right.
It's, will Meat look at that and be licking his chops thinking it's time to rush?
I think,
but
yes.
Meat is no longer Terran, right?
Yeah.
So, we've seen some cheesy stuff from him as Protoss. A lot of early game stuff from him as usual. And I don't know, you know, I have to ask this every time we come to Keen. Did he practice at all between now and then?
I think you're gonna have to ask him right now, live, and we'll get a response. Because my quick answer is no. I don't think so. That's my gut. My gut response is he did not practice, but we'll see what he has to say for himself. Meanwhile, we can shout out chat members. We got Benno, we got DF, we got Shambler, we got Lucy, we got Enos. What's going on, dude? So he's now going up against who I think most people would have picked as like tournament champion, with pretty much no practice or understanding of what's up since the last matches that he played. So we are going to see if he has what it takes to deal with Meat's Protoss aggression. However, I think I can pretty much predict this first match to a T, at the very least in the opening. I think Meat is going to go something other than Gateway, and I think Keen is going to go Hatch first, expansion. That's my prediction.
I like that lull from Mystery Meat. I think that kind of tells you more than I could say. I don't know. I mean, if Keen can endure the lash of the spanking, he's shown that he has a firm grasp of the game otherwise.
Right.
Beyond the fact the whole game changes, especially after the first 5 minutes.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's good luck. Good luck, man. This is the match that, I mean, if this was Terran for Mystery Meat, I would say it would be an all kill.
Yes, yeah. A clean sweep.
I think that this is a chance for Keen to capitalize on his opponent's moment of weakness.
Well, we'll see what happens. Mystery Meat, our beige Protoss in the top right, going up against Keen, our, what is it, light olive Zerg? Yeah, indeed, on the bottom right. This is Otherworld. Now, the pick ban went such that Otherworld was selected to start by Mystery Meat because Keen won the coin toss and decided to ban 2 maps. Now, he went through the very scientific method of banning Boskevine because it was first and Repulsion because it was last in the list. So, you know.
Everyone bans Shambler Bavine.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like, you know, okay, Boskovine's not as safe as some of the other maps in the pool, but he did ban, like, one of the safest maps in Repulsion, and yet he was like, by the way, I want a macro. So.
Yeah, I mean, if he's anything like me, I don't even look at the maps. It's just what feels like the map that I'm going to lose on the most just by the name. Boskevine kind of stands up there.
Sure, yeah. Well, we're going to see what happens today, because Keen has not gone Hatch first, actually, and there is a gateway.
Gas.
It's a gateway for Mystery Meat. So basically, what the preview that I was talking about in the lobby is actually of the second game. I promise you guys, wink. So we're gonna.
I don't know. Maybe he just said he wants to macro, and he's really just gonna cheese, and it's gonna be Naths, guaranteed.
Yeah, he is getting some gas. Yeah, he's getting some Vespines. So absolutely, they're a little bit stronger in terms of how fast you can get them than, you know, what they're intended to be, because on pre-release they are 75 minerals, but here they're only 50, and yep, 2 pairs of gnats already on the way.
He's gonna have to cancel that right away and make a Drakiden or make some static defense. There is some tickling. Tickling is occurring.
Yeah, there's a little bit of slapping.
Off he goes.
Oh,
It was not
the
canceled
rescout.
for a Drakenen, so it is a single Warden coming with a Zealot. The Zealot's probably going to go straight for Keen's base, is my guess.
Yeah, I think there's still potential here. I mean, especially the Scribe sticking around long enough to see what's going on. And now, obviously, the Droleth being chased away by the Zealot. The Droleth is going to go ahead and try to commit to the Scout. Will it spot the Warden? It looks like it will. So, should be just... it's actually getting away, which is pretty amusing. That Zealot was...
It's okay. The Scribe is en route.
Yeah. The Zealot was tasked onto the Scribe, oddly enough. So
the Nats are waiting. I think they could have forced this down.
He might be waiting for a larger mass of them, but yeah, as you mentioned earlier, the Drakenen is indeed a unit of choice.
He's got two in the main, but they were hanging out there for a while.
Yeah,
I think there was a moment of wondering where all of his workers are, as one is about to be destroyed by... Yep, Nana's dead.
Well, the Drakenen is engaging the Nathricors and will be forced to fall back. The chasing has entailed. There's potential for this Drakenen to go down. It looks like he's going to lose 2 of his Nats for it. He's not really paying any attention to it. He's actually lost all of them. But I guess, you know, killing the Drakenen is useful, but definitely a little bit awkward there. The Zealot does hunt down and brutally massacre the Droleth, and hey, there's nothing in the base to defend against. Oh, no.
To turn around and come back.
Yeah. Yeah, the Droleth was killed by the Scribe, as you mentioned. The drill is occurring. Oh, okay. Saved. Absolutely saved.
2x4s firmly planted.
All right. So there goes that.
There is a hatch being built.
Yes, indeed. And there's 2 Nats on the way.
Sitting next to the corpse of its victim.
Yeah.
Probably knows it's there, and the Zealot came over and immediately found it.
All right, what's Keen do as a reaction here? He's got the Nats. He can stop the Zealot from really doing too much. Maybe that Zealot will even die to the chase. We'll see what ends up happening right now.
He's going to run right into the Zets. I mean, he could try to kill the Zets, but I guess it's probably not really worth it. May as well just take him on a little trip as he slowly masses Dragons. You see, he's also building a Nexus as well, so...
Yes. Hey, we're getting a macro game, I think.
Mead actually wants to go for macro in this instead of trying to really punish this, it looks like.
I still feel like with a little bit of micro, the Zealot could have done a lot of damage to the worker line, but elected to scout around. And again, I don't know that the scout was necessary because, look, there's still the Scribe in that bottom middle area, you know, scoping out where the Kager is going to spread, going to confirm that Hatrosk is up there. So it kind of feels like maybe that could have been done a bit differently, but we'll see what happens.
I don't know. It really surprises me Meat didn't like immediately drop into something like 3 Gateway.
Right.
Or a bunch of Lattices or something and just try to punish this as much as possible. But it was just a very, very spectacularly unsuccessful Nath rush other than the one Drakenen kill straight into a fast expand. There was definitely a lot of room for pressure there. I mean, he could have proxied this, and he may yet still proxy it with that Scribe, but it's not really going to be worth the money as this goes on. Unless he builds like an engram there and gets a lot of kills off of it, but... he's kind of a ways from that. I mean, it's not really. He's going to have 200 gas, so if he really, really wanted to...
well, the Nats are on the way, so... yeah. Put an end to that dream real quick.
That's a sad, sad state of affairs.
3rd hatch dropping in the in-base there, so he can afford a little bit of extra resources, particularly the gas is going to be useful for him if he ends up teching up.
Well, this is going to be interesting because other than, like, Shambler, we don't really get to see a lot of people have much... well, I guess we had Veek kind of contesting Meat for like macro. And I think that that's kind of where he shows some real weaknesses. Is sort of like later on, we've seen him floating money in a lot of cases. Yeah. Where I think his multitasking starts to get a little weak. So this will be our first, and I think this will be really our first time really seeing Keen entered a stage where somebody is going to contest him for macro.
Yes,
and then we really don't really know how he's going to fare, much less with the mod.
Yeah.
Like if Mystery Meat goes into some weird tech paths, he's not going to have any idea what's going on. I like this. And that is going to be kind of rough for him because he's probably just going to try to stick to the Trident too. I won't be surprised if we see like the Milas Hydras and, you know, just the same old witch shop. Protoss definitely has a lot of options to deal with.
Yes, I would say so. I mean, you don't even really need Stargate for the LAN effect, which is our name for the Corsair. So, like, the idea that you're going to be seeing conventional materials out, I mean, we have an Acantor already coming, so we know that's not happening. But
well, he can make positrons from that, too, if he feels like he needs more anti-air AoE if it comes down to it. But Acantors alone are pretty strong.
Well, 2 Zealots poking in. Keen should be somewhat familiar with this as a Zerg main from StarCraft 1. But... it's a smaller unit count than you would expect. However, they are a little bit beefier. So
no embassy yet. So drops are a little ways off. He might just crawl across the map, seeing as he's building a lot of Ecclesias to protect it, it seems.
Yeah, I think he might be stretching away from the Envoy, and he's just going to slow crawl across the map. Now, there are 2 Zeths that are at the doorstep here, that some of which maybe that one on the left outside the ramp might spot this army moving out, might get A-moved by it, but we'll see. I mean, this place is going to be a little bit hard for Mist to siege if it gets reinforced with any additional circuits.
Yeah, it's a very big open ramp. It's got lots of ledges he can fortify. He can easily deny that. What is going to throw him off is the fact that the Reaver functions so differently in this. It's tankier. The projectile is completely unalike. It's way more dangerous. It's a little shorter range, and it can fire over ledges.
Yes.
So
yeah, he's going to have no idea.
Abusing the cliff advantage is going to be a big deal for him if he knows about the cliff advantage. Which he may not, and he might try to face them up front. And that could go really terribly. The embassy is coming, but he's going to move out without it.
Yeah, there's also, I think what the embassy is going to be used for is to help reinforce some of these slower units. But we actually have a positron coming instead of additional Ecantors. So it's just going to be 2 Ecantors in the Gateway Army. This is this attack will have kill pressure, but I'm looking around and seeing like what's being constructed here as additional Hatchrosks are being added. We actually don't have a very large standing army. I don't know that the Zeths were privy to that army move out, because I feel like then some of these larvae would be just getting into combat.
The one Zeth is trapped.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, okay, he got free. And he's burrowed.
He escaped.
Wow! It's true, though. Well, here comes the first scout.
Drakened has found the Sergith, and that does give him a little bit of preempt that, hey, there's military units. Why would a single Drakened be over here?
Right, yeah, he should absolutely know something's up. So he's going to recall his Hydras from the left-hand side of the map, which had hunted down one of the 2 Zealots that had poked in here. But there's a Serkith protecting it, so that won't really be too much of a threat. Of course, kind of in the dark as to whether or not Mystery Meat has more units on the left-hand side of the map right now. Positron waypointing over. So one of those Zethicores did end up dying.
It killed one of the Zeths, so he knows there's other units coming.
Yeah, so this is where we're starting to see the push forward, right? The double Ecantor push. This is something Mystery Meat does like to do, usually with envoys, but not this time around. And here come a whole host of Hydras. They're going to see that and fall back. I don't know that they spotted the Ecantors. Is he going to know that there's those in play, right? That's the question. He's adding more static defense. The worst thing he can do is
try to dive into here and run face first into them. Hypothetically, if he can snipe them, he can take a lot out of this. But he doesn't really have a lot of units at the moment, so losing those Hydras would not be good.
More static defense being warped in.
Starting to rack up some minerals there.
Yes.
This is what I mean. There are some weaknesses in his macro for sure.
Yeah, if he doesn't win off of like a 10 to 15 minute timing push, essentially, then he can absolutely be taken advantage of by someone with superior macro. But the tier 2 is done for Mr. Keen. At the same time, he hasn't yet mutated his Hydrith, right? Last series he played, he didn't know how to make back.
He's gonna make the lair.
Yeah, he's got
the lair unlocks tier 2. I need it.
Yeah, so it's an interesting choice, but I feel like maybe he's forgotten where.
And if he's like me and he's hotkeyed all of his buildings to one hotkey, then you suddenly can't build half of your units anymore, and you spend like 10 minutes trying to figure out what's going on.
The raiding party of Hydras to the left is actually kind of missing this envoy that should be within range of vision range of Keen's base. And it's a bit of a sloppy position to be in, but the Ecantors are here and can be ferried in. So this is...
There's nothing in there.
No, there's nothing in there right now, but this is really scary situation.
It feels like a bait.
Yeah, like it could be, I guess, but I almost feel like maybe the rally point was set there or something. Not so far right now, but it seems...
He's pulling back, actually. Meat is pulling back.
I wonder what's up with that.
Maybe he thought that since nobody came out over there that... he was being attacked.
Yeah, well, his witness is confirming the army position of what we know as most of Keen's army. Just narrowly out of range of the Iroh.
Tech tree.
Yeah, okay. He's got the back to the swamp on the way, boys. He's leveled up.
He's looking at the other larva and he's like, I can't make Hydras from here. What am I doing? What's going on? Oh no, and then it begins.
Oh boy, the double drop. Trying to pull the workers. He gets some of them out. So far, only 6 kills make that. Oh, well, there's actually going to be 10 now. And yeah, I think this amount of Hydras should be enough to, punish the Ecantors here, but he's not really moving them too much. The micro could be a little bit better. Trying to take advantage of the flash shielding. Ends up losing one of the Ecantors. And hey, here's your crash course, buddy. They go right over the cliff. Yeah, Akeem wasn't even looking, so I don't think he learned that yet. All right.
That was a pretty successful drop, killing a number of workers, really thinning out that army.
Yes, yeah.
And if he had his army here at the front, if he had not pulled back, he could just move into here and end the game.
Yep, absolutely.
But he pulled them all back for, I guess he got spooked, and well, he can still potentially kill some buildings here.
Well, the workers are being
coming.
moved forward. Okay, he scarpers off. He's going to try to attack into there with from the ledge, and Keen is like, what the fuck are these busted-ass units? Well, he's realizing now. Okay, he's got to worry about that. He's got the cliff advantage, and actually the Acantor does get sniped there. I mean, it gets a couple of shots on the way out. The Witness should be spotting. There's another one in the expansion here, and the worker count is fairly low. There was another raid in the bottom left, meanwhile, with 2 more Acantors, as well as that one Zealot that stuck around for a while. And so the Mutas are on their way
realizing,
over.
Wait a second, my opponent's a lot weaker than I think he is right now. I'm going to send over my 6 Acantors and large number of other units as Milas start chasing down the left.
Well, it's not being really micromanaged here by Keen, and he's not able to chase the Envoy.
Away he goes. Oh, and then he stops. And then... Oh.
Okay, this is obviously occupying the attention.
Dropping it was unnecessary. He could have gotten away.
Well, there's some silliness happening at the ramp where the Drakedins are taking shots by the Circuith, so as silly as that whole event is on the left-hand side, it feels like it looked like it was supposed to be a distraction for the Mutas of Keen, but instead it was kind of a distraction for Meat, as his forces are unhelpfully spinning across the side of the map here. And some Basilisks have arrived.
And killed some potato Thalores that had more from that dead Hatchrosk, so...
There you go.
The other one died, kind of like for no reason. He dropped it off and he didn't need to, and it finally got killed, but... As a result, the Envoy and the other one kind of got ignored, so I guess it worked out.
Well, the counter damage is going to be here for Keen in that top middle base by Mystery Meat. Only 2 Wardens. One of the Matrices is on the way, but it's going to get damaged by the bounces. This is going to be the go signal here for Mystery Meat, but remember, this is a ramp. He's got all these Acantors, but can they even get to the point where they're damaging some of these units? If these Drakedins go down, there's not going to be much defense versus the Mutalisks. Envoy's over here to try to scoop up the Acantors, but they're not really cooperating, and this battle is going to be messy mess.
Yeah, there are some Basilisks here. Not really a lot of them, but enough that they're starting to whittle down the units. He did drop 2 Acantors on top of the ledge. The Milas were destroyed at home by the Positrons and Zealots because the Zealots just jumped up and slapped them, I guess. The ground army died to all the concentration of AoE as the ledge Acantors saved today. There are some Milas here, but like I said, Positrons are quite acceptable for this.
Yeah, I don't know that Keen's aware that the Positron does splash damage, and 2 of them were just whittling away at his Muta stack that had just sort of hovered around in place. He's burrowed a lot of his workers trying to avoid pain, but the Zets are just going to get shredded by this amount of Acantors. GG is called and missed. He takes game number 1.
This probably would have happened about 5, 6, 7 minutes earlier if Meat hadn't pulled back his army. I think he was really expecting some attack on the left side because of all the units that kept chasing his stuff down on the left side. But it didn't happen. So he kind of got a little scared, didn't want to get caught. He got caught anyways. Milas did some damage, but by then he had some Positrons there to kind of clean things up. But there was the possibility that if a major attack did come there afterwards, Keen kind of letting slip his, showing that he was a little confused. Like I said, that's what's going to hold him back at this point. Is the fact that it seemed like he wasn't sure what to do. He was floating a lot of money. Pretty sure he was checking the structures and stuff like that. And yeah, that's where I figured he's going to get caught up. So if that keeps happening, that's going to be where Meat's going to keep getting him time and time again if he doesn't get him early on, I think. I like the Nath Rush, though. It had potential.
Yes. Yeah, it was executed about as fast as you could have. The problem is, like you mentioned, they idled, and then they weren't really trying to focus down the Warden before the Drakedin came out. So just the timing wasn't quite there for the actual army movement, but the ability to, realize, hey, I can do Nath, so I can attack. And, yeah, okay, Mystery Meat here commenting about the extra high latency. They're trying to attack the work. Oh, I think he's talking about when the Droleth was scouting his base. And Mystery Meat kept tasking his Zealot onto scribe follow order instead of attacking stuff. So. There you go. There's some tilt happening to Meat. Maybe Keen knows he can maybe send 2 workers instead of 1 and get an advantage.
Yeah, he can send all of his workers. You know. He can look back to some strategies.
All right. Well, honestly, that match was interesting because Mystery Meat didn't just step on him super early. We got to see that Keen knows about the backtith And, you know, in that case, it's interesting to see what Mystery Meat is going to have in store for us now. Is he going to go for some early game? Has he figured his opponent out in that sense? Or has Keen decided, oh, wait, I can do this stuff now? Like, I kind of remember because I haven't practiced at all for this match. And I don't know the project very well. Like, maybe this was just the wake-up that he needed. I think if Game 2 goes decidedly in Mystery Meat's favor, like even more convincing than Otherworld, we are going to probably see a 3-0. Like, Keen kind of has to fight back here in this moment. Even if he doesn't win this match, if he makes it look closer, then I can have some hope for him getting some number on the board. But you mentioned earlier in All Kill, like, is Mystery Meat just going to take them all out? Like, yeah, I think the clean sweep could happen here if this match is convincing.
Absolutely. I think that Meat pulling back all of his forces was a sign of hesitation. And that sign of hesitation was because he wasn't sure, like, what the status of his opponent was. And then he brought in his witnesses, and I think that's kind of like the moment where he kind of like got a bead on where his opponent's going to struggle and where his opponent is going to be successful. Where you could see early on, it was just like right after the Nath rush, it was just tons of macro. I felt like his saturation was kind of low, so I don't think he's really quite up to the saturation yet.
Yeah. His worker count was like 40 or 50 to Mystery Meat's 70 at one point, and then obviously the 10 Akantor kills, you know, when the Akantors came in and did the raid, it was down to 40. So that was really rough for Keen. In this particular matchup, we have the yellow Mystery Meat Protoss on the left-hand side of Death Spiral, and the deep Periwinkle Zerg, that's Keen on the right. I think this map is, you know, obviously it's not going to be as safe as Otherworld was. I'm interested to see if that provokes either one of our players to go something a little bit cheekier. I mean, we don't have a 6 pool from Keen, so maybe this is paradoxically the time he's going to go for an expansion first. But Meat's pylon placement early on is such that he's, you know, trying to be a little bit defensive with his SimCity. I think he's very paranoid about those early air rushes, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was... If the Nats were controlled a little bit better and he didn't lose them all early on, he could have committed. There was a period when that Zealot was in his base that he had 3 larvae, nothing was being built at all, and he only had the 2 Nats because he had lost the other ones. If the larva had been morphing into more Nats and he had killed the Drakden but otherwise saved his other Nats, he could have gone for an all-in at that point, and that would have been pretty scary. And I think Meat kind of like recognizes that there was some threat about that. But he's going to scout this expansion here, and if we see a second gateway or something like that, we're probably just going to see him try to push into that. But
it's funny, as soon as he scouted the expansion, he went back and selected his gateway. Like, he knew he wanted to build some early military. Yeah. So it's going to be a Zealot.
He was saving for a Drakden because of his gas.
Right.
But immediately when he went for a Zealot instead, and I expected to see a second gateway drop right away. But it's not happening. Instead, he is tickling the Quasith.
Yeah. Just confirming the tech that his opponent is going to have. Now, at this point, we're going to need to see what Keen's instincts are when it comes to saving larva, right? He's popped in. He's realized, oh, wait, I can tilt my opponent some more, and the Zealot is just going to ignore him this time around. So no worries there. The Drakeden will be the follow-up for Mystery Meat. Again, like you mentioned, no additional production, so it's going to be one gate with the early military units sort of streaming across the map for now. And there's no static defense, and the Quasith being done now, you know, we really need to start seeing some military mutate, because otherwise we are going to see pretty early harassment here. And the scribes are continuing to get destroyed or tickled to death.
Well, Mina's abusing that other little-known ramp, but there are some Zets being made, so I don't think Keen's going to be in too much trouble with this.
Well, you remember Three Crow's tactic on this map was to build a proxy Ahmed production facility, so Keen should be aware. He should be aware that that's happening, or that is a potential.
Keen almost missed it, but I think he saw it on the minimap.
Yeah. Yeah, the Zeth, of course, are going to come out and start zoning away that Zealot.
He wanted to do a run-by when the Zeths went to his base, but they stopped and came back, so that kind of thwarted him, but they're getting a little separated here, so...
Yeah, I think he wanted to pull some of them back just to defend against any other incursions, but instead the Zealots started to do some contesting. Just using flash shielding there obviously regenerates much faster.
Them down a little bit. Any kill here would be nice for him if he wants to do early aggression.
There's a whole lot more Zets were made, 8 more back at the natural, so there's a decent amount of military here for Keen, and he's got more coming. So he's behind in terms of...
For Meat.
Yeah,
this could be bad for Meat. He went for an expansion instead of a second gateway. There is no Wardens. He has
There's
two
nothing over
Drakenins
here, yeah.
and the Zealots in the base, and something should tell him that's up because there's more Zets being made, and he's not seeing where the others went.
Right.
They're just going to all in him, and I think this could end very quickly.
A second gate being warped in behind the mineral line. There's 3 Drakenins idle. They could potentially try to hold position here to prevent a surround, but it depends on Meat's response time. He does move over, but he's only going to isolate one of them, the other one getting surrounded and chewed up pretty quickly. Now it really depends on what Keen's target selection is. The scribe pull is very, very slow. That allows the second Drakenin to go down. Meat, it seems like he might be cracking a little bit here, but the Zets are going to come back in. Again, no defenses, and only now a Warden. That's 35-second build time. It's going to be a long time for that to happen, and this gateway is being burned down.
The Zealot came back. He's bringing some friends
yeah,
with him, though.
He brought a couple extra Zets over here. Some scribes will go down shortly. Second gate done. That'll help out a little bit, but if this gateway goes down, that's going to minimize the amount of military production we can see out of Meat. He's still got that Nexus in the top left, but it's not providing him anything just yet. Only now starting to train a scribe.
I wonder if Keen senses, that there was a fast expand because that second gate was so late, or if this scribe, okay, never mind, the scribes were going to path into there, and if he was paying attention, he would think, huh, where are those going off to?
Yeah, absolutely.
And if he kills that expansion, this is going to be over.
Yeah, the 17 Zets here still. I mean, they can even step towards this army, but there's a third Drakenin on the way, and it really depends on the surround. What can we do? We see another Drakenin get picked off instantaneously, and he's really going to try to burn that gateway down. I don't think that's a good idea. The flash shielding is already kicked in. So he loses about, looks like 5 Zethra-cores. He gets a Drakenin, and furthermore, instills the fear of God back into Mystery Meat, adding a Hatteras back at home, but the worker count is starting to pull ahead for the Protoss.
Yeah, and his saturation is kind of low. He's building some workers here, but he's going to be sensing that something's is up because his opponent's got a lot of workers. There's only 2 buildings, and now he's discovering you can see them when they're underground.
Yeah, mechanics are...
he's learning.
Still being developed here. Yeah,
that.
he's not sure what's up. He's adding yet more hatches. But again, like, it's been a while without any Droleths. He's really stuck around on a low worker count at this point. He is starting to get Hydras added to this arsenal, which can be pretty good, but need to actually get up onto the high ground and so that they don't have a cliff disadvantage. Like, if you try to fight up against Drakenins with that range, it's not going to work out for you.
Yeah, this is going to be a disaster. This expansion here has got an idle worker kind of chilling out. Meat wants to... He's looking to build something here. Okay, it's just another gateway. I think he was thinking of something more gas heavy because he was sitting on that for a while, but then he opted not into it for, I guess he figured it's probably just going to be Hydras again, and he's just going to brute force that down. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like him just switch into Legionnaire Ecclesias.
Yeah, the Ecclesias are coming because that's gas heavy as opposed to like mineral light gas heavy, right? So that corresponds to the amount of resources that he had banked up, and he's adding 2 extra gates so that he can continue to do steady production. This is afforded to him because this base in the top left hasn't been scouted or even intuited, and so Keen is marching some Hydras out. Again, this attack could absolutely wreck this top left base for Mystery Meat. He's got no forces in position and only 1 Warden, but if Keen doesn't realize that there's another base, well, Mystery Meat's going up to a third. That's going to give him even more of an economic advantage, right? Stretching ahead by a lot of workers. And instead, Keen's going to make a target for the base. This is still lethal, because now he could potentially use the ramp against his opponent, but instead it looks like it's not going to happen.
Yeah, he didn't realize the units were not there. He went straight for the structures. If he went for that ramp, he's going to try to corner him there.
Now the Ecclesias are starting to be focused down, but there's only going to be Hydras left. And Drakenins are not as bad against Hydras as Dragoons are in StarCraft 1. So this is easily going to be Mystery Meat favored. And Keen is now in a lot of trouble, having lost a lot of military units. Really, like, you can't just trade evenly, even though that wasn't an even trade. You have to trade more favorably with against your opponent because they have a better economy than you.
Yep. He's still making Hydras. The worker counts are starting to really go against Keen, and the base counts are going to go against him soon as well.
Yep. As
that expansion, this main here, both just pumping scribes, and his opponent has a way stronger army than he is. So he's definitely in a bad spot. He's thinking he can pressure this down with Hydras, but he may have thought in the last game that it was the Acantors and the other strange new gnarly-looking units that were costing him, and they were, but the bulk of the army is still much stronger than he's giving it credit for.
Yeah.
And I really did expect to see Legionnaires, but it looks like it's going to be just very Ecclesiast heavy for a moment and just continuing to make Drakens. I think he's still kind of like thinking that his opponent's probably going to go straight for tier 2 and go to Milos again, but that is not on the cards. His economy is too weak right now. to even think about tier 2 at the moment.
Well, the pylon in the bottom right-hand base is actually going to reveal that there is still only the second one, odds are. Now, Keen is taking the top right. Against 3 Crow, he was in the top left spawn where Mystery Meat is. And he actually
gets scouted right away.
Oh, it is, of course. Now, the thing about Keen's weird expansion on this map is he actually took the base that's like in the middle of the bottom middle left area, so to speak, the really big one that requires 2 town centers for full saturation. So I feel like he might not be aware of the back base or not interested in it. I thought maybe he was going to go ahead and scout the base in the top left, but unfortunately his Zeth gets intercepted by heads-up military movement. And yeah, that scribe is going to reveal
that might make him
out.
sussy, though, right? Like, I would be sussy if there was military units in that area.
He just leaves a pylon right in front of the top right base and refuses to elaborate. See ya. Can't exactly do much about that now, can you? I mean, you can build it off center if you want, but...
There's a scribe that was heading over, but then it got pulled back because there's another scribe that's coming down, and Zath is going up to destroy the pylon, allowing the scribe to enter his base and check out what he's got.
And meanwhile, 2 zealots are going to go in to defend that pylon, so... Now, these are next level tactics. The Stargate has been completed and is adding exemplars. Hierophants were also a weapon of choice here, but I think the exemplar makes a lot more sense. Hierophants are a little bit too short range versus what Keen has on offer.
You don't really need to chase him down. He's happy to engage you.
Yeah.
So what you want is damage. But maybe, I don't know. I think he's still thinking that there could be airplay. So the Hierophants would be good against that if Milists show up. But his opponent's quite far behind at this stage tech-wise, so again, not going to see that for a while. Again, I figured it would have been just Zealot, Legionnaire, Ecclesias just all in.
No,
but
because
I mean, his opponent's just making Hydras, and he kind of scouted as much with his scribe at that point. Meanwhile, there's another Jolith working on a pylon in a completely unrelated portion of the map.
With another Zipcore on the way.
Coming over.
Yeah, there you go.
There's a lot of these images are the same going on in this game, from those early attacks and the Draken getting surrounded to these pylons.
Yeah, but you can tell, I mean, at this point, it's a difference of 40 workers in favor of our Protoss player, who is on an additional base. Now, Keen might have a lot more production, a lot more flexible production, but he doesn't have flexible tech. He's banking for tier 2, but this is going to come as the military moves out here for Mystery Meat. And while there's 20 more military units, a lot of those are things like Hydras or Zeths, instead of things like Zealots, Drakedons, Exemplars, etc. So, you know, a couple of them are going to get whittled down or at least revealed by the emplacement here.
He's spooked by the ledge again. He doesn't want anything to do with it. Hey, look, you were just talking about that giant base.
Yeah, he went for it.
He's trying to take it.
Well,
Zath is going to scout this extra base here. He's going to be aware that things are going on. Meat did actually just pull everything back.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder what's up with that.
This is the exact same thing that happened last time, except this time, some Hydras were chasing his units, having acquired the targets, and now they're kind of just there, I guess.
Fuck that pylon.
But hey, they found a pylon.
Yeah, 2 Zets are raiding the top left base, rather, and they're just going to reveal more Wardens. Oh, he's had this base for a while, it looks like, you know. Then he walks away, so.
He might be starting... I don't know. I get the feeling maybe Keen wasn't taking this as seriously, given a lot of his other opponents really weren't up to his caliber, other than getting occasionally cheesed. But there should be something registering to him at this point that this is definitely a much different opponent than what he's normally been going up against. And he's going to get fucked.
All of his forces are out of position. They're heading upwards, in fact. The Iral Iris... Yeah, the Iral Iris is about to complete. And the
just in time to get annihilated.
Yeah, the big Protoss force here. So the workers are being tasked onto this bottom right base. If Keen is lucky, Mystery Meat will see this and then say, oh, you've got a base in the bottom right. I'm going to go kill it. But instead, I think he's just going to make the charge over here. He's like, yeah, you probably don't have enough to deal with what I've got. And indeed, that is absolutely the case. Even if these Hydras were all over here, I still think Mystery Meat might take the army. Iral Iris being targeted down. He can use this for a little bit, but it's being burnt down really, really quickly. So that is 900 gas in the can. 450 minerals on top of all that, and I mean, this is just going to be a massacre.
Even if Keen all killed this army, he would still be in a bad spot, and I don't really see that happening as he's slowly getting pulled into
line's all dead.
Point on the ramp.
I feel like maybe some of the fact that the Hydrith was being attacked by some of the Drakenons
allowed these Hydras to... hits for him.
Yeah, allowed
those
the Hydras
Exemplar, though, they're just racking in damage.
It's only a matter of time before these Hydras end up getting popped, and they're not really being focused by Keen. It's just sort of like a general A move. He's got some more units on the way, but it feels like he needs double this Hydra count to really, finish off this army at this stage.
I mean, he's not out of it yet. He's forced the Protoss back. He's lost all of his Hydra attack and his tier 2.
He can only make Zets at this point, and he's shown that he
made Nats, if he made Nats, he could kill the Exemplar. But I feel like he's gonna GG any moment here.
Yeah, he lost that base in the bottom right. He's still got the base in the mid left area, right? But the bizarre double base, and in fact, Mystery Meat's going to give him a moment to collect his thoughts.
Meat became concerned. I think that base did that base get scouted?
The one on all the way on the left, maybe by like a random unit flying over it, but he's definitely going to know
maybe
it
something
exists
scouted it,
now.
and he's like, "Oh shit, what's going on over there? I better put an end to that." But it's like his main is like nothing in it. He could have just stomped it flat. I don't know. Maybe Meat's being a nice guy and giving a chance to experience the undulation of the rod. I mean, Keen did eventually finally take that top right base.
Yes, but it's
he's
like,
got enough money to try tier 2 again.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's really what he wants to do at this point.
Well, he had the eye roll, but he lost it, so he's just gotten bopped. He didn't. Oh, he's just now realizing the Kafrolosk isn't a CMBW. I thought you were joking when you said that earlier, but he's absolutely true. He had no idea. So he's getting confused.
Yeah,
he thought he needed the Kafrolosk.
That those are utility structures and not tech related.
Yeah.
Here it comes. Meat's gonna explain it to him.
Yes, he is. Meanwhile.
This is why I asked him when he told me to.
Well, Keen can rebuild the Iris.
He's gonna. There you go.
All
He's
right,
on the way.
perfect.
He's on the path.
He's like, wait, I can do that? But I mean, let's be honest. If you combine the army and worker counts,
Meat's army.
Yeah. Yes, he's figured it out now. Maybe, hopefully. Yeah, get that scribe. There's only 147 more to go. Triple Argosy.
Meat and his money. Keen and his money. The game has come to a standstill as they tried to bring Keen to speed.
Well, that makes it so that you don't need to spend 300 gas on a Kafrolosk, so that's actually going to maybe buff Keen in the remainder of the series. But he's just reading tooltips at this point. He's like, huh, wait, you can mutate units.
You know, what Mystery Meat should have done at this point is taken every gas on the map and just dropped like 30 Anthelians into his base.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
And just, I don't know, just give him like that light of hope and then snuff it out immediately. I mean, I guess that's kind of what's happening here as the entire map is crawling over with strangely urine-colored dots, about to blast him, just completely blast him raw, stomping that Joleth that was sitting on the bottom right that had been forgotten about, coming for that lair that he had built that he thought he needed, but he didn't.
Yeah, this is, we're going to see some, this is Protoss porn right here. The Hydra's moving over to defend the Nat, and then there's a much bigger force on the left, and the Iris just finished, and GG is called. Keen dropping another map. And that is just too bad for him. Okay, so I did say he needed to make the next match close in order for me to have faith that he might be able to get a thing. It's still a maybe, but we could potentially see him put a number on the board here because the early aggression wasn't bad. It's just he didn't check for a second base, and he didn't really... I mean, after the early stages of the game where things became ever more increasingly unfamiliar, he just had no immediate idea of what to do.
When I saw him building the lair, I knew. He thought he needed it, but he didn't. Now he knows. He's learning. Meat is teaching him.
Yeah, I really didn't think he would still be so unfamiliar as to think that you needed the Kafrolosk for tech. That was really funny. Very, very good stuff. Maybe we'll buff him up in terms of map and game knowledge enough that he'll be able to compete in this time around. But we'll see what happens. That's all right though. He'll be able to learn from the cast.
He's learning.
He is learning. Earlier, there was a question about the cheapest buildings. The Pylon and the Kagrant Cesian are both 50, but in the next update, Pylons will be 75 minerals. However, that's still going to be technically cheaper because the Droleth is also 50 minerals, so you got to remember that when you factor that in. Okay, let's see what happens. We're going into what might be the final match. Mystery Meat on Series Point. And Situ is the battleground of choice. Now, Keen is going to be familiar. The Beaver, he's the Beaver Zerg on the Beaver's map. He's on the left-hand side. He was in that spot against 3Crow and against Enos when there was a hell of a lot of cheese. So this is probably going to be the longest game he's played on this map.
PTSD.
Yeah, the Ultramarine Protoss on the right-hand side. That's Mystery Meat. Let's see what we have in store for us. Is Mystery Meat going to cheese the fuck
out of him and tell him to go back to the drawing board, or is he actually going to give him a chance to explore his tech in this game?
I guess we'll find out. Another defensively placed pylon for the opening here by Mystery Meat. And no gas
looks like
being
he is going towards his tried and true here with the hatch and quaz.
Yeah.
Just judging by the fact he's not making gas. I think if you see him making gas, you just immediately know it's going to be a Nath rush.
Right.
And,
no, he wants to macro. Right he wants to he wants to do something a little bit more macro oriented this game. He's hell bent on the 10 hatch. You know, that's going to help him out economically speaking. And a lattice. Here's the game that I was talking about earlier. So this is where Mystery Meat is. He's comfy, Mesk. He's just won the first 2 games. They weren't super close. The second one's a bit closer.
Are the vassals coming?
I think we might see vassal spam. And one of the things that you may know is that up until this series, I don't think Keen was really much of a scouter. He didn't do much Droleth scouting. So if he chooses to abscond from that again this time around, he did scout the first 2 games. If he doesn't scout, he could get bamboozled, but it looks like his Droleth will be dispatched. The problem is when you see a lattice...
Does he know that Quasilisks exist yet? Did he ever build any? I think he put like 1 or 2 before.
I don't know if he ever has, but he's got a Quasith pool on the way. Now here's the problem. If he sees the lattice, Mesk, you know that vassals come out of the lattice. I don't think he knows that.
I don't think he knows. He's gonna be like, what is that? Is he building Reavers?
Yeah. Is that where the Reaver comes from? Yeah, no. Well, it is a vassal.
Why do Protoss get Reavers at tier 1? That's OP.
Yeah.
And then he realizes something far worse comes out of it than a Reaver.
Yes.
And it's coming.
It's coming.
It is coming. It's coming.
The first one's already on the way. Will he notice it? Okay, well, he's getting attacked by it, so he should know that that's an air unit. And he should see that there's a lattice, and he's not seen that structure before, so maybe that's where it comes from. Ooh, he even does the burrow trick. He's learning. Well, the vassals are going to go ahead
I think
and leave.
you'll see some sprays come out in all likelihood here.
I mean, we should. Oh. And there's a proxy warden. Perfect. Well, okay, there is a Kagrant coming. The 2 Drollots are over here to start tickling this warden to death. He needed to do this a little bit sooner, I think, and he definitely needed to do it with more than 2 workers.
Around the warp.
Yeah. Oh, no, he's not targeting it. It's going to finish soon, Mesk. Hold me.
It's going to finish.
All right, here's the Zets. The Zets are here to deal with that, but here come the vassals. And 1 Drolloth already killed. Can the other ones escape? All right. That didn't get canceled, so that's actually a victory. Canceled. Now, the Zets are going to move across the map. This is sort of the response you would normally have. And another warden is instantaneous. First you fail,
try again.
Yeah, why not? Okay, that one's going to get canceled. See if they can isolate and kill the scribe. It looks like the Zets didn't get... Oh, it almost got stuck there. He does end up... he needs to unburrow these and kill him. There it is. Okay, no more scribe. The cheese... It's not really over because there's still, you know, those... But I'm looking for quasis in these eggs. I don't see any quasis. I think
he's got some money. Meat's slipping behind. He's probably too busy cackling.
Yeah, Meat's laughing here. He still hasn't, removed this Droleth from his base. So at some point that could.
I don't know if he even saw a burrow.
I feel like he must have. What else would he be looking at?
I don't know.
A Hydrith then is coming because Quasilisks are not a thing.
Attention to the proxy, right?
Yeah. The real question is, why did these vassals walk away? They could have been attacking, this base.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he thought that dudes were coming for him instead. Oh, now he's gonna know it's there, and it's dead.
Got stepped on. Well, floated on, I guess.
Now there was some contention in chat. There was some contention in chat before about manifolds not being very good.
Yes.
We might see some counterpoints to that.
No, don't pull them away. Shucks, guys. If only you had a unit that cost 75 minerals and came out in pockets of 2 that you could build.
Okay, he's making Hydras. They'll help out.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty big hit. I mean, there is no expansion yet for Mystery Meat. He's still coming online. And despite having a bit of a worker advantage, it's probably going to be fleeting, we would have to think. That whole time he could have built a Spraith over here as well in the natural, but he decided not to. And he's going to go ahead and tickle some stuff over here. He's got some more burrowed Zeths. He's going to burrow them again. Well, they'll be stepped on. No, you must not be. Oh, there he is. Found him.
It's like a pack of aggressive Roombas.
Yes. I'm just sort of scooting across the
Although
map.
they kind of look like those waste disposal devices that they gave us a while ago that fit like 1/4 the garbage that you were allowed to put up before, and they say, okay, just now produce 1/4 the garbage and compost you usually do. Well, you don't get a choice of that when you're living in an overgrown swamp.
Yeah.
That is what the manifold reminds me of, is one of those waste disposal bins.
Hey, there's a Zethracore over here that will be revealed when a scribe goes to mine that patch. It's burrowed right above the leftmost mineral patch of Mystery Meat's natural.
He's just in the shadow of it. It's almost impossible. I would never have noticed the mineral, but if you box select, you grab them instead of the minerals.
Yeah. That's sort of like when if the Zethracore... in StarCraft 1, if you move a Zergling to the top of a gateway, it can become invisible and you don't see it because it gets occluded by the gateway. And then your gateway's just taking invisible damage, and you're like, what the fuck?
And that's just normal behavior in 3D games, so...
Yeah, of course. Well, there is an amassing of 6 vassals. They are going to be trying to raid the natural again. But there's some Hydras here, so they won't really be able to do too much. They might pick off 1 or 2 workers, depending on the response here. Some circuits being made. It's almost like this is PvT. There's 2 workers dead. Unfortunately, only 1 vassal goes down, so... Obviously, Mystery Meat is going to be happy about that trade, now stretching up by 11 workers.
And they're coming in to tickle these ones next. The Spraith is not going to deal as much damage. He might be willing to make a little bit of a trade here. But nah, just kills one. Flies in. It targets another one, kills another.
Yes, he was testing the positioning of the static defense structure there. The triple Circuith is interesting because he must be aware that there could be a ground army move out, and there's a prostration stage coming, Mesk. That's
absolutely
pariahs.
Prostrated.
Potential for pariahs.
Well, pariahs would be very good against this comp. But he's actually building a potentate.
There you go.
A potato tate. I have not seen a potato tate before. The icon looks like a... Shambler likes this post.
Yes.
I've never seen a potato tate before. What do the taters do?
So the potentate is a goofy model right now because it's just a kit bash.
All the vassals died.
All the vassals did die. Now the potentate can attack from a range or it can attack in melee. And if it attacks in melee, it enchants its allies. So it's kind of like an anti-melee, or you can use it to attack buildings and stuff or stationary targets if you get close enough.
So it's a bit like an Ecclesiast?
Sort of like meant to be a souped-up version of the Ecclesiast. Yeah, now surprisingly, despite all the harassment, we have a tier 2 on the way here. And I'm not sure that the vassals
saved very, very diligently at the cost of many Droleths.
Yes.
He's going to figure out this tier 2 business, even if he has to die for it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I will say this game probably...
coming.
It is. Look at his stride, dude.
He's so tall.
He is.
Look at that gate. That is a Chad gate.
Yeah.
That is the Slavic Chad gate.
He's a happy boy. This is his tournament debut right here. Meanwhile, the vassals...
Keen is very vulnerable right now to the point that if Meat had been built, nothing but vassals. and spent all this money he spent on manifolds on vassals, he would just sweep over him in a tidal wave, and that would be the end of the game.
Okay.
But the RS is finished. What will he do with it? Well, he can make tier 2 defenses, and that will put a much faster end to the non-stop harass of planes.
Here they come again.
So many workers have died to them.
Hey, he's actually killing some now.
Yeah, I think he's like losing attention sometimes. Yep.
Yeah, fuck them.
He's forgotten about them a few times. It's like my vassals can't be this effective.
He's
stuck
like,
away and they're all
he's stuck his potente with the pylon. So he's killing it.
Oh. He's stuck. The attack animation is it's really remarkable.
Yes, it's
Now the scribe.
Yes. I actually don't know what's messed up about it because it was working much better earlier, so that's a new one. Ah, Mutes Outspire. Okay, we're going to see some mutas. That's perfect for the Pariah to deal with. It is out now.
Yes.
If you just replace Pariah in your head with Archon, maybe Keen would know what to do against it, right? Because it's essentially
two
like,
Pariahs would be okay.
Yeah. Now, mutas do have more range than in StarCraft 1 by default, right? So maybe we'll see something out of that. But, you know, we do need to see, like, a really lopsided fight here because we are, once again, half the workers for Keen than are there for Mystery Meat. And Vassals are still streaming in. More lattices. Hey, there's even a... Okay, Meat's flexing here. Mind Tyrant on the way. I guarantee you, Meat will kill him with his own race. I'll have to wait and see on that one. Pretty large Protoss army moving out here. 17 manifolds. We've got the Pariah, the Potentates, Sims, Idols, Golems, one Vassal for good luck, and a Mind Tyrant. Now, the Mind Tyrant doesn't really have anything that's instant hit anymore. When you fire off a shot with it, the Maelstrom is going to be a skill shot. So, actually, it looks like this will get tickled here a little bit. The Pariah is able to do some splash damage. So, unfortunately, Keen is just allowing this to happen to his units. And only now realizing, oh shit, I should probably walk away from that thing. But he did soften up the Pariah quite a bit, so the durability of it is now going to be in question. Only having 7 mutas at this point, he can harass this Nexus. Not sure that... okay, the army is going to go ahead and chase it down. This very low HP Pariah, accompanied by another one. And the Manifolds, of course, getting some tickles in. At this point, I think the mutas should just hover somewhere safe and regenerate, but looks like there's going to be an attempt to try to dog the enemy. I mean, the problem is you can't really do that, so... No, he's going to come straight back and once again start harassing stuff. Kill the pylon, etc. And Mystery Meat's army once again walks on back. Very tasty. So I don't know how many mutas he started off with. That might have been 8. He's cut down to size. Vassal... Mind Tyrant just sort of occupying space over here. Now, obviously, it looks like these mutas will take out that Vassal nice and easy. That's just one less thing that Mystery Meat has on that side of the map. And some static defense is starting to be warped in. There is an engram above the natural. That's obviously pretty lethal. And a horde of Vassals. A veritable horde. What are we going to see? Just more mutas. Okay, so it's mass muta play here from Keen. And he's building more anti-ground. But he's not yet aware, I think, that you can upgrade these even further. And there's a big brain message from Green Eggs and Spam in the chat too. Yeah, absolutely. Could be giving them that buff. The problem is if the mutas are not here to defend, this could absolutely end very atrociously. The Hydroth Den is mutating, but I don't think the Bactylisks will be ready by the time this attack commences. A fleet of Vassals, 35 of them against... I believe this is, 22 mutas? They do pass each other like ships in the night, but if Keen doesn't respond to this horde, then he is going to be in a really rough time. I mean, these 3 Drolets are pretty much as good as dead, but the rest of the attack force is on the way, and the Hydras need to turn around and start answering to this, because this is a very deadly attack. If these were Scorchrits, there would be a much higher chance that the Manifold army would get thinned out. Meanwhile, the Pariahs are on their way off to the mid-left here, and will the Mind Tyrant mind control a Droleth, or is it going to be over here for Maelstroming the Mutas? Well, we know the answer to that question. A lot of them get absolutely eviscerated, and honestly, I don't even think it was related to the Mind Tyrant at the end of the day. It was just that he didn't realize how powerful Pariahs really were versus Splash. So, unfortunately, we will be seeing Keen exit down to the lower bracket without a victory. I think by far his most convincing match was the, I would say the essentially the second one, right, on Death Spiral. But sadly, this is a situation where we are going to see what is, by all accounts, a strong player get rolled in the playoffs here. And Neblime's hopes of meeting Keen, or I guess it was Keen's hopes of meeting Neblime, well, they may be in jeopardy now.
Hi.
Hi.
Unfortunately, I had to go AFK and tend to people, so I did miss the end of that.
Well, it was essentially Mass Pariah. Well, not Mass Pariah. It was 3 Pariahs. That's 3. There was some funny antics where the Mutas kept harassing a base that was being set up, and Mystery Meat kept like sending his entire ground army to try to deal with it over and over again. But at the end of the day, the attack was too brutal. There were 35 vassals that barely got any kills because they mostly occupied Mutas. And then the Mutas went in and tried to attack the Pariahs, and they all melted. So,
yeah.
You know, it's kind of what
normally don't deal too well with Mutas since the damage changes, but when you have like 3 of them, and they overlap their splash, then yeah, that's going to be it.
Yeah, and as Shambler points out, and Overstar as well in the chat, there were definitely some rough times there with the worker count being so heavily reduced. So,
not to mention that Meat made sure to keep tickling the workers to make sure that count was constantly reduced.
Yes, yeah. So, yeah, all right. Well, Keen is being. You said it earlier. You have to be. You're in this like crucible in the early stages of being competitive within Cosmonic Brood War. You get Nath Rushed. You get 6-pooled, apparently. That's a new thing. And then on top of it all, Vassals. So we did see Vassals. The only thing he hasn't seen yet is the Anchor Cheese. So, you know, maybe if 3 Crow defeats DF in our upcoming Elimination series and then rolls Terran and then cheeses him with Anchors, then he'll finally have the trifecta all in one tournament. But as of right now, I don't know that that's exactly going to happen. So this was the kind of the expected outcome. I really wasn't sure what to expect out of Keen. Like if he had practiced, maybe I would have said he could at least take a game. That second match on Death Spiral, as I was mentioning earlier when you came back, is like that was the most close game, but only because it only almost ended early on before Mystery Meat could really do too much, right? And you know, maybe if the intuition had been there a little bit more, maybe if he's aware of the timings of things, he might have been like, wait, you only have, you know, a gateway being added now, and where's all your units? Where's all your rest of your stuff? You must have an expansion somewhere. But he didn't intuit that, right, in this particular project. So he's not aware of that. So yeah, stuff that he can go back and look at. He does watch the casts back, so hopefully he's able to learn some stuff about that. But very unfortunate, because it was just like, I was so expecting when the Mind Tyrant came out from Mystery Meat that he was going to grab some Droleths, but unfortunately he scouted all the Mutas and was like, well, I better save the energy for Maelstrom. However, it didn't actually do him too much there. I think the Pariahs did all the work anyway, so you know how it goes. But yeah, again, that might be somewhat of a predicted outcome in that sense. You know, we weren't really expecting... I guess I would say I wasn't really expecting Keen to be able to take down Mystery Meat. I think if Mystery Meat gets upset at any point, he's essentially my lock for the grand final as like one of the essentially top 2 of this tournament. I'd be really surprised if he ends up going down to the lower bracket. It's all down to whoever beat each other out of Neblime and the Shambler, which we will be casting next from replays, to decide whether or not Mystery Meat will falter anytime soon. And I still have to give the attention over to Mystery Meat. Now, if Shambler won, then maybe what we'll see is Mystery Meat falter in the early stages of the game to a more aggressive Zerg that knows the meta a little bit more. But honestly, I think, you know, Mystery Meat's been doing pretty well versus the Shambler. So just in matches that aren't related to the tournament play, I'm not 100% sure who would have the better shot, but I just think Mystery Meat is the strongest player right now, just all around. So we'll have to see. I don't think it's because Protoss is overpowered, but he thinks so. He did. You missed this earlier. He joined the first lobby as Nerf Toss instead of his actual name. And like, oh shit, my true intentions are showing, and then left. So yeah, he's got his own agenda. But how did you feel about that one? Did it go the way you were expecting?
I actually thought Keen was going to take at least one game off of Meat in this, but that was off of the pretense that he was more comfortable mid and late game.
Mm-hmm.
It was really clear once he hit, like, because there was the game, what was it, was it DF? The first game versus DF or something like that, where he got to tier 2, and there was a lot of just, like, Mulisks and everything like that.
Yeah.
I figured, well, if he's consistent with that, and then just learns off of that, then I can see him taking a game off of meat. But coming into these games, he looked way more uncomfortable, way more uncertain, and not nearly executing nearly as well as he could have been at that point in the game. I really liked that tier 2 rush in that last game, though. That was...
yes.
You're being annihilated by vassals. To hell with it. Keep going. Just go straight to tier 2. But, yeah, no, it was really obvious that this was not a good set for him compared to those. It was... he looked way more uncomfortable, way more uncertain, and Meat just kind of outperformed him on pretty much every front at that stage. So I had high hopes for him coming into this, that he would at least take one round off of Meat, and Meat would have to, you know, really put on his big boy pants for that. But it really by the third match, it was kind of evident that Meat wasn't even necessarily needing to succeed in any of his cheese. He was just going to outperform on that at that point just through sheer comfort alone. And well, I hope that Keen at least maybe takes some time between his matches to at least familiarize himself with the tech tree, because that's definitely costing him a lot at this point. Is that he's had a lot of time to at least sit down and just, you know, play a game versus AI or something like that, and just see what the actual tech structures are, just so he knows what his goals should be to build stuff. Because it's I mean, I guess he probably didn't really feel pressured to do so, because his early matches really weren't too difficult, cheese aside. But there's definitely going to be a bit of a whiplash going from that to going to this. And it's like, oh, there are actually really, really high-skilled players in this that are going to just consistently outperform me all over the place, because I'm not actually sure what to do at this stage in the game. It may have been better for him if he met into like a mid-range opponent that wasn't going to outperform him quite like that, and then he had more time to explore it in the in-game. Perhaps that was how he was seeing it, but that was definitely not the matchups that he was given. So... you might be coming out of that, maybe reflecting on those experiences. Well, at least he learned a little bit in the process. Meat and everybody else kind of sat around the table and taught him the way of Zerg. And
yes, yeah.
You know, so now he knows at least a little bit of the idea the tech is going off of, and you might see him bounce off of that, and then as a result get back to being comfortable again.
Yeah, I think I almost need, like, myself or somebody who's familiar with the project. Like, Neblime and Key know each other from Brood War, from CPL or whatever. And so, like, okay, well, those guys could probably... they both... like, Neblime's played a lot of Zerg. He got to the grand final of a tournament as Zerg. Okay, well, maybe he can teach Keen the ways, or at least give him some details, right? But it's like, somebody with knowledge of the project does need to sit down with this guy and just be like, all right, listen, here's the deal. Because that, or he needs to put in some grind games against, you know, mid-range players, like the Class 2s on the server, or he needs to, like you were saying, just play some games against the AI. Most people don't really practice in quote-unquote single player in Brood War, because obviously the AI is not going to be very useful. The most you can do is practice your build orders in like an empty map or something. Whereas in the case of something like this, it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, do I really play against the AI? Like, most people aren't even going to be aware that the AI can be used as a bit of a practice partner, at least to familiarize yourself with some of the tech. So, you know.
I mean, it's understandable. Like, coming from Brood War, it's not like there's a lot of resources to learn if you're starting off. It's just like, just play against people and figure it as you go.
Right, yeah.
I'm sure that's to some extent the way that he's approaching it. But there are a lot of people that are playing, and I see people asking every day. I don't know what his time schedule is, but...
right, yeah. Oh, he's Mystery Meat's time zone, so maybe there's something like that.
Yeah. There's certainly some opportunity there if he wants to get into it and get some of those threes.
Yeah, he's got to get that money. So, of course, we will be seeing Mystery Meat advance to the upper final. The player who will be joining him is one of the Shambler or Neblime. We'll be casting that series from replays in just a moment. We'll take a short break. And then, of course, if we switch over to the lower bracket, on your screens you can see we do have Keen warming up the spot in Elimination 2A. We'll find out who joins him when we see DF against 3 Crow, which will be played after our cast of the upper semifinal number 2. So that will be an exciting series as well. You said earlier that it's just going to be cheese fest nonstop. I'm not so
God,
sure
I
that that's
hope.
going to happen, but I hope they're right there with you, man. I'm really hopeful that it's just going to be ridiculous cheese. And you know what? It's either DF goes up against Keen again, and that's a rematch of the group stage, or it's Three Crow goes up against Keen again, and that's a rematch of quarterfinal number 2. So I kind of like either one of those options for storylines, because again, sort of like how I was talking with you. I can't remember if I said this on the last stream, but Scholar got eliminated or pushed down to the lower bracket by the Shambler, and if he defeats Biddy B in this elimination game, and the Shambler has lost to Neblime, then maybe we see Scholar face off against the Shambler again and be like, rematch, I'm going to fuck you up this time. Because that could be kind of interesting too. Just like starting to drive these sorts of like friendly, of course, but like rivalries between players where you get to see this, this constant competition. Just like we've seen Mystery Meat and the Shambler try to take each other on, or the Shambler and Neblime try to take each other on. Like there's these rivalries that build up over repeated exposure to each other. And I think that would be really cool to start getting in. So one of the nice side effects of having a double elimination set.
Do you think Shambler is going to be the one typing XD and not the end of the match?
That's assuming he types anything. I'm not sure.
Oh, he'll be typing. This is Shambler. He'll be typing something.
Yeah.
It's only a matter of what.
Well, that is absolutely true. Before I continue choking on my water, we'll get over to our break. And I hope that you guys have enjoyed the first match here. It was a fairly quick one, a 3-0. So let me see when we'll be back. Looks like we'll be back at, I want to say 15 minutes or 10 minutes or something like that. So just hang on, and I'll set the time to 4:30 local time. So see you guys in about that amount of time. And until then, yeah, just don't die. Stick around. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are once again going to be casting a series. Mesk and I are going to be taking a look at the Shambler against Neblime, our second upper semifinal, and the second match that we're going to be casting from the upper bracket today in general. Now, Mesk, this is a series that we've already seen before, although it was with different races, right? It was a ZVZ, and it was the second semifinal of Ascension 4, and Neblime took a 3-1 victory over the Shambler. Do you think we're going to see something similar now?
Well, all right, because Shambler changed. No, did they both change?
No. Shambler's Zerg now. Neblime is
Shambler's
Terran.
still Zerg.
Yeah.
All right. I'm having a hard time keeping track of Shambler because he went from Protoss. He went to Protoss for one.
Yeah.
And then went back to Zerg.
Yes, yeah.
I'm getting my games mixed up. But it was Neblime who changed.
Yes,
So
he went from
that's
Zerg
kind
to
of-
Terran, yeah.
That's kind of interesting, is that he was originally Terran and then went to Zerg and then went back to Terran.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's I remember a little bit of Neblime. My weeks have all been like really, really high in octane insanity, so I'm having a hard time picturing in my head which games are which is why I got confused about the races.
Right,
But
Neblime
I
is
remember Neblime-
he went up against Biddy B, and it was a 3-0
Yeah.
clean sweep for him. That was earlier in the tournament. And the way that worked out was essentially, he did do a little bit of Wraith play, but for the most part against Protoss, he was mostly reliant on mech.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember he kind of had like just more or less fairly standard stuff going on. And I don't know, like when I think about when I played against him and then in those matches, I remember saying, well, we did see some similar things to what I saw, but it was clear that his play had changed a fair bit, especially because of the Cyprian changes. So it's kind of hard for me to put a beat on how he's going to do in this. If he has the same play style where he's really drop heavy, I can see him really annoying Shambler a lot because Shambler seems to really struggle with that. In general, that's how you got him a lot all throughout time, really, is drops. So, but I don't recall there being too much in the way of drops from those games that Neblime had against Biddy.
Yeah,
So
there wasn't really a focus.
that was what he did against me. That was just nonstop magical drops, regardless of how effective it was, how dangerous it was. It was just huge amounts of Trojans and tons of magicals. You might not kill the base, but he'd kill like a chunk of workers.
Right.
And it was just coming nonstop. It felt like I couldn't do anything because it was just all over the place. But we didn't really see that out of him elsewhere in the game, certainly not in the competitive setting. But if he chose to play that way against Shambler, I can see Shambler really struggling with that because historically he doesn't do too well against that. But I know Shambler has been playing fairly often between the games, so he should be, fairly consistent, more or less of really what we expect from him. Against Terran, he has, ZVZ is what he would describe as a TISM matchup to begin with.
Yes.
So coming against Terran, at least he has experience playing against Mystery Meat, all those various tournament matches and everything related within the competitive setting alone. So I feel like that should be a fairly comfortable matchup for him, especially since Cyprians, again, are no longer as strong as they used to be in a lot of those matchups. But the way that Mystery took games off of Shambler to win was through mech play, through Cleric, Goliath into Tier 2 with Phalanx, but really, especially the backbone of it was the Cleric Goliath. So that composition has not changed too much. I think that the healing was reduced a little bit for Clerics since way back then, but otherwise, Terran has seen reductions in that kind of power up to an extent. The Cyclops was changed rather extensively, but Shambler was typically, in those kinds of matchups, you would see him hold out for Tier 2 and then push. So
Right, that's
I don't think
correct,
that the Cyclops would be as much of an impact against that, especially against Tier 2. So Neblime being more of a mid-game, late-game player than being an early-game anchor affiato, he might play into that. So I think it could go either way. It's really going to depend upon how Neblime deals with it. Like if he's changed his style and settled into something, Shambler plays against that. But I think that this would be a stronger matchup for Shambler in general, just by extent of it being more of a matchup that he's practiced in, more of a matchup he's comfortable with, and more of a matchup he's comfortable with in a competitive setting. So I think that Mystery Meat should have trained him for this, and that he should have been pretty well set up for it. And I can see Shambler coming out of this very comfortably as long as he plays well and doesn't start typing.
That's correct. Yeah, that's the keys. The keys. I would say the synthesis of how to defeat Shambler. It starts with a tilt. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, we can quickly go over the pick ban as we switch over, revealing that Repulsion was our starter. The Shambler won the coin toss and elected to ban 2 maps, just like Keen did. The Shambler banned Nightfall. Neblime banned Boskevine. No surprises there. Shambler banned Death Spiral. And essentially, with that pick ban, removed a lot of those maps that Shambler feels Zerg are very weak on. Neblime picked Repulsion to start, which is a fairly even map. We haven't seen really any one race find a lot of disproportionate success or failure on it. And that is where we begin, with the remaining maps being Situ, Infinite Velocity, Otherworld, and Nitro Valley. So, let's get on with it, Mesk. We're going to be starting right here, casting from replays. This match was already played and refereed by Inozlik, so we're going to see what's up with that. And we do indeed have the Shambler, the Snow Zerg, in the bottom left. Meanwhile, Neblime, the Ultramarine Terran, in the top right. First time we're seeing Terran today.
Esto Vasser Epico Papas.
Indeed.
That's what someone said in your chat. I wholeheartedly agree, my fellow Frenchman.
I'm pretty sure that's Scholar, so he's checking these matches out ahead of his
Oh.
match. I'm not sure,
Okay,
because he's also typed before with a different name and said, hey, it's me, Nicholas. But then, honestly...
He's got to keep you on his feet, you know?
Yeah. Like, the fact that this guy, Overstar, here types XD sometimes, it makes me suspicious that he might be Scholar.
It makes you sussy.
But maybe it's just a friend of Scholar's. It could be a fellow XD man, not quite our XD man. We do have a Stockade coming here for Neblime in the top right.
No gas.
No gas whatsoever for either of our players, and it might be...
Won't surprise me if it's a Stockade into a Ministry, but, Shambler is doing the Quaz first. Shambler just doing like a standard like Quaz into Hatch.
It would be quite like him to go for something like that. We used to consider Shambler a very aggressive player, but I think as the meta has developed around Zerg specifically, he's kind of normalized his play a little bit. He'll probe and look for weaknesses, but against solid Terrans, I think he's realized it might be a little bit of a waste to go for anything related to air. I mean, like one thing that we saw a lot was like heavy skiths out of him versus Terrans in the past. Yeah. And now it seems like nobody likes the Skither core anymore, even though it didn't actually get changed. So it's kind of funny how
the
like
Cyprian's got nerfed, so skiths are technically stronger against Terran now.
You would think so.
It's really weird because against Shambler, I just know him as, it's Hydra's 3 minutes in, guess I'll die.
Yeah. So
like that was my matchups against him like 50 times out of 51.
There's a pair of Quasis coming out here earlier for Shambler, but not really a rush. He's maybe just going to go ahead and take care of the Mason, dissuade any super early bio move-outs, but that doesn't seem like Neblime style either. Otherwise, I think Shambler's saving up for an expansion. His Droleth is not in position to take it, so he might be doing a macro hatch in base.
There is tickling. Very aggressive.
Cliff tickling. Can you believe it? Oh, it gets him on the last shot.
Tickled.
All right.
Absolutely tickled. It will be a hatch in the main. No expansion for him, whereas I'm pretty sure Neblime's going to go for the expansion, which is going to put him ahead in a little bit.
Yeah, we could still see a fast third hatch. It really depends on if there's going to be a follow-up scout. The first Quasilisk of the two is going to be tasked with marching over towards that canyon between Neblime's natural and the third. So we'll see about that one. In fact, the second Quasi also on the way. Clot a lag. Maybe they hadn't remembered to use the extra high latency to avoid that. Oh, well, there you go. We got Ref instead of Enos. He's even given himself a little call sign there. So,
well, Canada moments follow you across time and space, especially when you've got Australians involved. The only country in the planet that may have as bad of an internet as Canada is Australia, so you can't escape it. Tickled.
Tickle indeed. The Shambler is... confirming that there's an anchor in a ministry. It's worth losing a Quasilisk for. And now his Hatrosk is done, but he still hasn't spent most of his money. He could have dropped an expansion in response to seeing that, particularly if he saw the almost built frame, which I think his Quasi might have been out there, but he can surmise that there's an expansion here. He may have known then at that point, hey, I can probably take an expansion. I'm not going to be that far behind. Now, he does wisely put down a Kagrant in his main. There's a Watchdog and a Starpad coming because Neblime started harvesting gas about 30 seconds ago. So finally, we're starting to see a little bit of tech out of this match, but it's been fairly tame. Nothing too crazy out of either of our players.
Kind of more standard. This is your PVZ on Luna or whatever. Just slow crawl it.
Absolutely.
And I don't know, like I think neblime will try to go for planes, but Shambler will probably see that coming. I mean, I imagine that's why he went quasis to begin with and why he's still continuing to make quasis to this point. But that expansion is a little late at Shambler, so the worker count is definitely not in his favor at the moment.
Yeah,
and
even if it's even,
is late.
Yeah, even if we get up to even workers or Shambler goes ahead in workers, he's still not going to be harvesting minerals in particular as efficiently.
Yeah, Luna did have lots of ling all-ins, didn't it? I was trying to. There was another map I was trying to think of, but I couldn't remember the name of it. That had the. It was a very, very safe nat and a very safe main, and you would always see the Bizu build on it every single time. And I can't remember the name of it. It was a Badlands map, I think, with the weird ramps going through the middle of it. You'd sometimes see lurkers on the center.
I'm thinking about Heartbreak Ridge, maybe.
Yeah, Heartbreak Ridge. That's it. I always called it Heat Break. Because of Heat of the Swarm and stuff like that. It was, you know, that's been a long-running theme. But, no, a lot of these maps that we were playing in CMBW aren't nearly as safe as those are.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Which means that you can see a lot of early aggression in it. And from Shambler, that's kind of really what you would expect to see. But, no, like you said, he's definitely gone very, very passive in it. And now we can see neblime going for quadruple.
Yes, he's going for a mech switch here, which is interesting. His Wraith scouts out and confirms the positioning of a bunch of hatches. There is, of course, the fourth one. That's the second macro hatch for Shambler being added in his main. So a 2-base, 4-hatch timing seems to be in his mind, at least as
neblime is saying that this is actually game 2.
Well, so that would be awkward.
Not in order for some reason.
That would be awkward because this is the order that they sorted in automatically. So we'll see how this one goes. We'll watch the rest. I'll ping Enos at some point to get that sorted out. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
They get sorted by timestamp, right? So usually
Enos says it's game 1. Now we have contention.
We have contention. Well, you know what, Neblime? You're a goofball. That's my answer to you. So automatically, I'm going to give this one to Shambler, even if you want.
I'm going to give it to Enos. He wins.
Enos gets a point. Yeah.
He's now got his name in the finals. It's going to be all Goliaths, I guess. It's just pretty safe, pretty standard, expensive. Yes. But right. Again, Shambler definitely going for that tier 2. The gas was a little delayed for it, but I guess he was kind of speculating there might be some kind of all-in and he needed his minerals at that time, but no, he's fully saturated. Comfort releasing on 2 bases, maybe thinking about this third here.
Looks like it.
There was only 1 Wraith, so he probably feels a little emboldened to take that. But right now, it is just a couple of vultures, but mostly Goliaths.
Yeah, very interesting stuff here. What I'm noticing out of both of our players is that they're, sort of keeping up on the military production. Shambler has idled this worker in his natural quite a bit, and the tier 2 is not on the way just yet either because of that, maybe.
A lot of hatcheries are on the way, though. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's
getting... Is he going to mass quasis against Goliaths?
Well, that would be quite amusing, wouldn't it be?
Please.
So he puts down his tier 2 now. He's just now realized, oh yeah, I should have probably started that hatch a while ago. And the mech move out is happening. So really good timing here because I think Neblime did spot the... Well, he's going to spot the Iris now if he goes back in, but I don't think he's quite got it. He should know that there's not really that many military units. Technically, they could be burrowed, and there was a Quasilisk that might have spotted a lot of blue dots moving across the map. But this could be a very, very deadly timing here, because as Shambler's trying to tech up and take an expansion all at the same time, at the very least, this third should be canceled by this mech force.
Yep. There's just a lot of beef here. Gonna need some tickles. He at least would have wanted tier 2 defenses, but that's not coming for a while. The ticklers are getting tickled.
Yeah, back at home we just have quasis, nothing but quasis. He doesn't really have any other tech, right? So this is absolutely going to be a really, really difficult thing for him to deal with.
Gonna crawl on the ledge and begin the tickles.
Drolette's being pulled.
The lobster strikes. An egg is lobstered.
Yes. There's a horde of quasis here, but some of them are on a move command. Some of them are attacking sort of random units here and there. These Kagrins are being popped before they can really morph. So he won't lose the third, in fact, and maybe some of these quasis can, tickle a couple of Goliaths.
I feel like if he held out and morphed the quas pool and turned them on the Lyrilisks, he would be able to hold this very easily.
Yeah, he also hasn't built any other tech, right?
The ramp.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no morphing coming in at all. So he's going to try to brute force this down with just the quasis, which is going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, the armor of the Goliath makes them downright impenetrable. The clerics are out healing a lot of the quasis, and obviously the quasis will eventually be popped by the sheer number. Look how many quasis it takes to deal with 1 Goliath with the 3 clerics healing it. They're not even going to get it because I think they were force targeted onto a cleric instead.
Yeah, he really needed to get Lyralisks. He needed to hold out, let the base die, sit on the ramp, morph that structure as soon as he was able to, and just, put teeth marks into his pillow.
Well, meanwhile, 3 Goliaths seem to have been dropped by a Trojan onto the high ground. They're not being used just yet, but they could march on over to start, really laying into the worker count here. I don't even think it's going to be required. There's just non-stop mech off of this very, very heavy push, and that third is also in jeopardy right now. There's just not really much going on here. There's some Nats coming. Theoretically, they'll have a better shot at dealing with the armor of the Goliath, but the anti-air of the Goliath is better than its anti-ground. So you're not really going to get too much efficacy out of that, especially when the eggs are coming at different times. Shambler calls GG, and that will be one match going the way of Neblime.
So what I'm reading in chat is that there was a game before this, but it didn't count because it was bugged.
Yes, that's correct.
And Neblime is saying that, I guess, however that match went, the timing push that he made in here, he says that it informed my strategy here. So I presume that means that his timing push on this was based on information from that first.
Yeah. I think
game.
he probably
So
realized
that's kind of
that.
why it seemed like pre-science he had going on there. So
Yes.
he kind of knew what to expect.
Right. I think just Shambler, having this tendency to try to take a third and tech up at the same time, or maybe just go rely heavily on quads for a long period of time, that does make sense. Yeah. So, yeah, I guess there was a game that went pretty late that ended up getting hashed, and we're not sure why because there wasn't really any one inciting incident. It could have been that they actually didn't separately update or something because I may not have recompiled the plugin correctly to force you off when you host the lobby. But either way, that one did count, and it will go the way of Neblime, even though I did say that he doesn't get it because he confused me in the cast.
I think that Shambler could have pulled out of that by hunkering down and going for Lyralisks, because they do have a bouncing attack, and it's
Way more
not
armor
as
than as well,
safe
yeah.
as the Bactylisks range-wise.
Yeah.
But if you can at least... I mean, it took the Goliaths a while to go up the ledge. They didn't really want to go up the ledge because the units were up there. If you're able just to blockade them and delay them there for a while, like that structure was morphing faster, the tier 2 was coming faster, and then the Lyralisks were there morphing at that point, then they can help deal with the clerics just through bouncing them in much the same way that the Bactylisks do. And yes, they're more durable on top of it. And it still would have been hard to pull out of it at that point, but it would have been something to work with. He didn't have a Hydrith Den at that point. He didn't have a Zorka's Shroud at that point. He had nothing else besides the one structure, so you may as well try to make as much out of it as you can. But the Masked Quasis was definitely going to have a hard time tickling their way through the wall of meat and healing that he really couldn't even get a good angle on just because of the sheer number that there were, and then the ramp was not very big, so he couldn't even get them all down there or get them all in the ledge in an optimal place anyway. So it was definitely an informed timing push that I feel like Shambler just really wasn't prepared for, and it kind of caught him completely off guard, and he wasn't sure really how to make use of what he had at that point. Like another thing he could have done if he wanted to go for Lyralisks or something like that point is just to spam circuits on that ramp to try to slow it down and try to get them to tier 2 as fast as possible, because again, those are very good structures at tier 2 and they turn into Scorchwrits. That's a lot of damage. If you think you don't have much and he's pushing the bottom and you can read the writing on the wall, you may as well try to wall off the ramp in your main and then maybe try to deal with the third that hasn't been discovered yet and just try to build Scorchwrits there while you're waiting for your tech to come up to build Lyralisks. So
he ended up revealing his third by moving Quasis out of it, which obviously Neblime thinks, there's probably some production over here. I don't know that Neblime would have scouted it otherwise, right? So maybe he would have, but it's worth thinking about that sort of thing. The other thing that I feel like Shambler could have improved on there is just his minimap awareness, because, I can't know if he just underprepared or didn't catch all of the units or something, but he had a Quasilisk burrowed perfectly such that the default path that Neblime's units took did not reveal it, but still had vision over that movement. So he should have been able to notice the blue dots on the minimap. And, if you then notice that and say, I'm going to need either Zorkis or Hydrith here so that I can defend a little bit easier, or I'm going to need to set up some Kgrants and more Kgrants, more circuits earlier on, suddenly you can be much more prepared for that. And I think the game goes on for at least another 5 minutes while we figure out who's actually winning off of that attack. But losing the natural wouldn't have been the end of the game. It just would have given Neblime a decided advantage. And that still would have been something where Shambler has a tech advantage, because the 4 Fulcrum pushes meant that there was no tech at all for Neblime. He did not have tier 2. Maybe at the end he might have started to put it down, but when that army was marching, there was no sign of tier 2. He had no gas in the bank. So that's another thing that Shambler could have used to his advantage. He just had to hold on, and I think he maybe he overgreeded a little bit by taking a third and building tech and building more workers instead of more military units and not getting away of
Quasi. You need to have a wall of circuits in front of you if you're doing that.
Yeah. So
to try to deny this, I don't know about that first game. I mean, maybe in the first game it was really, really comfortable and he was put in a winning position because of that. And he's like, well, I'll just do the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, just judging by what Neblime said, clearly he just made some adjustments to his timing as a result.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it wasn't like a nuclear combination of Goliaths that we would see like in the meat games with Shambler way back that I was referring to earlier. But it was still like he had just some quasis. And that was kind of just really about it. There really wasn't much in the way of Circus to protect him. And his tier 2 wasn't even prepared for them by the time they came. It could have been made a little bit earlier. Yes. Again, making scorch rits on the ledge or, being a little bit faster and having them in the... I think they kind of like he jumped the gun a little bit because when I was looking at his resources, he had like 1,000 gas or something at one point, and not really much minerals.
Yes,
I feel like he should have dropped the tier 2 and then make the hatcheries.
Yes, yeah,
and then that would have given him the tech faster and the defenses and Lyrilisks faster and stuff like that. So, or I mean, he could even gone Calculisks really if he was sitting on enough gas at that point and had a little bit more time to it. So it definitely felt like he got completely caught with his panties yanked down.
Well, we're going to see if it's not the perfect storm of things that go right for Neblime this time around, because I'm sure Shambler would just say, oh, it was kind of like I botched my timing or whatever. We're going into Otherworld for match number 2. It's going to be Neblime, the Alice Blue Terran in the top right, going up against the Shambler, Midnight Green Zerg, bottom right. Now, Otherworld is a map that I think is pretty neutral, similar to Repulsion, but it still plays very differently. Zerg can take this in-base that you've got a little bit easier than Terran can. They can build a treasury if they want, but they won't have the worker advantage, right, in terms of production queues. Obviously, Zerg can hold the ramp a little bit worse than in other maps because it's a little bit further away, and maybe that biases you towards the bottom left area or bottom middle area for your expansion. So there's lots of like back and forth, but we might not get there because Shambler is 6-point.
Oh, Shambler. I was going to say the left side of the map baits people a lot in this map too, but if we just 6-pool every match, maybe that'll just never come into play.
Yeah, pretty reasonable stockade placement coming out from Neblime here as well, because it doesn't... I don't know that it would block Zephyrcore pathing below it, but it's still a possibility. And either way, it's something else that they have to move around, right? Maybe you can station Mavericks over there to the right side and sort of thin the herd. Now, there is a fairly fast scout coming from Neblime, and he will see some of these Zeths.
This is so stupid.
Fast
this
series.
Really brings me back to the days of BattleNet, Blizzard Chat 1, and Zergling Blood, and then every match just being either Melisk Rush or Zergling Rush every single time. They just ignore the scout to hell with it.
Neblime didn't even clock that, I don't
know
think.
if he noticed it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he flipped back, but I saw his camera go there, but it was he didn't notice.
He's building a fast anchor, but that's not going to complete. I think Shambler's on the board, guys.
Oh, he's
pulling the boys.
Everything. He knows.
Yeah, he's got a lot of Masons over here, but that Maverick... Oh, fuck that stockade. The Maverick dies. Mason's starting to get chewed up. If that anchor doesn't go down, then easily we'll be seeing a good dub here. Now, there's another Maverick coming out, but that's not going to be very high HP, right? And I think, honestly, you've got Scholar to thank for this victory, Shambler. The liftoff ministry. Oh, no. Neblime, he's lost all composure. And he stims a Maverick across down there with 5 HP for some reason.
Yeah, he didn't re-rally it, so it popped out right in front of the Zeths. He's trying to make a lodestone, which is just... he might be able to. He's trying to blockade it with the stockade. He wants to just get that Maverick into there with his 5 health.
No, it's dead. It doesn't even get canceled. The Maverick has got 5 HP. Could repair it with the Mason, but he's not going to be able to. Landing the stockade and the mineral one. Battle Masons are coming, but the worker count is now down below Shambler's 8. There's more reinforcements coming in the form of 4 Zeths. Oh, he's trying to repair. He's bodyguarding. He's bodyguarding with the Maverick, but the Masons do get blown up, and GG, Shambler on the board. Love that.
That was an XD moment.
Yeah, GG instead of XD.
That was absolutely a sub 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, he could try one desperate last stand and mass repair the Maverick, and he did, but Shambler target switched too quick.
Yeah, he was on the ball.
He got
even then,
off of all that, but just wasn't enough.
It was funny. I mean, like, what do you do versus that? I think your second military unit, or maybe your third military unit, has to be a Huracan, right? Like, surely Ahmed is going to be your savior. I think putting down an anchor, which costs 150 minerals and takes way too long to complete when the Zets are already halfway across the map, was not the right choice for Neblime. But when you're faced with such a decision, what do you do? I think the lodestone would be a great idea. It's cheaper. It does cut into your mason production, obviously, but it's like guaranteed to get up because you can build it further away. And then maybe you can put a Huracan in there and suddenly there's no shot for them to blow it up, right? So at least you stabilize.
Well, one major issue was that other Maverick that came out, but the rally didn't get changed.
Yes.
So he popped out right in front of the Zats and took a ton of damage immediately. If he had popped out the other side,
yes, yeah,
and then what the workers then came out to block them earlier on, that had a much higher chance of succeeding, kind of like what XD Man was able to pull off very easily.
Yeah. It's interesting stuff. All right, well, let's get into our third matchup here. Nitro Valley, 4 spawns. Probably not going to see a 6 pool on this map.
You know,
and there it is.
You say that, but
we have a fast gas instead. Look at that. Shambler.
We have seen a 6 pool on this map.
We have seen that. So we have gas first from the Lemon Zerg. That's top left, Shambler. Royal Blue, Terran top right, and a Neblime. No gas for him just yet. Enos says this one is his favorite game. So that tells us that something's funny is going to happen.
Well, it tells us something stupid's coming. I just feel it.
Well, it could be that it's a genuinely good game. It's like really good macro. It shows off the project. But I'm thinking you're right, Mesk. I think this is just going to be dumb. Let's see.
People come for the project. They stay for the cheese.
Of course. Of course.
Now, the worst thing that could happen is he goes in Nathal and goes to the completely opposite direction of where he needs to go. But he is going to scout that direction, so at least he'll be spared that humiliation.
Yeah, he's going to double draw that scout. Okay, when this happens, you want early game timing. It's going to be Hydrith first here. He's kind of botched his early game resources, so it's a little bit later. It's probably like 5-7 seconds later than it needed to be. Now he's just going to leave one guy on gas so he can afford, I assume, Hydras. But this could also be fast Skith. Like, we haven't seen that play from him just yet, so we could see something like that. The second Droleth is going to go ahead and confirm the scout. And the Mason is going the wrong way.
Idea. Yeah. Like, if you think he's going to go another Fulcrum switch, the more anchors you get him to build, the more watchdogs you get him to build, the more that cuts into that. But I don't think he's going to have the resources for Skith. So he's got 2 workers chilling out here.
Yeah, waiting. He's been a little bit slow to the macro. He was moving his Droleth scout a lot when he didn't really need to.
Trying to police all of his dudes running around.
Yeah. Maverick is going to go ahead and stim to try to catch the Droleth. If he had been able to burrow behind the mineral line or something, which he almost had the chance to, then that would have helped. It's going to be an N scout for Neblime because that's the first letter of his name. So he's going to go ahead and confirm the Hydrith. And yeah, we actually do have a Skithra core coming, but maybe it's just going to be for scouting. I'm not really sure. Like the double scout, when you're the normal convention when you double scout in a case like this with a 4-spawn map is because you need to know where your opponent is for some of your opening strategy to work. So it might just be comfort, or it might actually be that Shambler has a rush plan for this.
Neblime is doing something a lot different in this game than he was in the other, which is the triple stockade.
Adding a watchdog as well, because he's aware that
this is very different than what I've seen him do before. So this to me seems like he saw there was no expansion there. So, you know, for one, he doesn't want to get 6-pooled again, and for 2, he wants to do some timing push and prevent Shambler from going into tier 2 or whatever he's doing and punish whatever potential aggression is. This is what we call the Benno build.
Yes, there's a lot of Mavericks coming.
We had the Bizu build, now it's the Benno build.
It is the Benno build. Now, what's interesting here is that this Skithra core was idling over here for a while by the third base for Neblime. Now, I want to just highlight the fact that the Hydrith then was 5 to 7 seconds late, and maybe the Skith was also a little bit late, we're not sure. The Watchdog was just built, like, before the Skith arrived to that third base. So, you know, you add in 2 or 3 more seconds for the Skithra core to make contact with the mineral line, and you subtract out the extra time that the Hydrith was delayed, that could have actually been Shambler getting at least some economic disruption. So sort of just highlighting the differences of if Shambler hadn't been a little bit botched with his early game build, because that stuff can matter. But in this case, it doesn't look like it would have been catastrophic damage. As you called out, there's a fast vestry on the 3 stockades. Cleric is going to patch up all these Mavericks that stimmed earlier. And we have a Droleth who is not contributing to the war effort here for Shambler, instead just going to be the ground scout with some Hydras moving out to that side of the map.
I feel like you kind of want to switch to Zorkas at this point. build some Lakizzlisks and punish the shit out of this, all the way up until he gets end seals. Upon which case, you just have a ton of them, and then just take the map. But Shambler instead is posturing for some Hydras here, which are going to basically offer no resistance against this mass of healing.
Yeah, he's going to have to fall back.
Of Mavericks, but
yeah, his Droleth burrow is going to be exposed there. He's going to lose at least one Hydra to this push. Yeah, there it goes. And his Skittercore did fly over to confirm the tech and stuff, that there's not really anything changed other than the presence of the Vestry, which he intuited anyway because there were clerics on the field. He cancels his expansion, and sort of like as if you were speaking to him through the ether, he's now adding a lot of K-Grunts onto his near his ramp here. So that's actually quite interesting.
The expansion would die for sure. He has nothing to protect it. He has to hope he can destroy this. But really, Neblime doesn't have to take this if he doesn't really want to at this point. He can sit here and turtle and bulk up. But instead, he does go for it.
Yeah, the Izzies were not really in position there on the ramp, and now the circuits are starting to complete. So this force is not going to do it's not going to cut the mustard. Ahmed charges bravely forth, but is silenced. And yeah, he's not even going to be able to break a single one of the circuits. Now, if Shambler was really heads-up playing over here, I think he could have even canceled that second circuit and just saved it for maybe a Larvosk in tier 2. But it's not really a huge issue. He also obviously could have repositioned it with a Noveleth later if he wanted. But, you know, not the biggest of deals. He might be fearing additional military. And we're only now seeing a star pad complete for Neblime. He is setting up an expansion of his own, but Shambler still has time with the lower build rate of the Hatcherosk to potentially do some damage or, you know, get caught up in the economy. He's going to clean up these Mavericks, and I think he should be able to clean up the Clerics as well. So that's going to be a little bit of an expensive loss, and maybe Neblime will have to be a little bit more defensive now, even though he's building
I'm not sure why he's not trying to move the Clerics back. Maybe he just wants to tie up the Hydras as long as possible.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Shambler is not mining any more gas except for just the one worker. So if he wants to go for tier 2, if he wants to spam more Hydras, he's going to have to switch some workers around, because I'm not sure he's even realized that at the moment. He's building what is basically a gas-intensive project at the moment and doesn't have too much. So it could just be he really wants to try to end this early on, but I kind of don't think that's really going to work.
Oh, boy.
Ahmed is in the anchor. I don't think Shambler realizes it's Ahmed in the anchor. It's not really dangerous to him, but he's terrified of Cyprians.
Well, there are 3 Mavericks in that anchor right now. So
there's more Ahmed being built and a Trojan.
Yes, it's going to be an Ahmed drop. There was a K-Grit made defensively for the Spraith, but the Wraith is scouting this out. No expansion coming. The Spraith only now mutating. Obviously, this is a potentially audacious position. Now, if the Skittercore stays alive on the patrol route, he should catch the Trojan moving out. He's got forces on the choke.
No.
I feel like this will be just fine. What are you knowing about?
Have you heard about that man, Ahmed? They say he rides the lightning.
Oh, no! The Skittercore narrowly misses. Oh, did he? I think he might have seen it just barely at the update rate there. Yeah, that's something.
Shambler knows. There's going to be flashbacks flying through Shambler's mind right now. Kian smiles in the reflection of Ahmed's shiny ass plates. Here he comes!
They're unloading. All of them get out.
The man is...
Okay, the Droleth's burrow. A couple of them are already dead. Ahmed trying to reveal them, but you could drill on top of this and stop them from being able to attack, just like any other.
He could have killed one very easily with a drill there. It might even kill a Hydra.
Not quite. Okay, well, not terrible, but Neblime's already ahead with workers, has his natural already up. This is a losing battle for Shambler. However, he does have the superior tech to deal with this. Hydrath does clean up bio in the mid-game, and obviously scales into Bactylisks quite well. So we have to see Shambler stabilize and get up to snuff if he wants to take this game.
Well, if he wants tier 2, it's a long road ahead of him. But I think... blood pressure-wise, Shambler took a big blow to that.
Yes,
there was definitely going to be flashbacks there.
Yeah. Well, you know, he only lost 4 Droleths. I mean, that's not the end of the world, but it still is.
It's all about psychological damage, though.
Yeah. Skittercore is going to sit here.
And there's probably more coming.
Well, he killed the Trojan, which is expensive to rebuild, right? It's 50 gas, so it's not something you really want to have to do if you don't absolutely need to.
Slurp them all up.
Yeah.
3 Hurricanes, a Cleric, and 4 Mavericks now en route in the long distance of the map, but this is just as Shambler comes in just to find Cyprians. They exist.
Oh, he's actually going to call one of them out. He's going to lose his Skith for this. That's not really worth it, and he doesn't even attack it with the Hydra, so the Cyprian stays alive. And a Wraith is harassing the expansion, getting 2 worker kills. I think you're right, Mesk. I think we're seeing the blood pressure. Where's the typing at? He burrows the workers instead.
Breathing increasing. Wraith killed 2 workers. The others are just burrowed and chilling out. No one is over there to protect him, so his base is just doing nothing right now. He's trying to bank gas, but, well...
He's going to need more Izzies. He's going to need more static defense, and on top of it all...
is finally almost here. It has taken years. It has taken years, just as the Azure Cores walk away.
No, defend yourself, Shambler!
Ahmed strikes again. It's a tragedy. Now he has to pull all of his zeniths back. I don't know. He wasn't really accomplishing much by trying to contain the Terran in that.
Yeah.
And
no, it's just good to know when they're moving out, what they're preparing and that stuff. But there is an Atlas on the way and a Fulcrum as well. We might see maybe a Madrigal drop for maximum type.
Oh, it's been a while.
Yeah, just a suspicion. I feel like at this point, though, he's conditioned Shambler to actually go for a lot of static defense. So it wouldn't surprise me if instead we end up seeing like... one more shot. Can he do it? No, he can't. He's not man enough.
Really wants that Droleth, but it can't.
It's on hold position, yeah. So not going to happen.
Shambler is curling into defensive formation.
That Trojan withdrawing.
As additional Fulcrums are being built. There's a starport being... Oh, no.
Oh, it could be Wyverns. Double starport, double Fulcrum. Tell me.
I think it's going to be Seraphs.
Okay.
That's what I would do in this situation, is I would go straight for Seraphs. Shambler doesn't have the tech. He doesn't have any air presence. And he's gone predominantly static defense and has a landlocked army. This map would be insanely strong for Seraphs. There's so many ways for them to just fly in, irradiate you, fly out, and be almost impervious. I don't know if that's what he's going to go. That's definitely what I would go, though.
Interestingly enough, there's an Izira Core going to reveal that there's a Mason constructing a Ministry over here. So that's not going to be too bad. I mean, there's going to be bio here to stop it, so it's unlikely to get a kill onto the Mason. But the important part is that Shambler now knows that there's a third on the way. Audaciously expanded towards his opponent, maybe so he can set up static defense to stop drops coming in from that angle.
I think it's also because the drops started coming from the south and trying to run all of his units all the way down there, potentially leaving his main open. It just doesn't feel as safe, whereas you'd probably rather them drop onto an expansion rather than your main anyways. The Arrow Iris is finally en route, but it is going to be Wyverns. No Seraphs. He doesn't have quite the boldness to go straight for nukes and irradiate. But Wyverns aren't definitely that bad at all. Again, it's still just Hydras, but once he starts amassing Bactylisks, it'll be a little harder to make work.
Well, that Wraith does finally bite the dust. There's another one somewhere, but the Trojan drop is going to hit the third as it's being put up.
The Enseal has arrived.
Okay, the Enseal is going to get picked off as well. A little bit of a mistake. Now, the Izzies can still deal a lot of damage to these Mavericks, but the Wyvern is going to put down some pretty consistent damage and ignore a lot of the armor of the Izzies. So the front line is starting to falter.
There is a single Phalanx. He's just watching at the moment as the rest of his friends die miserable, disgusting deaths.
Yeah, Harakin's taking care of that base as well, so Shambler trying to respond to that. He could be doing a fighting retreat here, but obviously he's losing his third. So that's really, really bad for him because at this point the Ministry is completed. And Neblime not actually using it just yet for his third base, but obviously it's ready to be used at any time. And now we can see a reverse contain, if depending on what
this is the Neblime style I'm more accustomed to.
Yes,
not quite the unit compositions that I'm accustomed to, but kind of sort of similar. Not really super...
Oh, Shambler. Here's the Phalanx, dropping a couple of shells. Ahmed burning down the armor, making every bit of damage a little bit more effective. And the Wyverns are starting to amass. You were mentioning earlier they're not bad, and that's definitely true, especially if you get a good number of them. You can start really abusing ranges. And we're only now seeing the Backtith Swamp. It's about to complete, but there's a little while before this can really do much. The Phalanx is being healed by the Cleric as well.
Those into Spirit Tiths. You really want to put damage on those Wyverns as much as possible. But if he just goes for the main here, they're not any in range anyways. A Valkyrie has arrived to deal with all of Shambler's air units.
We do have some Bactylisks being mutated. So, okay, Shambler will have the
That's a very vulnerable position to mutate them when a lot of them are very low health.
Oh boy, the Trojan's here.
If that tank just shoots them, it'll kill a whole chunk of them, and that might be more valuable than the workers at this point.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty likely. Now, the Wyverns are here to try to bodyguard the Phalanx, but there's no Cleric to repair it. Neblime's attention seems to have been elsewhere, and it will indeed fall. But the Bactylisks, after they're done decolliding, can start attacking the Wyverns.
Well, this is going to be a little bit of a thorn in his side because crooked dongs are raining upon his units.
Now the Wyverns are actually trying to compete with this, and the Phalanxes are even going to be good to put some more damage down. He's going to have to remorph that one. Another one ends up falling. Remember, these units are expensive, so with the Clerics repairing that Phalanx, I think he's just not at the critical mass. He left behind at least one Bactylisk on the left-hand side. A lot of his Ysera cores uselessly standing around.
Died.
The Wyverns being brought down is a really big, heavy part of Neblime's arsenal here, but there's so many Phalanxes, and so many Clerics to heal them, too. More of them coming.
There's so many crooked dongs, but not quite enough.
Yeah.
The thing is the bouncing is dealing damage. It killed all the supporting units through time, and it does eventually force them back by killing a lot of the healing, and other units chose to dive the circuits in frustration. He managed to hold this off, but I believe that it is just a matter of time.
Well, look at our
There was a
worker
single
counts,
Hydra's
right?
tickling this fourth base here, but it got squished.
It did.
The Atlas is en route. It is flying.
Yeah, it's going to go ahead and drop the
Fountainhead still exists.
Yes,
there, right?
in this game we still have 0.5, so
Okay.
that means
that's why I said I thought it was
to
going to be a Saras, but that's what I was under the assumption that we had had the tech changes at this point.
No, still the same old meta, but the Bactylists are
You
trying
will
to move
see
out.
that later
Oh,
on, I think,
boy.
though.
Oh boy. All sorts of Phalanxes dealing all sorts of damage, being kept alive, but this one faithful Cleric trying to keep the faith, trying to keep the units alive, and look at the cost efficiency there too. There's more of them parked up on this cliff, starting to add Sentinels.
Oh.
He's going to lock down this position. I think the Blime's just going to contain him to 2 bases, which is really, really bad.
Shambler
for
is
the
in a
Zerg.
really bad spot. There's units just chilling out where that third was, just to make sure nothing sneaky flies over or otherwise tries to expand there. Shambler is also floating a ton of money at a stage in the game where he is at a massive economic disadvantage. This is not the time to be floating the money, but
Well,
he's got
getting
no
mutas.
gas.
Mutas are on the way. They're a very mineral-heavy, gas-light unit in CMBW, and you get 2 of them per egg, so it's 200 mineral, 75 gas. So that's something that you can keep in mind. He could try to do some counterattacks, pick off that 4th base, maybe equalize the potential economic situation a bit, but I feel like there's just going to be too
Rotaries
much.
are en route.
Yeah, there's also Valkyries out as well. Some of them are pretty wounded, just taking damage, but
Yeah,
we're
the
adding more
Valks are kind of low
starports.
on health, but
Yeah.
they would die instantly if a bunch of mutas just flew in there. But they are flying back, possibly to get repaired, possibly out of fear of a drop. I'm not really sure what that was about, but the presence of Milas are confirmed.
Okay, this position over here is going to get wiped by the mutas. So there is that at the very least. Phalanxes are being focused, even though the Watchdog is killing mutas. Not really what you want to see, but that's okay. And this is actually buying time for more units to be made. We got Salamanders coming. They were okay versus air, but you really want to fight ground units with them to maximize their DPS. And we see more
Again, I think
units being
Seraphs
built.
would have been great in this. They're a unit that triggers Shambler specifically. You'd have bad memories of those. Irradiated is still pretty strong. The Zerg's position is very tightly confined. It can be poked in. Nuke can force him to come to you. Salamanders, I'm not really so comfortable about in this because it's already Bactylisks, and their range and their damage is very good against Salamanders. But
oh, here come the
Valks
Valkyries,
have been
fully
repaired,
repaired.
so-
Yeah, that's going to dissuade him for a little bit now. At the very least, he's
Shambler-
broken all the forces on his side of the map, but Neblime is now expanding again. We got some Gosvalets in the bottom right-hand side, but they're sharing space. They're going to go ahead and try to scoot the Mason out of the way.
Shambler was hoping to make a secret base,
Yes.
but it turned out Neblime's actually been slowly taking over the map before then.
Well, he could
These
catch this
Milas
empty Trojan.
could
but
get a lot of damage in here if they just noticed that those workers were there.
Yeah, there's only 2 Watchdogs on that base, so they can. This amount of mutas can absolutely power through that. Let's see what he wants to do. I mean, the Valks are here. He needs to
there's
fall
2
back
Valks
and
here.
split his forces, but instead he's still going for worker kills when he's down by more than half. Like, at this point, you need to have a comprehensive win, total victory over your opponent if you're going to be doing something like that. And I just don't think it's going to happen versus the Valkyries. He could actually just fight these. There's only 2 of them, but he's not
he get
interested
it
in
split
doing
up.
it.
He's taking so much damage now, though. It's starting to.
Yeah. Oh, he's figured it
Starting to
out. He's
hurt
going
a
to
little
lose a
bit.
couple, but that's more than acceptable. And now the Watchdogs can be pieced apart a little bit easier. Repairs are starting to come in. He could move over to the right to avoid that one on the left and maybe pick off that one before it finishes. Indeed, he does. But again, at this point, I mean, look at the money that he's floating. Look at the lack
Shambler
of
really
bases.
needs to make bases during this.
Yeah.
He's got Neblime on the back foot just for a moment, and this is the part where he needs to be building everywhere and spending that money and getting the gas to flow in.
But look at this. We have Salamanders and Wyverns, and the Bactylisks are not done mutating. They only just
These
sat
were never
down.
morphed. Only
Yeah.
one of them was turned into a... Yeah, there's just one Spiritith, just the one.
Yeah.
If he had both into Spiritiths, he could possibly do quite a bit of damage because there's no sustain in this group. So the Spiritists could do... Oh, no, the eggs.
Oh, boy.
He's going to dive the eggs. This could be a mistake, though, if they were attacking. There you go.
Yeah, it's starting to see the bounce damage as he's trying to close the distance, which isn't a bad shout. He will get a lot of kills based on the burn damage, but in this point now, the Mutas can hunt down those Wyverns if Shambler's heads up about it. And I wonder if neblime is playing with his food a little bit too much here. I mean, he has the tech advantage. He has the ability to have way more resources. But you'll notice he's only capped, what, one geyser? It looks like he's only capped a single geyser.
Shambler, you literally just wiped the floor with them. You destroyed an army that had like 2 or 3 times your army cost. What are you talking about?
Don't worry, he's just
like the salamanders were very ineffective. I still don't think salamanders are really the right choice for this. Because neblime or Shambler already has what he needs to deal with it.
Yes. You want to force your opponent when they have less money than you and less map presence than you. You really want to build something that your opponent can't easily answer with the tools that they already have at their disposal. Now, those Mutas could have picked apart this force that's moving around the map.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately for Shambler, he doesn't end up spotting it. There is a Trojan mixed in with this force somewhere, I think I saw. But
those workers are going to transfer just in time to be erased out of existence.
Now, the one Bactylisk is going to maybe stall them out. But yeah, here come the Salamanders dealing plenty of splash. And there's really not much to hold this force off. So the Mutas have to respond. Phalanxes with no armor in siege mode.
If the Mutas came in from the back, they could kill all those Phalanxes with impunity while the rest of the units are stuck with the base.
Instead, he's moving around. Idea. Yeah, he's going to try to actually fight the army.
He's going to fly into the AoE instead. That's not a good idea. This is where they can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Cyprians in particular, but they are kind of desynced from the rest of the army, so he can maybe try to deal some damage with the bounce attacks.
He's going to pick off the Goliaths how close he was to erasing this attack, but yeah, neblime is kind of leaving some of his units here. Again, the Phalanxes are just killing their... The Milists are low enough that the Cyprians could probably deal quite a bit of damage to them, but...
Yeah, there's not really much splitting happening over here, even though he could absolutely deal with this force with the number of Mutas he has, despite their low HP. He wants to conserve his money.
Into the circuit.
The typing.
Unplayable lag.
Well, the Phalanxes have absconded to the top left, and now they're going to try to rotate back, but they will be intercepted by the Mutas. Now, these Salamanders and Wyverns... Okay, that's a good thing to keep the tabs on for sure. The Salamanders are mooning... You know, they're moving back at this point, but, like... I feel like really Shambler is just on his last legs. He wasn't able to get any bases up. His minerals are mostly depleted by this point. Yeah, he capped both of his geysers, but I don't think he's going to
I feel like he needed to bring out his Bactylisks to the front of his base.
Yeah.
And pull all the Salamanders into them. And then just nuke them with the Bactylisks at that point. He kept them in there where they weren't going to offer anything and then lost his Melisks for basically nothing. The fact he just happened to pass by all the tanks while they were sieged up, unprotected, just waiting to get murdered.
Yeah.
And then wasn't able to finish them off in spite of everything else.
Well,
the tanks ultimately aren't what's killing him here, but it's definitely not helping.
No. And on top of it all, I mean, Salamanders are now being repaired by 3 Shamans that have been deployed on the front lines, and there's just 15 of them. So at this point, you're starting to see neblime use all of the tools in his arsenal without even needing tier 3 just yet, although, again, he is getting it, as you mentioned earlier.
Oh, Cyprians are dying to the ledge.
Well,
Salamanders took a lot of damage just from that one volley. One immediately dies. Second almost dies.
Yeah. And the Bactylisks are also further back enough such that the Phalanxes can't really do too much damage to them. You see just how many of them evaporate.
Salamanders look more durable than they are. They have 2 armor, but they only have 175 health. When you have a bunch of Backlists attacking him.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the Mutas flew over the base, saw the data lane completion, saw how much stuff he was up against, and at that point, the Shambler does indeed.
I don't know. He should have been building a diadem in front of his base before he rage quit.
All right, well, we've got a back-and-forth series now. Again, technically, neblime on match point, but we'll see if Shambler can fight back.
Shambler got so tilted in that game, you could see it.
Yeah.
You could feel it. The typing had joined the chat. But more importantly is that the third took so long to get up and was left largely unintended all the way up until absolute disaster struck where through a series of coincidences he just happened to miss those tanks.
Yes.
And then wasn't able to capitalize on the Salamander's positioning. Bactylisks are really, really good against Salamanders, but Melisks are too short range. And even if you can do good damage to them, you're still going to be trading a lot of damage, especially when he also has Cyprians and then some Volks in the area. So it would be much better just to have killed the tanks if he had seen them, I mean, if you see all the salamanders flying in your base, it might be a good idea just to check behind them to see what's following them anyways. They would have noticed there's like 6 or 7 siege tanks with no armor just waiting for you just to obliterate. That would have been a really great pick that could have slowed down the momentum, and then he would have been safe to bring out his backlists and try to snipe the salamanders after they chase your Mulus. But
well, the other thing too is that if he was struggling versus the air army, which it was admittedly, you know, predominantly tier 2.5, so it makes sense that he would struggle with it with just mutas. At any point, he could have maybe tried to mix in Vithrilisks, but like we said, if you're low on bases and your opponent has an economic advantage, which was true for most of that game, yeah, it's going to be really hard for you to specialize your army in the right quantities, right? Because you've already, you know, failed a couple of times in that game to establish an economic foothold. So it was just difficult, right? Shambler ended up getting, you know, higher variance attacks from Neblime, where if the drops get intercepted or the air units get zoned away, as we actually saw a few times, they end up being way less cost efficient than a more frontal ground attack. But that's Neblime's style, it seems, against Zerg in the mid game. I think we absolutely could see Shambler refocus on Situ, which is a little bit more of a straight and narrow map in some ways, where the paths are more predetermined. It's harder to even with air units, it's harder to really go for like weird flanks without them taking a very long time. It feels like maybe on this map, Shambler might have something a little bit more of an advantage in that sense. You know, he's also got the in-base that's even more rich than something like Otherworld. It has a geyser associated with it. It has like 5 mineral fields, so we might see him use that. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing where this one goes. I'm not sure, though. Do you think Neblime takes it 3-1 again?
Well, in that second game, I think even in Shambler's best play, he would have had a hard time pulling out of that, because just the sheer economic difference was so massive that even if he had managed to wipe out that army completely while not losing too much, actually taking that map control was going to be difficult. And the way I've been able to win against Shambler before is in that stage of the game by kind of like choking out the map and trying to deny the map, and then having like at least 2 separate pressure points or threats of pressure points. That's kind of what was going on that map with the drops. Neblime was doing something a little different than what he did against me. When he played against me, it was just non-stop drops all the time and very, very little like upfront fighting. And it was kind of like a way of trying to choke out the map. But I think it was also like at that time he kind of lacked the confidence to really fight my defenses up front, since I was Protoss in a lot of those. And the Crucibles were giving me a lot of standing power. There was some of that in this match where he was continually getting picked apart by the Bactylisks sitting on the ledge. He offered a lot of units to those Bactylisks, and he took a lot of very inefficient trades off of them. When he could have just sat and contained, denied expansions, gone to tier 3 if he really wanted to, or again, I still think that Azazels, Seraphs would have been very, very decisive in taking that apart just with the Radiate alone. And but he went for Salamanders, and I feel like every single time I see Salamanders against Bactylisks, the Terran loses a lot of their momentum as a result, unless the Zerg has some really bad play. Some really, really bad play. And really, really screws up, because it's hard to make Salamanders work. They're squishier than you think they are, and the Shamans are your only sustain for that group until you have Azazels or something else that can dematrix them, heal them, and stuff like that. Coming into this match, I don't know. I think Shambler will be tilted in this match, so we'll see if he continues to type or not. I don't know how bad the lag was. I mean, I know that when Canadian and Aussie internet intermix, it turns into an absolute fucking train wreck. And that can definitely be really annoying. So it really will depend, I think, how much he can hit the bottle in this to steady his nerves.
Okay.
And it was definitely like the 6 pool worked really well. You might see him try to last minute rush this out and cheese it. Or he might try to, I think he'll be a little bit more aware of Hurakan at that point. So
let's see what happens. We are going into
like an issue with Shambler and expansions in that game, right? Like he wasn't able to control his expansions as much. And we've never seen a long game on this map, have we? It's always been something stupid.
Yes, the longest game we had was Mystery Meat against 3 Crow, where Mystery Meat built only Zealots, Amaranths, Legionnaires, etc. So we do have the forest green Terran of Neblime on the left-hand side. And we have Shambler back on the lemon color. He's the Zerg on the right. Nothing too shocking out of the opening build orders here, because it is just Stockade first again into a... well, I say that, but here's the 6 pool. So you're right.
You say that just as I saw him drop it, and I'm just like, oh, Shambler.
Now, the question is... how is he going to, be met this time around, right? Because Nitro Valley, okay, here's the thing, right? Neblime wins on Repulsion. Shambler charges forth with a 6-pool. Okay. Well, Neblime wins on Nitro Valley. Is Shambler going to be 6-pooling me again? Is that going to be in the back of his head? Is he going to open something a little bit safer than a Maverick first? He's not scouting this time around, which he was doing on Otherworld. So if he does, he's going to scout based on his first Mason.
He's building an Ahmed first.
Oh my goodness. Now here's the thing.
Oh my god, he's calling it.
If he calls this and he goes for the Huracan first, the Zeth still could kill Ahmed. Like, it's not impossible.
Yeah.
You just have to move around to make sure he's not doing a lot of splash. But the problem is it was going to happen when the Maverick can also deal damage with a stim pack while Ahmed is sort of peeling for him. If the Huracan can keep the faith in that sense, that could absolutely happen. Now, the Huracan's moving across the map pretty fast. That could make it even easier to isolate. The Mason's not going to get interrupted. And yeah,
he saw them this time. He knows.
He's like, all right, well, yeah, I knew you were going to go back up to this way. You can only beat me with a cheese. Time to pull the boys. 2 Masons to get to the front line. 2 Mavericks and a Huracan this time around. This is a lot more comfy.
Yeah. All he has to do is just prevent the Zeths from surrounding him too much. He's got a good position here. The Zeths are going to do a run by. This is actually kind of bad in this case because he can't collapse on the worker line. Ahmed will just rip him apart.
Oh, look at that. That was really good. Good movement from Neblime to move his Masons up to intercept them. He couldn't surround the Huracan, and then he tried to go off after the Mavericks themselves, but that didn't happen. Well, tail between your legs, down by 3 workers in the early game. Did some typing. This isn't exactly unplayable for Shambler.
It's not over, but you have to watch out for that counterattack.
Yes. Well, that's if Neblime is even going to go for it, right? He's not building any military. He's going to add stockade, and yeah, Shambler feels downloaded now, I'm sure. That's the problem with... Well, you can't call it off so soon. There's still technically a chance.
Shambler can still technically win. He can still win the election.
Yes, I think it's possible.
But he has to watch out for this counterattack, which is going to entail him building like 2 circuits. And fast expanding and holding out.
Yeah, he can expand in base, which is really helpful for situations like this, but he's not doing it just yet. What I would have liked to see, honestly, is if you're going to throw caution to the wind in 6-pool when you're down, this is your potentially your last match, your opponent has series point, 6-pool into instant expansion wouldn't really hurt here. What's the worst your opponent's going to do? Now, there's a star pad coming, so maybe he's a little bit concerned about being harassed by wraiths or dropped or whatever. The Mason is going to come in here, and it's going to see that the military is still home. So that might empower Neblime to feel like he can walk across the map. But so far, that's not going to happen. A Watchdog defensively, yeah, he's just going to be playing relatively standard, and the hatch is instead in base. So Shambler also trying to play standard, but from a deficit, of course. At the same time, one of the things that I'm really watching for here, can Shambler... bounce back from basically the most demoralizing start you can have. Just coming off of the back of a defeat in a long macro game. Now going into this, you could try to 6-pool again, which gave you some victory early. And it doesn't work. It gets totally reposted. So what do you do now? Maybe it's going to be a 2-hatch, 1 base all in. That seems like what is being done here because there's still no more workers being added. But I feel like the double Huracan and the Cyprians now being added to this, it's going to not end very well for him. Even if he had the gas, which he hasn't yet harvested any gas, to start building Naths or some other tech, maybe then he could do something. But, the Wraith is going to arrive at basically the perfect time, and a Kagran is being mutated. And now we're starting to see some workers. Okay, so... still a little bit dicey. Do have some Vorvs coming. The Spraith is on the way, so the Wraith might get a kill. We'll see. No, it doesn't look like it. He's just going to move away. He's looking for the military, actually. Okay, well, one way that Shambler might be able to surprise his opponent, well, I don't think it's going to happen here because the Wraith is positioned in such a way to catch this army movement. He could have maybe moved 1 unit over here or something like that and just tried to get the choke happen. But in this case, yeah... realizing, oh shit, I'm probably going to get slapped here. Now, second star pad, I think that means we're going to see mass Wraith play out of this, which could be a very interesting idea. Idle workers back at home, still no gas being harvested. Shambler could go for an expansion. Trying to see what he can see. Well, he's going to go for that expansion after all in the... base and catching up on workers as well. So he's Now got those up and at him. More military on the way as well. Wraiths continue their onslaught. And by onslaught, I just mean walking around. That Hacharosk is on the way to being attacked. Belittled by the Wraiths. Won't be really dissuaded. At this point, neblime must be thinking, dude, there's no way. Absolutely no way. Surely my opponent is not trying to go into a macro game after a 6-pull. Surely that's not what's happening. Shaman deployed to top up the stimmed Mavericks. More Vorvs being mutated. I mean, this is potentially a very lethal army, but it has to catch his opponent on open soil, and that doesn't seem very likely. Anchor is being lifted off now. It's going to go ahead and take a... Oh, it's actually going to go aggressive. So if it continues flying over here, we'll have to see if Shambler clocks that position. Some Wraiths on attack move are going to reveal themselves. Does Shambler notice? Because this Anchor is going to be doing that. Like, that could be really good for him if he sees it. It's slow moving. At any point, he could see it on the minimap, but it doesn't look like he's going to. He still hasn't moved his camera to it. Yeah, he's got no idea that the Anchor just flew over one of his Zethra cores. Mesk, we actually do have an attempted macro game after a 6-pool.
I see Mass Wraiths versus Mass Zeths.
Yes. Well, the Burrow is going to kick in. Double star pad for neblime. He is taking an expansion now. He moved an Anchor over a burrowed Zeth. Obviously, that takes a very long amount of time. And if Shambler noticed it, he didn't do it by moving his camera over there. So he's going to start setting up some defenses. I think this is mostly because of the Wraiths, but...
It's moving over to attack the double Spraiths.
Yeah. Now, you can't land... I don't think he can land anywhere here now. Because obviously you can't land on your opponent's Kagra. So that's actually pretty tricky. I mean, if he gets a Wraith to spot for it, maybe he can do that, but... Okay, he's going to do exactly that. Now, from what I understand about StarCraft 2, this is kind of like when Protoss use shield batteries behind their opponent's bases and then fly air units over.
Oh.
So... that's kind of what they're doing here. There's 12 Wraiths. Quasis are trying to be fielded to respond to this.
Attempted.
That's a stupid ledge. I mean, again, I'll just point out, it did float over the Zethra core.
Shambler presently has no gas.
Yes, he hasn't harvested a single bit of gas.
Now he's starting to get gas.
Okay.
There is just random tickling going on. A single Ovolith would kind of put a stop to a lot of that.
Just tickling the Spraith every now and then.
All he has to do is just patrol one back and forth here. Just like that.
Not
Okay.
quite. The Wraith moved. Or something. Vision update, LOL.
I don't think you're... Oh, there you go.
Well, I just like the idea that earlier Shambler asked if it was Ahmed first and then said, at least I lost to that. I mean, come on. He gave up a while ago. Now, the problem is, I mean, he's got burrowed units. He's maybe seen, like, the couple of ground army movement. There's a Goliath coming over here. The typing continues.
The typing continues.
He's just not going to be able to... he's just not going to be able to do too much with this kind of army. You know what I mean? Like, it's... yeah, okay, he can contend with the Wraiths. Maybe he can do a containment here? I'm actually not sure.
I don't know. I feel like he could actually all in and kill neblime at the moment. He has a lot of shit. Like,
yes.
This could all in and kill neblime. Especially since neblime moved his Anchor, which currently has nothing in it, right out in the open. All the shit's out in the open. If Shambler came in here, split his shit into 2 control groups, and did a perfect surround, I think he wipes the floor with that and wins.
Cyprian doing
but he has to be a little mindful of Ahmed in this, but he definitely has the numbers. Like, it's 37 versus 75.
Yeah.
But his units are getting caught on each other, and he's engaging a little bit ahead.
Yeah, these Quasis need to move up so that they can make way for the rest of the army. His Wraiths have been bopped a lot. The Shaman adding a ton of value, healing a lot of these units. Clerics even making sure that the Goliaths stay alive. And there it goes. Shambler concedes the series. He only said GG once. Maybe he said it in the... Well, no, because that was a decent game. So I was going to say maybe he said it earlier on. There you go. That is going to be Neblime taking it 3-1.
Yeah, you needed a good engage on there.
Now, the problem here is Shambler tried to 6-pool twice in one series.
That's not a problem.
I don't know that it helped him out too much.
It helped us out.
It was entertaining. I'll say that much. Well, I'm glad that Shambler did get a dub on the board so that he could at least maintain the 3-1 storyline. That's been the way that the last two playoff series between these players has happened. If Shambler can work his way back up, maybe he'll be able to get some dubs there. I feel like on Repulsion, if he had scouted the Fulcrum tech switch, then he definitely could have, or if he had just reacted to the fact that his Quasilisk that was burrowed there showed the move out, then he definitely could have done something, right? And then he kind of adapted to that on Nitro Valley by going for skits and then scouting and repeatedly understanding what his opponent was doing tech-wise. But you called it. There was no Zorkiz to try to do anything in the early game versus the bio. And then he kind of just had a couple of times where the bio raids or the drops caught the better of him. Felt like very lax static defense, but also not really great army positioning because he was trying to do a contain against a fairly defensive Terran player anyway. So maybe some poor, decision making for the tactics, and then moved on to, dropping that game. Okay, now it's time to 6-pool again. Like, I'm not going to criticize the 6-pool attempt a second time around, but you could tell that Neblime kind of knew he might go back to that. Because what happened the last time I won a game and we went on to the next map, it was a 6-pool. And he went for Ahmed first, which isn't really that much of a gamble anyway. Like, if you're up against Zerg and your opponent sometimes does that kind of thing, building a Huracan early game, it does take a little bit longer to amass the minerals for it, but it's not going to result in a loss if he goes for something else. The closest thing that you would have to that is if they
could have
go
gone for a Nath Rush.
Yeah,
if it was a Nath Rush, that would have been really bad. But Shambler hasn't been doing that, so he kind of just read the situation. And he read it correctly.
Mm-hmm. So, that leaves us with some interesting stuff ahead. Now, we do have plans to go ahead and play the first lower bracket game, our first elimination match, DarkenedFantasies against 3Crow. That's slated to happen in about a half an hour. But I will ping our players and see if they're interested in starting in 15 minutes instead of 30 minutes. So we'll see about that.
No, I have to fix my game version is what I have to do.
Yes, that's correct. You can pop off and do... here, I will tell you what you can do. It looks like you can do the get switch dash command. That's what it's telling me anyway. So,
switch is not a get command.
Yes. I guess you can do... What is this? I think you can do get checkout main. Try that. But yes, I would say that's right, Shambler. If you had made the Hydrith Den instead of going more greedy, or if you had just scouted your opponent before putting down your tech at the same time as your third, like either one of those choices would have helped out a lot, I think. It's just one of those cases where, because you didn't react to the army move out and didn't scout out what your opponent was doing, like the 4 Fulcrums definitely would catch people by surprise. So I think it makes sense to err on the side of caution there, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see what the adaptations are going to be. But for now, Shambler has to contend with the winner of Scholar versus Biddy, and that will be played even later in the day.
Scholar B. Biddy-ler. XD Lee.
I would agree with what Miss says too. Yeah, having more than, like, if you manage to get to tier 2 off of one tech structure, it's probably because you were a little bit greedy or your opponent was a little bit lax. But also I understand why some people would want to go straight for tier 2 for one reason or another. Either they want mutas or they want Bactylisks or some other powerful unit that they can use to essentially punish their opponent and get them off guard before requisite tier 2 defenses or enough tier 1 units are available to respond to something like that. It's just a bit riskier. We'll have to wait and see about that one. Now, because Neblime has advanced to the upper final mess, that does mean that we'll see Mystery Meet against Neblime again. This time, the upper final as opposed to the grand final. So that's going to be an interesting match, I think. That's now that
is Neblime ready to take on meat?
Yeah.
Has he been practicing his meat baking?
I feel like
medium well done, burnt, more burnt.
Ahmed would like it to be burnt, surely.
Ahmed is always burning his food. It's the one thing he can't quite get right. He says, "I'm not sure what that's about, haha." Nothing ever shakes Ahmed's spirit, not even burning his roast.
Nah, he just eats it anyway,
No.
Why let food go to waste?
High in fiber, high in charcoal.
So as I configure our upper bracket scene here, I'll just remind you guys that we have 2 more series to complete. We'll be seeing off our first competitors and saying bye, you lose. But thanks for playing. And that's pretty cool. Do you suspect that we are actually going to be in store for Mass Cheese?
I do suspect we're going to be in store for Mass Cheese. I don't think you can put DF and Kian in the same area and not come out with just like an ocean of various cheeses.
It is possible. We have the scores on the doors. Shambler getting that one with the 6 pool, but Neblime getting the better of him in the other 3 games. That means our upper final is decided. Mystery Meet against Neblime. Now, Neblime wasn't able to score a win as Zerg against Mystery Meet's Terran. Now Neblime is Terran and Mystery Meet is Protoss. So we're seeing a completely different dynamic from that. That's going to be interesting to see if, will Neblime also feel that Mystery Meet is OP again now that he's on a different race? That's kind of interesting. They're both on different races, yet we're still getting a repeat of those players in not the grand final again, but the upper final, which is interesting to me.
Neblime has to avenge his friend Keen.
It's true.
I think he's keen to get revenge.
He must be. It must happen.
And then he too can defeat Keen, as Keen crawls his way back up through the lower brackets and faces him in the grand finals. And Neblime just cheeses him every single match with proxy anchors because Keen hasn't seen that yet and has no idea.
That's what I was saying earlier. Yeah, maybe if 3 Crow cheeses DF, he can also cheese Keen again, including anchor silliness. So it could happen.
DF says, "I think I can, but I prefer to start on the scheduled time. That sounds like you're going to have to face me in Main Street."
Oh, shit. Gotta have entertainment for the people somehow. We'll check out the lower bracket. That's DF against 3 Crow coming up on your screens very shortly. And you can see here Shambler has been sorted into Elimination 2B, so he'll be dealing with Biddy B or Skolder, depending on who wins. It's going to be exciting. Obviously, I think at this point, we're starting to see a normalization of who's really at the top, who's really like the top dogs, not just the Cosmonarch class 1s, but also thinking about among them, where would you rank them? And I think, Shambler doesn't want that 3rd place rank. He doesn't want to be the guy who's, better than everybody in class 2, but can't really take consistent games off of Mystery Meet or Neblime. I'm not saying that he is, but that's the direction things are trending so far. So I'm going to be watching him with a keen eye indeed, and seeing if he can bounce back, if he's just going to cry balance, or if he's going to find a way to still make a mark in this tournament. He should be favored to get to the next round of the lower bracket, but I'm not 100% sure if it's a question of whether or not Akeen makes it over, and then they have like a duel to the death ZVZ style. Then the coins flipped, right?
Tism.
That would
I want to see Shambler versus Keen ZVZ. That'll be Tism.
That could very well be on the cards. It depends on if Keen can practice up for the lower bracket match that he plays up, but we need to decide who faces off against him, and that's what we'll be doing next. So I'm excited about that. That's going to start off in 20 minutes. Mesk, hit me with some final thoughts about Shambler against Neblime. What do you think? Do you think Shambler will face off against Keen? Do you think he'll bounce back? Do you think he'll type us a victory speech?
I think that Shambler will live stream us him dunking down a massive case of vodka as he dances on the graves of everybody in the grand finals.
Ooh.
All the while typing.
Typing. Not sure what,
Yeah.
but typing.
He will type himself to victory. I mean, coming out of those games, it's like the Blime just kind of didn't do anything really too strange. I mean, the Aqua at first was kind of telegraphed, I think. I think you kind of had to expect that at that point. I know I would have. It's just like there's a pattern, and he recognized the pattern. And you have to kind of anticipate he's going to recognize the pattern because you're not random, so this can't really catch him off guard too much. He's too consistent at this point. It is basically the exact same thing I saw when I played against him. Is I would cheese him once, I would cheese him again, I would cheese him again, but if I tried to do the same cheese again, he knew what to do at that point already. So then that's when it just doesn't work. And that's kind of just sort of what we saw there. But I still felt like Shambler... Honestly, I normally would have favored Shambler in those matches, but I think he got too tilted. Because we definitely saw like some weakness in his map control, some of his positioning. It seemed like he wanted to do stuff. He felt like he should be able to do stuff, but then he couldn't. There was a last engage in the last match where I'm very certain he was favored to win that, but the way that the engage happened, the way he surrounded it, and then the lack of focus firing and stuff like that, he ultimately didn't do hardly any damage at all. And it was like there needed to be like there are certain amounts of execution that's not going Shambler's way in this case, and I feel like that's kind of a recurring theme where he can set up himself up in a good case, but unless he's really super focused, the execution doesn't play out very well. Like there was a lot of the cases I saw when he was playing ZVT against Mystery Meat where there was premeditated and well executed engagements from him that would result in decisive victories, and those are the ones he was able to take off of Mystery Meat. But he has a little bit of an issue with consistency, which I know well since I'm the most inconsistent player out of the entire set. I know my kind when I see them, and I definitely think that overcoming that inconsistency is going to be Shambler's key to becoming Korea #1.
We'll have to see if it can happen. I have faith in the Shambler. I mean, he's a guy who said that even if the Koreans and the pro gamers start showing up, he's just going to enter Korean mode and start no life practicing. So, you know, I got to take him at his word. He's been around long enough. He deserves that much. All right, folks, we'll be back in about 18 minutes. Hit you with the third of our 4 series. That's 3 DF against 3 Crow. That's also 3. Check us out on Instagram, and yeah, don't die. We're coming back.
Like us on MySpace.
There you go.
Send us feed pics.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. This is our third series of the day and our first lower bracket series of the day. Mesk, we're going to see one of 3-Crow or DF off. Do you have any predictions other than cheese?
I think that DF is enraged by the Boskevine ban.
Yes.
And he's going to come in and he's going to cheese.
It's entirely possible.
Well, Kian also likes cheese, so I think that he'll be inclined to accept the cheese and deliver onto DF cheese. And there's going to be worker pulls and vassals, and God help anybody who ends up with Zerg in their random race. And yeah, I think this is going to be stupid. That's my prediction. It's just going to be chaos.
So here's the thing. Both of our players here have a tendency to be... They don't tilt in the way that Shambler tilts where they get like overly aggressive at that point. They almost lose faith in themselves and just seemingly play worse ephemerally without really being able to put a fine point on it. Like they make puzzling decisions like DF building a lot of Nexuses or not building any expansions against Mystery Meat. You may remember that from the series that he played where it's Protoss versus Protoss. There was that one match. I don't think it was on Boskevine actually, where there was just all these, all this opportunity for him to try to build an expansion and catch back up economically, but instead, Mystery Meat went up to a third base before DF pulled the trigger on the attack, and it was just like half the army size, basically, because of that. So, sometimes that can happen. Sometimes 3-Crow can feel the same way, where if he loses in a demoralizing way, then maybe that carries over into his next game or makes him a little bit uncertain. So it's not like Shambler, where if he loses, he like fast rushes you or something. Instead, it's like, a different class of being demoralized. So it's interesting to me to see that in action. And we'll just have to see.
What if they both get demoralized and they both one base each other and go to tier 3?
That could also happen. We might see some truly special, silly things in this series. And DF has just joined the lobby, so I think we're just about ready.
I have acquired fluid.
Need
fluid. Made piss. I am ready to see some cheese.
Let's see what happens. Who's fermenting faster?
I am ready to see the dairy industry in action. Show me what you got, lads.
Wait for 3-Crow to confirm his readiness. He said...
He's getting out his perfect cheese grater.
Yes. About 3 minutes ago, he said, 1 sec, let me put these dogs up, which sounds like a euphemism. I've never heard somebody say that before, so... All right.
He's putting his dogs up.
His dogs are up now. Let's see what he has in store for him. We'll double confirm because maybe he's still getting situated in his chair. He's getting his gamer carpet out. He's I don't know. I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that.
It wasn't a thread.
No.
How can you treat it as anything but a thread? You don't just put dogs in the office.
No, but you do put them in the other world. And ladies and gentlemen, we are heading on to Otherworld for our first match. DF, the white Protoss, against 3-Crow, the orange Terran. He's random and he's rolled Terran. What he would say is probably his least efficient race. But you know what? Maybe that will bear out for him a little bit easier there. Now, here's the thing, right? The pick ban was such that 3-Crow banned Boskevine, DF banned 3-Crow out of anger, but then banned Nitro Valley, 3-Crow banned Death Spiral, and DF picked Otherworld. So our remaining maps are Situ, Infinite Velocity, Nightfall, and Repulsion. Keep those in the back of your head. And remember the last time we saw 3-Crow on DarkenedFantasies, he decided to proxy Ahmed Keen. It did not work out for him. Maybe it will work out better this time.
There was a mild spin there, almost a moment of indecision, whether he was contemplating committing to something cheesy.
Guess we're going to have to find out here. The workers will meet in the middle. Almost exactly the same time for their scouts.
Exactly, yeah.
How do you do? Tip, tip, milady. Gateway coming. No
It's a gateway. Here. That's not a lattice. What is this bullshit?
It's going to be a fulcrum for 3-Crow, so you might see
this
some
is too standard. I don't trust it. I don't trust it.
Well, we'll have to keep our eyes on this Mason right here. What's he going to do after he gets the info that it's a gateway?
He's going to start building a refinery, just like you do in TVZ.
It's really unfortunate in Brood War how common gas steals are. They morph the matchup so aggressively on 2-player maps, and the Protoss just walks up and just puts an assimilator down.
Gas steal is just a part of my Zerg build order.
Oh yeah, you can do it as Zerg too.
And it's a great. You can just keep doing it when they're about to kill your drone. You just keep making it. There is some tickling going on here. One of these Masons is starting to get a little low.
Yeah, below half HP. DF now going to continue harassing.
Tickling is continuing.
There's a Zealot on the way for DF. He can queue up a Drakedin next, which is very likely to happen. That Wounded Mason goes to attack the Scribe, zoning it away. And the Fulcrum does complete on schedule. A Vulture on the way. Now, okay, here's an interesting piece of context I can shade in for you guys. It was told by Mystery Meat when playing against 3Crow yesterday, there's some practice happening, that apparently Drakedins do not fare so well against Vultures in CMBW, right? It's because we removed the hard countery. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Hold that thought. Yeah, there's a Mason going to die. One more hit. Hey! Paid for himself. Exacting revenge.
Absolutely brutal.
Now, I guess the Mason must have returned home because the Zealot doesn't have a kill. So I'm suspecting that it's not going to be the end of the world that unit was lost. But yeah, Vultures.
Emotional loss.
Vultures are apparently acceptable against Drakedins, right? If you can pick them off in low numbers and such. But we are going to see a second gate, so DF is going to have sufficient Drakedins and sufficient production. There's a second Fulcrum behind this for 3Crow as well, so we'll see what he wants to do. Reaction time too slow. Doesn't even look up there until it's already a corpse. 3Crow going to be kicking himself for that one.
Yeah, Vultures do standard damage. There's no such thing as concussive roll in any of this other asinine bullshit. So Vultures, their biggest limitation is going to be that slow attack speed. So if you get enough Vultures that the attack speed isn't really a limiting factor anymore, they absolutely can kill Drakedins. But it's kind of hard to do that when there's going to be lots of Zealots in your face. Then again, the Zealots might just find a lobster.
Can he get away?
And,
he's speeding up because of the shields. He gets hit. He gets hit one more time, and there it is. I was going to say one more time would kill the shields, but second shot kills the Zealot. Embassy
I didn't
on
know
the way.
The shields sped them up.
Yes, that's a change that was it's about probably 3 weeks old or something. It was on this patch, though, or maybe it was the one right before it. But Zealots, basically, they move it around the same movement speed as Legionnaires as long as their shields hold. So they basically get a little bit of an advantage moving into a fight, you can say.
It's a star pad.
Now that's interesting.
I don't think it's going to be a Trojan, but I mean, you'd never know. That said, if he loses his Vultures here, he's not going to really have much of an army.
Yeah, and that one had a lobster in it too. Unfortunate.
The Drakedins are in hot pursuit. Oh, now they're going that way.
They're on the case. Now, here's the star pad finishing up. There was an embassy, but it wasn't made for witnesses. It was made to add more workers. And now neither of them are spinning. Okay, there you go.
It's okay. And they're acquiring money. Stonks are increasing.
Yes, interestingly enough, we're going to see if DF can focus his efforts on keeping his money low. A pretty good set of lobotomy mines being placed over here by 3Crow, but nothing in that anchor. So if they get ambushed and there is a Zealot moving into the other world, the other side of the map, maybe we'll see some movement on that. And an expansion coming for
he's checking
DF.
to see if there's going to be an expansion over there, which there will be by the time he gets over there in all likelihood. But he interrupted it with 2 additional Fulcrums.
Yes, that was a lot of money that was just spent.
He really is just going to spam Vultures.
I mean, it's not a bad idea per se in the early stages of the game, but if the Protoss starts to get, anything additional to the gateways, if you see a Grand Library come out so you can get Cantavis Storms, or even Atriuses could do very well against the Vulture. Remember that the Vulture does shoot
I think all he really needs is a couple Hierophants.
That's true.
Just to keep their numbers thin. I mean, he keeps losing individuals every time he tries to probe this rampant futility.
Yeah.
And, a Hierophant would punish them even harder in such a case. They can prevent them from doing hit and runs. I think he doesn't need to attack into past gateway to punish this, but I was just thinking all he has to get is an Incantor.
Well, another Mason is dispatched to try to construct a ministry, but of course the Zealot will tickle it to death.
The Zealot already has a kill.
Yes, it killed the first Mason that was dispatched, and there was no ministry ever built despite 3Crow going up to 600 minerals, but now he's up to 750, so really needs to get these Fulcrums
causing him
pumping.
some emotional trauma as he amasses his defenses.
Revealing the Wraith, obviously the Zealot did scout the star pad earlier, so that's going to potentially inform DF of a potential for drops. Now, there is no Witness still. Just now popped out,
finished.
actually. So maybe we'll see that probing the base, getting a little bit more of an idea. Obviously, you can go and seal because you're saving a lot of gas when you just spend the gas on the Fulcrum and don't do anything else. So a lot of Vultures.
There's only one gas miner. The other met a terrible, despicable death and was never replaced.
Interesting.
There will be no tier 2 for a very long time. Even though he's building mostly mineral heavy.
Hey, look at that.
He's not amassing gas.
The Witness got stunned. You don't see that every day. Now, knowing that the move out happened just now, the Vultures are going to come back.
No.
They do reveal
He's
themselves.
just going to ignore it.
Yes.
Just go all in.
This is potentially
Diev
quite
realizes
catastrophic. The Warden is being
been
tickled to
hoodwinked.
death by this Wraith. And look at that. I mean, the Vultures can absolutely stall out with all of the stun mines that they still have. That Warden gets canceled. This one on the other side will survive.
Lobsters.
Oh no, using the cliff against him. It's been the bane of these Vultures' existences, but now 3Crow is going to do his darndest.
The Mason is repairing. He's trying so hard.
Yes, well, it's going to occupy those Drakens a little bit now. I think these Vultures are going to get cleaned up without too much more effort. You know, maybe there's one more Ecclesiast that goes down. Doesn't look like it'll happen. But that could have been a lot worse. You know, if he ended up sniping that other pylon or focusing on the workers, laid more mines if he had them, could have absolutely done a number on his opponent there. But for now, just buys time.
Died to the cannon at the end of the day, so it didn't get to kill any workers either.
Hey, check this out. Oof. It's happening. And one more. Oh, that one gets sniped. Not quite. More minefields. Now this one is a little bit more, you know, in range of you being able to respond to it. Again, 3Crow, almost 1,000 minerals.
He's got that ministry finished as well. All these lobsters.
He's just going to drop another one.
Now.
Yeah, he's going to drop another one in the mid left. The lobotomy mines are slowing down this force and giving him time to react. He does have 8 vultures, but one more in the anchor. Yeah, this is being, you know, he has the Witness. He could just use that for clearing these. Looks like he's going to go ahead and do just that. There is no Ansi on the way to snipe that, so. Oh, narrowly avoided getting bopped by that one too. A second anchor on the way. Do we have anything heavier? No, it's in fact all of the Fulcrums are idle. Only now are we going to start to see some more units. And Cyclops aren't bad in conjunction with the lobotomy mines because your units are, you know, you're stopping your enemy from really being able to move forward and get any ground, so the Cyclops shells will add up. But versus high armor targets, it can be a little bit less impactful. Well, there is an Ardent Authority in DF space, and it's an Architect on the way.
Yeah, Architect will work quite well with the extra range. I mean, not as good as shooting up the ramp, but the balancing attack and directed attack will certainly make it better against the Vultures. And can also shoot down Wraiths if it sees them. But there's not really too many Wraiths up at the moment, and they're mostly just chilling right now. Still basically no gas income for Kian. He's got 1 gas harvester still, and I don't know what his strategy is with that, but I figured the Vulture heavy investment is get to tier 2 as fast as possible. Well, that does not seem to be the game plan, so I'm kind of curious where this goes. Just hope you kill them and then overwhelm them with Vultures, but you're getting into an increasingly mid-state of the game where it's going to be insinuated the Protoss is hitting tier 2 or even just rushing tier 3 depending on his income. Meanwhile, on the left side of the map, the meme squad. The meme squad is en route. They're going to curb stomp that secret base with its 3 workers. That's 3. And one that's chilling up, picking his nose. Of course, the other base that
it's also complete.
Idle for quite some time. Yeah. And Kian's having a little bit of a slow start today.
Yes, yeah.
He's getting his gas back in, though. He realized, holy shit. Now that I'm trying to make units that actually really cost gas, I don't have any gas.
Well, he's spotting the opponent army in general, but now he's under attack. The Witness moved over to that left-hand side, revealing not a whole lot of workers to kill. Only 5 of them in total. Now, the response is going to be quick, but now, look at that. The Witness revealing all. The charge is going to go ahead and occur. Again, some pretty good lobotomy mine placements, but there's not so many of them. A lot of them did get thinned out. Vulture's taking care of the flank on the left, but they've allowed the ramp to be breached. The Architect is going to go ahead and do some shots, and, you know, we all love shots.
I think Kian's going to need a couple of shots to deal with this. Dives in on the Architect, or, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he was trying to bypass the Drakenid ranges. He can absolutely pop that and does. So That was pretty good play from him in terms of his position. It just doesn't look like... I mean, there's nothing coming out of these Fulcrum's Mesk. I don't think he's going to have anything to respond to this, despite all the resources. He's got to pull the boys!
Bring them in, all of them. All 26, 27 of them. Bring them in, Daddy.
At the same time, and there's more units coming in from
There's
DF.
Still a lobster there, too.
Oh, look at that. Could stun the workers.
He could stun that witness and then, like, land his ministry on it.
Okay, the Legionnaire
other base is mining now.
Picked up. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's just more. There's another round here. Another Architect as well has made it. So at that point, it's going to be pretty daunting here. I think 3Crow. Writing's on the wall, buddy. DF is going to go up 1-0.
He's got to wait for his next set of vultures. He's got this. Oh, they're spinning. They're spinning. Here they come. Here they come. Here they come. Cut them down. Yeah.
Yeah. 11 kills on that Drakened.
Get him. He's got 12
Oh no, 12 by the way. And it
he's
does.
dead. The one Legionnaire has 5 kills.
And this is just the classic. You know, 3Crow loves to, you know, stall these games
got
out.
5 health.
Operation Mancatcher.
He has almost enough money for an Atlas. If he can just harvest gas at his other bases.
He's adding stockades, anchors.
He's making another ministry. DF will take half an hour to find the rest of his base and chase these buildings down. This is how he can still win.
Oh dear, 3Crow. Oh,
DF has 3,000 minerals and 1,000 gas. He's already entered the passive clicker hero. My man, my brother in Allah, do you not know who you are fighting?
Hey, the witness is chasing that Mason.
That Mason's gonna bring him all the way to the other side of the map.
Oh, 3Crow. Well, this is yeah, I'd say this is an XD moment.
I don't know. He went Cyprian's instead of going for his tier 2. I think that if you're gonna be retarded, you gotta be peak. Go straight all in. You never know. You might just surprise him.
I do like that. He waited until this ministry was under attack by Drakeneds to start making Masons out of it. So I like that. He's got to watch that.
Letting him a helping hand by reminding him it existed. He's still got that a lobster in his resource land there.
The Fulcrum was spotting scribes.
Oh, one base has been found, but not the other one.
Yes, this is
unfortunately
the
for him. There is a cliff right there that's going to let the Drakeneds just annihilate it if they actually go there.
Yep. All right, off it goes, leading them on a wild goose chase. You know, this is the you know what this is? I just realized. I did say earlier, you know, it would be nice if the games just flowed smoothly into one another. And we left 2 hours up for this series before the next one between Scholar and Biddy. So 3Crow's just making sure that this one goes the distance so that we don't have to take an hour-long break. I think that's what he's doing.
Listen, he's got 3 anchors.
I mean, I guess it's technically possible that DF just gets angry and leaves, but really, he takes the Nexus right in front of it. That's pretty good. Oh, he's chasing down that 1 minute. He thinks that that's all he has.
Then he's gonna be...
Look at the worker battle. This is stupid. Barbarism.
Did that witness ever even spot his other base? It's sitting right behind it. He has no idea it's there.
No. He's sending his forces to attack the ministry in the top left. He's getting more witnesses, so... Oh, wait, here it is. It's coming. It's going to reveal it.
Oh, no. Oh, no. The gig is up.
I agree with chat. If we had a Star Sovereign here just for setting the example, you know, this is what happens if you're an idiot live on stream. Just
drop an Anthelian in there and slowly kill him and go AFK.
Yeah. Could happen. This Fulcrum is about to burn down.
Even if he kills his base, there is still a floating ministry he has to get rid of that he's not dealing with.
The funeral pyre is about to explode. And there it goes. A warden is being warped in here to deal with that ministry.
Why not just surround it in engrams? You have enough money.
And here comes the cliff you were talking about. Drakenid's taking position. Architect's going to start raining hell from the sky.
Ahmed is on the case.
I think maybe Three Crow has had his fun.
I don't know. I think that the day has only just begun. Oh, Ahmed died.
Utter devastation. What more can Three Crow do?
The Architect's projectile is splitting slightly ahead of the unit. I thought it split on top of the unit.
LOL.
LOL.
Finally, I can hit enter to replace this image to update the score. I had that open for about 5 minutes. There you go. Three Crow, extending the length of that game. Yeah, if your opponent is deliberately not surrendering, I mean, it's pretty easy to just send like one unit to each base and just see if he's got something. Because to Three Crow's credit, although he doesn't deserve this, you could technically have like more than what he had, and then it's a more legit thing. And then DF is like, "What the fuck's going on? Why is my opponent not GGing? Oh, he's got like 2 bases somewhere." That wasn't the case here. So. Meanwhile, Shambler is getting some ZVZ practice. Always good. Repulsion is selected as our next map. Oh my god. There's a frog picture in Stellar Icon.
There is a frog picture.
Yes, he did have 2 bases. You're right, Balefall. Technically, he had 2 ministries. All right, Three Crows warmed up now, and I guess so is DF. R for Repulsion. We're going in. And IskatuMesk is in the 3rd witness slot.
That's 3.
That is 3.
Someone sent me a medicine lobster. Purple and green.
I guess that's probably what we reskin the lobotomy mine to at some point.
Yeah.
So, we do have DF in the bottom left as the white Protoss. And it's Terran again, the bedazzled blue Terran for Three Crow. He's going to go for early gas this time. Or maybe this is just a Fulcrum build again. Maybe this time he's got a different idea for it. We'll see. Always a very subtle point, but if you harvest the mineral fields that are closer to your base, as opposed to the further ones, that does give you a little bit of faster mineral income. So that's something I just noticed Three Crow wasn't doing. It's worth pointing out there. But obviously, it gets taken care of pretty quickly. Stockade first. So that's a little bit different.
Not Fulcrum.
Maybe the gas is going to be for a Star
Cyprian.
Pad. Or a Cyprian.
Or a Star Pad, yeah. Maybe he'll just go the double Star Pad build, although he would need a little bit more gas for that.
And it's gate first again. No gas harvested for DF. Going to open up with the El Clasico. I have seen DF go Lattice, so he's familiar with that. And we did see him try Rogue Galleries against Mystery Meat. So we know he's a little bit aware of that. But DF's been another player similar to Keen in so far as not super adaptable to the new set of tech. Not really used to a lot of the changes. And hey, this is interesting. We actually have Workers Cut here for Three Crow. He was saving up for another Stockade, apparently. Going military first. Yeah, he's... I wonder what he's doing with that, because when you miss essentially 2 workers worth of time before you... or maybe it was only 1.5 or something, but that's a steep amount of income to lose out early on, and the tickle isn't going to commence.
Tickle.
I think he's more than safe here. Cyprian's going to finish.
Tickle.
Ah, repair it right in front of him.
Tickle.
All right, well, glad we saw that. Lattice is going to be the follow-up, and it's an Ecclesiast for the first unit here. So that's an interesting permutation from DF. Last time we saw Ecclesiasts, it was when he worker pulled. So, just saying.
Well, you could just go like Legionnaire, Zealot, Ecclesiast into this. But, I don't know, it's double Ahmed immediately after the Cyprians, so...
Yeah, I think this is shaping up for a fast
kind of
Ahmed drop. This is definitely something like that. Waiting for the minerals and Oh, there's another Cyprian to follow it up. Maybe he could just walk across the map, and
I
depending on
think
the
he's just
army.
gonna walk. I don't know. Cyprians are really slow, so walking them across the map seems a little unlikely. But if he wanted to start pad, he probably should have been getting more gas. I don't know. He might still be saving for it here. He's moving a worker over there, looking like he wants to build.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a star pad considering the gas, because he doesn't have the minerals for a stockade here. So he's going to take an aggro position on the map. He's got more Ahmeds on the way.
It's a simulacrum. I'm not sure I like the simulacrum against initial Cyprians, but that's what he's doing.
Yeah, this build is just weird here. He's okay. He's gonna build a watchdog.
Really bite him in the ass, to be honest.
Three-Crow's got the idle worker. He's building a defensive watchdog versus potential vassals. And
there's something cheesy going on in Kian's brain. We just don't understand it yet.
We haven't seen the light. Yeah, there's a warden defensively, but that's not going to help the.
Both players are aware of cheese on the wind, and this Draken on a ledge is just going to cause them headaches.
Well, you know, the Draken on the ledge is going to whittle down the Ahmeds quite a bit. There's another shot for good measure. Now he might be wishing that maybe he had gone for a different tactic here, because how do you breach this, right? You can't really avoid the Draken. You can try to walk past it.
Force your way past the Draken and just set everyone on fire. Sims can't escape Ahmed.
You know, if he had maybe built a star pad at some point, he could have had an Anseal to protect him on the approach. Does very well against high damage.
He never did make a star pad.
No, he's choosing to avoid it.
He might make one now, though.
Yeah, he did a little rain dance first.
It's pretty late, though.
It is pretty late. Embassy on the way at the same time here. So DF's actually committing to a fairly low military count, with a lot of his military being Sims. Like, Sim Ecclesias is really puzzling, because they don't really... It's not an anti-synergy per se, but like, you know, if you're going up against a melee comp, this could actually be really good, because your clones get regenerated shields pretty quickly, right? You burst down the shields, you make them replicate, and then you restore the shields of the unit as it's taking hull damage. So I can see the logic there, but I mean, I feel like Huracan's are just gonna... Huracan Cyprian is gonna do a lot of damage to that kind of composition. So it is a bio push.
Does he suspect a Benno build? It's an instant witness. He suspects something stupid is en route.
Yes. If this doesn't really work his favor, I feel like 3-Crow is going to be down 0-2 very quick. The Trojan is going to come, so that will be an attempted drop. Now, you can put a lot of Huracans in a Trojan and then just drop on top of a single warden. It's not going to help you. And this is all powered on one pylon. Direct.
He's going in.
Yeah, Ahmed is dissuading the Drakenid from stepping further and aggressing onto the Cyprians. Now, the rest of the army is revealed, but this is still a really good position to be in as 3-Crow. He just doesn't want to try to take the ramp here. He needs to just contain this force and like draw his opponent's attention away. But if DF decides to contest with him on the low ground, that could be a bit of a turning point here. Now, unfortunately... Oh, no. So a lot of the Huracans, a lot of the Huracans did a lot of damage to the Sims, and the Sims split because there was no consistent DPS being put down by the Cyprians, and the split caused the Huracans to decollide, and now 3-Crow has nothing at home.
This is going to be a disaster. He caused the stonks to increase in the Sim market. There's so many of them now. And he should have annihilated them instantly. The witness sees a grand total of like 4 units over here with an Anseal coming in just a moment. He has arrived.
Yeah, remember that when you have detection on your enemy's factories, you can actually see what they're building, so... For whatever that's worth.
Here we go.
Cyprian in the anchor. Rip. Oh, that one does complete.
He finished it just in time.
Gonna try to defend against the encroaching attack with the Anseal, but it's already out of energy. And here comes the push. Cleric trying to heal the Mason that's repairing, but it's not going to be enough because there was only one. A couple units streamlining in, but GG is called. 3-Crow is cheese unsuccessful and most confusing.
I'm not sure about that one. I think he was like, oh, my opponent has a slow early, so I'm going to pressure him. But the Cyprians, they take a long time to walk across the map. And the star pad was very late. And he did make a Trojan with it, but the attack had already commenced. So the execution of whatever was in mind was very all over the place. I'm not really sure what he was planning with that. But, I mean, I would have figured Ahmed and the Cyprians would have just annihilated the Sims in the first volley, but their damage was all kind of split, with the Sims attacking Ahmed's, and then the Cyprians like shooting like the top part and Ahmed going into the bottom part. They didn't do quite enough damage to actually finish off the Sims, and then the Sims just kind of tickled everything to death.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is that he overbuilt Harakans and underbuilt Cyprians for that kind of engagement. But also, because his star pad was so late, he had no intel on his opponent with a fast Wraith. He didn't drop. Like, if he takes that aggressive position past the Drakenid's little guard post at the edge of the base, then he can force DF to try to come to him, or at least be aware with units in the front, maybe try to distract him. But he doesn't want to commit all the way to the natural, because if he's in that position, then, well, there's not really any reason for the DF army to move out. Situ is going to be selected as our
That's
third
not
map.
infinite velocity.
Well, 3Crow plans to defeat DF here, and then we go to infinite velocity. Presumably.
I see.
We'll see.
The match decider will be determined the moment that the Atlas is burned down.
I want to see that. All right, DF is going to call for a moment, and Mesk is going to swap to the third slot. Don't think I didn't see that one. You know, I'm interested in seeing what happens here, right? Because, like, this is where the rubber meets the road in the series. 3Crow's back's against the wall. You know, should we see something much more ridiculously cheesy?
This is too standard.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm being robbed of something here.
Well, that's
Where's
probably...
the worker pulls? Where's the all-ins?
I think 3Crow is going to not random Terran this time.
If he gets Zerg, you know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, of course.
You know what's gonna happen.
Now, 3Crow's actually been, he's been pretty vocal about thinking that 7 pool is much better than 6 pool, because you get that extra worker for extra resources, and it can turn into, you know, double quaz or triple zeth, or potentially, especially on this patch where the naths are less minerals, you could see, like, you know, double nath, because you only need 100 minerals, and you need, well, you do need 100 gas, so it's probably unlikely, but... Yeah. At the same time, if 3Crow goes up against DF here, does some non-standard shit, and DF's like, well, I won the first 2 games, so I only need 1 more game to win. Maybe he plays a little cheesy. Maybe he does little silly things. You know, that could give 3Crow a window back into the series. DF has to be imperious or silly. One or the other.
I think.
I like that.
Don't I know it? Don't I know it?
We all
I
know that feeling. Yeah.
I win in a game against someone like Shambler in a tournament, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, what do I even do with my life?
Let's get it on. 3Crow, hoping to not get Terran again. DF, hoping 3Crow gets Terran again. We're going to Situ.
Is it Terran? Is it Terran?
You can't say it. You can't say it. All right, 3Crow, the Maroon Terran on the right-hand side, and DF, the Deep Periwinkle Protoss on the left-hand side. It's 3Crow has gotten Terran 3 times in a row, and that he just needs a C to make that his name. 3-row, actually.
That's 3. Listen, anytime I take random, it's gonna be Zerg. Like 19 times out of 20, no joke. The RNG for race picking in this is really fucked. Really fucked.
It seems true random for me, but I know a lot of people report otherwise.
In the tournament when I was random, it was kind of more random. But every other like fraud arcade game or otherwise has always been just extremely heavily biased to the one race for massive amounts of time. It's going to be a lattice first.
Okay. Maybe going to try to replicate the simulacrum victory. The one gas worker tells me 3Crow's probably going for a slightly slower than expected fulcrum, but he will hopefully not cut workers as much this time around.
Tickle, tickle, tickle. The tickling begins.
By the way, guys, that is a 1 in 27 chance, allegedly. So just wanted to keep that in
I
mind.
don't believe it, dude. This is Blizzard.
Mm-hmm.
They use rand parentheses for literally everything in all their games. And they have some account-based seed in World of Warcraft. Now, DF is letting slip the idle workers here, but now they're mining. Now they're mining. He was very focused on the tickling. It was really a major investment on his behalf. It is going to be Sim again. If you see him build a gateway, I think you are right that we're going to see a replication. Oh, shit. But he's getting destroyed.
Yes, there's a counter tickle. A fast anchor, this is what I was talking about at the beginning of this series, man. If you're demoralized because you rolled the same race 3 times in a row, or because you just lost a game and it wasn't super close, that's going to be rough, right? He's building an anchor defensively as his opener. I guess you can still make this a reasonable solution, but to me, it just looks like he's... I don't know. I don't know if he's going to make it.
You can anchor into an expand.
He
you
could
can play this safe and slow.
He could, but is he going to? This is 3-Crow we're talking about.
Is he going to? I don't know.
He does have perfect defense for the Vassal that's going to come across, and he managed to get his Mason out. Now, I think that Vassal's going to try to hunt it down just to confirm the economic damage, because DF Scribe did escape and go back home. So it's a question as to whether or not 3-Crow is going to be able to continue the worker production. But you called that out earlier. He's actually up on workers, technically.
Is this a triple? Oh, it's gonna be something cheesy.
Lattice into Road Gallery, okay. And it looks like the Mason will be safe as well. No Vassal hunting here.
Well, if Kean gets stuck behind a whole bunch of anchors, he doesn't really have a mobile defense force. And DF goes Kabbalist. He hypothetically could get in some worker kills.
Well, not only that, but there's another Vassal.
Expand.
Yeah, there's another Vassal going to head straight for this expansion attack. And I don't think there's... It's attacking the Ministry, which is really good for 3-Crow's reaction time, right? He can unload the Cyprians from the anchor and just walk them over there. Now he's gonna start trying to drag it over, but obviously the DF's not going to fall for that one. Send a fresh, healthy Mason up. Yeah, he wasn't sure where it was going to be.
Little musical chairs. He just sent back another worker there to build a watchdog instead.
I mean, I guess that's okay, but if DF was really on the ball here, he could absolutely tickle this. Now starting to attack. Cyprian's going to walk up and dissuade this from continuing any further. And this is, this is interrupting the Ministry build time, right?
So, wow, look at DF's money. It consumed a lot of his energy to attempt to sass that down. The Road Gallery is finished, but nothing is spinning yet. No meat.
Second anchor, Fulcrum on the way. Nearly done here for 3-Crow as he continues the construction of his Ministry. Slightly perturbed. And we do have an Nexus on the way. Oh, the Fulcrum was canceled. And 3-Crow's deep breathing. He's practicing his breathing techniques.
Listen, he had a Ricky Hanajase moment. That is what that was, where Ricky Hanajase blew up his barracks immediately in the start of some match against some guy who went in there and wanted to play some 1v1 in op TPC net. In the very first match against Ricky Hanajase, he blew up his barracks.
Ah, jeez.
That was like 20 years ago, and it will live eternal. And now, today, Kian is paying homage to this legend.
Well, here come the Vassals. Hey, your Fulcrum's not done yet for some reason. How about I tickle you?
Tickle.
Just sort of roving around, seeing what's up. They're actually going to see that there's only one Mason on that base if they move over there.
There is a Kabbalist.
Okay. So far, the worker count's still in favor of 3-Crow narrowly. The Nexus finishing up is going to obviously change that. Hey, look at that. I don't know if 3-Crow noticed. I mean, he's got Harakans here. He can obviously tickle this to death. Oh, he's pulling the workers. No, just move your units. What's the big deal?
No, not the watchdog.
Needs to get saturated on gas again as soon as possible. And oh no, it's dying. It died. Ahmed strikes back.
The Vassals can force down that heavily damaged watchdog.
Yeah, there's enough of them. There's 5 of them here. But the problem is it's not really, like, besides maybe making 3-Crow more and more confused, it's not really doing too much.
No.
Like,
if he all ended it, destroyed it, then his Vassals could get in some worker kills for free, force him to pull back, further tilt him,
Yeah. Well, Ahmed got repaired.
Wasn't quite on the ball for that, right?
Ahmed got repaired. What I would want to do as 3Crow is try to plug the walls in my the holes in my wall right now so that the Kabbalist can't get through. So I'd put like a Cyclops there between the stockade and the anchor. It's not going to happen here. He's going to see the units.
He saw them.
So he can at least move those in response. Surely he saw them.
No.
No, he did not see them. The Watchdog is now being burnt down, focused down. And now that other one is being focused down. Here come the Mason striking. You know, you got Cyclops and Cyprians right here, dude. You could just attack. You could defend.
He's coming. He's coming.
Ahmed's here to deal with the Kabbalists as well. Look at that. Great efficacy. Not losing a single military unit just now. There goes the first Ahmed. Depending on his target selection, could get another one, but that's pretty much about it.
He's got detection.
And yes, the lodestone will detect, so yeah, that's going to be rough. Now, DF will be able to escape here. Another great choice, by the way, lobotomy mines. They obviously pop on undetected targets. So.
Just stick them in between the holes, and they have nowhere to go except into the lobster's loving embrace.
Vagrant and his army of Sims, a second rogue gallery, a gateway, and 4 idle scribes at the natural.
I think this is the most solid Keen has been in so far. He's not particularly behind. He's just getting a little flustered, you feel, with all the idle workers and stuff all around, and being a little lax and getting this expansion up, whereas DF getting a little overly focused at some points. And
yes,
gotten a few licks in, but nothing really substantial quite yet.
Do you remember when you casted those silly games between Enos and Roller Skates, and Roller Skates was like overly focused on tickling him to death? And he had all of his APM on that, and he had just had 2,000 resources or whatever. That's somewhat similar to what DF was dealing with right now. Not to the same degree, but still, you know, a lot of idle workers, really no uptime on this Nexus here on his natural, so wasn't really able to get too much done. But his embassy being completed gives him another worker queue. So we're going to start to see him not just catch up on worker count, but supersede 3Crow pretty soon. That's really not too far away.
Both players are absolutely drowning in minerals, and gas is not doing too well. Whereas at least Kian started to saturate his second base, but that ridge in his main is still not being mined. This is definitely a case where if you're stuck in it, it's probably very safe to just go mineral only, take up to tier 2. And, I mean, you're stuck here anyways. Whereas in DF's case, I actually think heavy air would be a good choice at this point. But he's not mining at all from that base, so he's kind of like going all Sims. His army is a little squishy here, and I don't know, trying to brute force down a ramp held by a massive Cyclops and Cyprians with Sims probably is not going to work. So his army is kind of defensive, right? Yeah,
I would have to say so. Now, starting to saturate the ridge, it looks like there's still 2 Masons idling by this Watchdog. They've been sitting here for a very long time, as it is. And obviously there's a witness spotting the saturation level at the natural, or the in-base, as it were. What does 3Crow want to do? He's mostly built defensive stuff. He's adding 2 stockades. And he's not really banking too much gas here. He's getting a Shaman from the stockade with a Vestry. And he does have the Cyprians in the anchors. So what's he going to do about that? He's going to add a star pad to detect this annoying witness that's spying on him. There's an anchor off to the other side with a Watchdog. That.
There's an anchor over there somewhere. He's afraid of getting dropped or recalled or something there.
Yeah, well, he knows that the embassy is out, or he should. He should know that the embassy is out because of the witness, but I'm not sure that he spotted it yet.
I would honestly think about just floating a ministry off to the top right, taking all that gas. Just going straight into tier 2. He's pretty bottled down here. I don't really think, realistically speaking, these Sims shouldn't have too much of a chance of breaking him.
I don't think so.
But if the Shaman like huddles in the mineral line and doesn't heal the front, and he doesn't respond fast enough, then it could get bad, but well, they just showed their presence anyways, so that's not really going to help too much. Yeah,
that should announce the presence quite loudly here. There's also 2 Cyprians and an anchor in the micro base, so that's going to give him a little bit of an advantage. If he actually built a lodestone here, he would shoo away the witness, but obviously that's a piecemeal solution to that when really...
If he deploys that Shaman anywhere near that army,
that's another thing.
You'll suddenly see some blue puffs appear.
Yeah, Shaman's in deployed mode.
Right now he's amassing. He's right on the cusp of tier 2. He can definitely take it if he wants it.
DF setting up a third base.
Is on the cusp of a Star Sovereign.
Yes. Where is it? Waiting for that gas.
I mean, he's really banking that gas now, so he's He's steadily going there as workers are crawling over to this third. He's just sitting just to contain, I guess. He doesn't really want to try to brave that ramp.
No, yeah, you know, having his military presence on the side isn't too bad. You've got a witness in the base. You're aware that there's almost certainly not going to be any military move-outs that are going to come from the sky.
Gateways.
So, yeah, adding more military production makes sense here for DF. The anchors are lifted so that you can get potential third base online here for 3Crow. And he pops one of the Kabbalists. Will he accidentally aggro the other one, is the question. No, looks like it was true. Gets immediately bitch slapped out of the air. You know, if you know where the witnesses are...
That Cyclops is spinning very fast.
Oh... if you know where the witness is, you can actually take, like, say, a cleric or a Goliath or some like high HP unit, and like put it over there and just attack it with like 5 of your Cyclops, and it'll 6 Cyclops damage would actually kill it. Now, trying to pull the units away, it does get caught by 3Crow. He's going to fall backwards.
DF can make the monument ascend now. He has well enough money.
He's attacking instead though, and this is not a this is not a fight he's likely to win. The Cyclops rounding off so much damage. The Shaman needs to deploy to keep these units alive, but the Clerics are doing a great job right now, and the Simulacra do fall, not replicating the success they had on map 2.
My boy is going to go to the Star Sovereigns. You've got the money. You've got the power.
He's adding a lot of gateways. That's about it.
You got 1,000 gas, my man. You can be on your road. You can make an Anthelian. Just lock all those up. They can't get away from you.
Meanwhile, what's the tier 2 of choice?
I mean, Kian's getting a lot of money, too. Tier 2 just finished for him.
Could see captaincies here with all of the minerals he's got, but instead, yeah, starports coming on.
1,200 gas.
A lot of idle workers at the third for DF just now got saturated or situated, and the witness is going to continue to spot. That was a pretty big defeat militarily, but now 3Crow hasn't immediately pulled the trigger on retaliating. Usually when you break a contain, that's when your opponent is at their weakest. So when you see you just slotted a ton of enemy units, you swatted them out of the sky like that fly that was annoying DF between games. Now you can just walk straight over there and at least put some pressure on. But 3Crow's a little bit paranoid of a potential follow-up attack, and now he's going to give a lot of time for DF to remax his army, so to speak, and using the old world nomenclature. Not really possible to max in CMBW unless you hit the unit cap.
He could have had a Star Sovereign on the way by now, but I guess he's content to sit on the money for the moment. He queued up 3 witnesses.
I heard an explosion as well. I don't know if that was something getting canceled. Looks like it was. Captaincies being added. And a third starport, but no units being trained by them yet because of the low gas.
DF's minerals is getting depleted now. He has no interest in going for tech, just all Drakened.
Yeah, he could be capping his geysers as well, or at least harvesting gas from the third. That's not going to happen right now, though. And another move out. Now, it's worth noting at this point that with gateway units coming out, this could be a more successful attack because he doesn't really have a whole lot of armor pen, right? There's only a single Hurakan for armor rend. That's obviously going to get focused down fairly early. And there's some anchors with Cyprians, but you're not seeing, any Sentinels. Yeah, that's a big one.
He's got almost 2,000 minerals. That's a lot of Sentinels he could have right now that would make him impervious right now, but...
2,000 minerals, indeed. It has been crossed. 2 Palladiums are done, but nothing coming out of them just yet. Trying to keep track of what's being built out of these Tier 2 tech structures or, Tier 1 with Tier 2 add-ons.
Imagine if DF had went up Tectons at this point. This would be a pretty close game at that stage. But he's just not really intent on spending his resources on tech. Even though he's spamming gateway units, it's not depleting his resources that much at this stage.
It's going to be Wyverns out of the starports, which is an interesting play here. And the lobotomy mines do indeed sound the lobster alert. 3Crow should be aware that, okay, well, my opponent was posturing to try to attack down these really thin corridors. And it's funny, 3Crow said he hates maps with thin chokes, but this one is helping him out quite a bit now that he's on the back foot.
He is now starting to make Heracles. That'll give him a much-needed front line against this spattering of gateway stuff that's amassed in front of him. Almost 1,400 gas, 1,300 minerals. He could throw down a Monument of Sin and still have enough to keep making gateway units.
Yeah, particularly with the full saturation here. He's capped the gas in his third, nowhere else, but he's not mining from that aquifer. So not on top of his macro game here, DF. But at the same time, one of the things that we're noticing is a continuation of, more Mavericks, more Phalanxes coming out now. A second round of Wyverns is done, third on the way. What I could like to see here is maybe a couple Apostles to try to revive some of these lower HP units like Mavericks as the game goes longer. But we'll have to wait and see.
I feel like if DF just immediately attacked when he moved in there first time with his army, he probably could have broken this wall. But now, not so much. And yet, at the same time, he's not posturing for tech.
He's going to go for a fourth base, but it's mineral focused, right? There's not really much gas down there.
He's not really moving to make a siege composition. There's no Optectons, there's no Acantors, there's no Pariahs. It's just all gateway, which there's only so many gateway units you can fit through these choke points at once.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Particularly against Terran, who, for all you know, could just decide to start making a massive Sentinels at this point, which would really give him a lot of headaches if he had Sentinels. I like these maps because you can just put Sentinels on all these corners, and then the height advantage gives them extra range. And they're just pulling units every which direction, shooting them constantly, dealing lots of damage. And the units have to kind of go around weird places to get to them. And it really just makes a mess for attackers. And I know I gave Veek a lot of problems with that in those FFAs in that 1 3-player map, just sticking Sentinels on these ledges constantly. But he's not doing that at the moment, but he could. And, as Protoss, you need to have some tools to try to break that down. You either need to tank it down with something like Archons, or you need to range it down, or you need air or something. But he's not even using the rogue galleries anymore other than for the vanguards. And they're just going to kind of get annihilated all the same.
Drakened gets caught. It will, obviously this Mason down here did get exposed. One of the Heracles charges forward, just gets bopped. Now the Phalanxes are going to start trying to crawl forward. And this is where the army control is going to be really big for 3 Crow. If he can effectively posture his units. He still has a lot of Wyverns back at home. That's where most of his gas is going, but he's out floating almost as many minerals as DF is, despite it being on less bases. So
that's a lot of madcaps he can be making right now just to have a little bit of extra firepower.
And look at this, the Nexus in what could have been 3 Crow's 4th base. Interestingly enough.
DF has been hanging around this magical 1,300 minerals for a long time. Now he has crept up to 2,000 gas. Yes. That's a lot of Optectons, multiple Star Sovereigns, and Thelians. Literally whatever he wants he could have right now. But he has no interest in something that'll definitely make his life a lot easier in penetrating this. Imagine if he had just built 3 Empyreans and come around the top. That would really cause Kian a lot of headaches. What if he went Didax and dropped him? There's just a lot of options he is just not even showing any interest in at this time.
Another Ministry in the back of the main here for 3 Crow. He's going to look to maybe float off and take that gas that you were mentioning. Definitely a viable strategy.
Those Wyverns are going to cause him so much pain.
He's got no air units, He's got nothing that he can use to fight this. So he can maybe make some Barghest,
I'm not sure he even
vassals.
saw them move out. Did he see them move out? Okay, he's building 2 Monuments of Sin. He finally spent his money.
Oh my god, this could be atrocious if the Wyverns go over there at the exact time with the Crucible and the Monuments warping in. The Wyverns could cause so much heartbreak here, and that might even just be GG
There is nothing he
immediately.
has that can fight. He has no air units. He has... Oh no.
And that's the thing is, the fact that DF has been so needlepoint focused on gateway units for so long means that 3 Crow doesn't really have to worry about building Valkyries to escort these Wyverns. They can't attack air, but... I don't think he realizes
how effective this can even be.
Yeah. It's just a question of how long it takes them to go.
Spinning so aggressively.
He's doing his darndest, man. He's trying. There are some Valkyries behind this as well, so if they can get over there in time, maybe we see something. Okay, there's 3 more Crucibles finishing.
No,
Mesk.
DF, no.
Mesk. Oh, hold me. I think it's happening. What are you even going to do? Surely as soon as 3 Crow sees this,
no.
He needs to just gun this down immediately.
This is disgusting. Oh, my God.
They're not being canceled. Mesk, they're not being canceled. No, Mesk! One of them doesn't get canceled. No! Okay, they got canceled then. This Monument of Sin is still not canceled. Okay, he was going to buy time. He was going to leave it. He's letting it go.
I've got other shit to kill. The army has to scurry around, but that is a lot of Wyverns. They can definitely kill a lot of these units.
Absolutely. None of them have even fallen yet. There's still 21 of them. There was a charlatan, but it died pretty quickly.
That got canceled. He saved some of his money, but not much. Oh, the main is just annihilated. What is he going to do? Is he going to try to suicide the front?
I think so. This is going to be GG, boys. The army's going to come in, but is it even going to get to the natural? There's so much Protoss here, but look at the choke points acting against him. Some of the front line getting in from the bottom. Draken and Stutter stepping forward. Remember, no Wyverns here to try to defend this, but do you even need it? Half of Killer Crest Defense Force is just standing around waiting for their turn, and the Phalanxes have chewed through half of this army before it can even get to the anchor line. Oh, meanwhile, the Wyverns back at home, depowering all of the gateways. Mess, we're going to game 4.
If he had one Empyrean or a handful of Panoptises, this game would have been completely different. There would have been some real egg, some real bra moments.
Mask, if he had vassals, he could have zoned those things away.
This was disgusting, and even at the end of the day, Kian did not move in to try to funnel those choke points, to punish those chokes.
Yes.
And that army still was unable to break down his feet.
Yeah, it didn't even really get... I don't know if it put any damage on them. He didn't stem his
Mavericks, he didn't charge in the tank with them. They just kind of stood there and just waited, and it was just a goddamn massacre.
I mean, the Wyverns aren't...
He could have had some engrams in his base.
Yes.
That would have made a big difference, but he had nothing in there at all.
Another
now
base
he's
being
sitting
melted.
at 4,200 minerals, just shy. 1,600 gas. Someone like Shambler would be panic building all their tech in there. Oh, there you go. Now it's happening.
Oh, is he adding some engrams? Okay, gateways. Listen, you can't lift off and manor stuff around that way, but maybe you can do this.
I'm going to wait for the question marks to exchange again. He's going in the wrong direction. Those engrams, hypothetically, could just...
He's adding so many.
Built 6 engrams. He's still got that much gas left over. Oh, they're coming.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
They're not going to finish in time.
No.
They're not going to finish.
They are not. Here come the Wyverns. Just pop all the pylons. That's all you need.
It's a disaster.
Or maybe the workers, I guess.
It's a train wreck.
I guess if you kill the workers and then the Nexus, he's got nothing besides the stuff on the right side. Yeah, the engrams are going to finish here, but does 3 Crow even care too much? He's just going to fly over them anyway.
Well, they did some damage. The other engrams he's building could hypothetically finish them off. Another 6 are en route. 7, finally, DF has depleted his gas. His Kian ascends to 8,000 minerals, almost 1,400. He could just build a dad and just proxy diadem this and call it a day.
I do like that the Daedal is the tier 3 and people can call it dad for short. That feels really good. I feel like I've really made art.
Back to gateways. Again, it's all he can really afford now. I mean, I guess he could spam vassals. It would probably be a lot more effective in the long run. The Wyverns may start dying here.
Yeah, I think they are.
Rip.
They're not really focus firing. Okay, now they are.
Yeah. It was close. He got a bunch of them down, but...
Now trying to focus down the pylons. I guess he can do that. I think these are going to finish before that last pylon goes down. He didn't see it because of the... Oh, he didn't see the pylon.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he got it.
He got it.
Oh, wait, there's still one more up there. Oh, it just powers the one Warden. He's not attacking the Warden. The Warden's going to kill everything. 10,000 minerals.
Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
Oh, he repowered it! Oh.
DF hangs on by the sack of his scrotum.
I'm afraid,
Just
Mask.
clenching on by the teeth, hanging for dear life.
I'm afraid, Mask, what happens if the next match goes for an hour and Scholar and VidiB have to play next century?
Well, it's not like Kian really has much of a ground army left, and he kind of just was focused on the Wyverns.
No, yeah, he didn't. He thought he won, so he was like, yeah, whatever, I win.
I'm going to build more Wyverns. I mean, just build some tanks and drop them on a ledge. Well, I guess he can't really drop. Yeah, again, he's got a ledge there. He had to go all the way around or drop something.
Well, they outrange engrams and deployed normally anyway, so
yeah.
It's 14-9 at that point.
It's creeping, crawling forwards.
There's 3 Drakeneds at a time.
Oh, the engrams are opening fire, but the clerics might be able to heal the tank through.
Yeah, between the shamans and the cleric, I feel like this is going to be just fine. The Madcap's going to occupy the ground army. That phalanx is trying to be focused down, but it's not going to happen. One more shot, and there it goes. The sole defensible engram position. There's 2 more in the back, but are they really going to do too much? And hey, DF is out of gas, like you mentioned, but he's also pretty close to...
This is the scrappiest 10,000 mineral army I've ever seen. He's going to send him some more wyverns, but they might also die to the engrams.
I do like that he's got units everywhere at this point, covering all the other bases. He even scouted out the Nexus in the bottom left.
He knows his bullshit.
Yeah.
He just went through it.
He's taking every base on the map with his 10k mineral.
May as well.
Now, the problem is the Scribe can obviously brutally murder this Mason and is also building a bunch of lattices, so a Sentinel gets constructed.
Oh, tickle.
Yeah, the tickle's happening. And the Wyverns are going to head on over there, surely.
He's being wary of those engrams now.
Nah, he just wants to charge in. One of the engrams is very low. The other one focuses its attention onto the Wyverns and gets
They're
focused
trying to
down.
kill the clerics so bad, but they can't because they just keep healing each other.
The Sentinel was interrupted.
It's being tickled now.
He waited until those completed and then he GG'd. All right, Mesk, we've got ourselves a series. 3 Crow is on the board. And again, how or why did DF take so long to build any tech? What was going on with that?
He really, really wanted to lose that one. I don't know. That was a weird one. Like, he could have built literally anything would have done better than just straight gateway and those choke points. Tectons would have pushed that out earlier. He didn't build any defenses in his main, so he really wasn't paying any. Like, he had this is the thing. He had witnesses all over the place. Surely he knew about the wyverns. Surely he saw them. But he didn't respect that the stack of wyverns could just fly around the map into his base and just completely ignore him.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened, to be honest. Like, how do you not expect something like that to hit you? We'll wait for DF to select map 4.
I went into Shambler's game just to type U and leave.
Oh, that's good. You probably made him all excited with the join lobby sound.
And I mean, let's say, well, you can go Demiurge. You can go Archon to tank him. You could go Pariahs to tank him. You can go Cantors to drop him. You could have gone Architects, because Architects are really good against Bio. You could have built Empyreans just to force them down. You could have made Magisters and Epigraphs are a good combination for single target, which you didn't really need, but I mean, just like pretty much anything. Just like a stack of like Exemplar or Gladiuses. Like just something to spend the 2,000 something gas.
One of the things that I'm looking forward to is whether we will actually see infinite velocity in this series, because I mean, Nightfall is a map that can be pretty aggressive, but not sure. Okay, guys, come on. Let's be real. Let's be adults in here. 3 Crow's not going to get Terran 4 games in a row. It's just not going to happen. Statistically improbable.
Do not tempt this.
It just couldn't happen.
Listen, you cannot apply statistics to Blizzard. Blizzard does not follow any remote sense of logic or common sense whatsoever. When he gets Terran the 4th time, you're going to have to eat your shoe live on camera.
That reminds me of a CS caster that had to do that because he lost a bet, but he just bought a boot in the a chocolate in the shape of a boot. Green Eggs and Spam hitting us with a 1 in 81 chance to get Terran from this point.
Listen, I got Zerg literally like 11 times in a row. So, do not tempt the randomizer in this, because it is bad. Not as bad as Warcraft 3, but it's still pretty bad.
I just like that they use the current system time.
Yes. That was something you did back in like old consoles.
Yeah.
Not really as much today because it's too easy to game.
I am glad that we at least got to see 4 games out of this series, because this is probably going to be one of the more entertaining series.
Well, Blizzard sees drop tables in World of Warcraft off of account ID. Whoever forms a raid, their account ID is the seed. I've tested this across thousands.
And they don't randomize it from that point? Like, they don't do another thing to it?
As far as I can tell, no.
Yeah, that's dumb. They do.
They
do some
way too many
operation.
clears of the raids and seen way too many
Right.
very, very consistent drop results to know otherwise. It's definitely account based.
That's really funny. Yeah, I was just having fun trying to macro. Well, at least the fun led him to another map.
DF finally got his ducks all in a row, and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna finally spend this money.
Nah.
20 seconds later, like 30,000 fucking vipers come in and destroy all of his hard work.
All right, boys, we're getting into Nightfall, the 4th game in this match, in this series. Will we see 3Crow push us to infinite velocity? I hope so, because that's cheese.
I fucking told you.
All right, well, 3Crow in the bedazzled blue, not Terran, I wink, 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 and DF, the snow Protoss.
I keep telling you. You guys are like, no, he's not going to get Terran. Dude, he's going to get Terran again. If we go to another game, there's a really high probability he's just going to keep getting Terran over and over and over again.
Well,
that is precisely what it does to me. You remember. Because it happened to some of the fraud archies you were there for.
Mm-hmm.
I just got Zerg every single game, nonstop.
You know, with how common this is for 3Crow, you'd think he'd be better at Terran.
You'd think, but I think it's going to pressure him to be more. I don't know. Yeah, I think if one hand it would pressure him to be more aggressive because he gets frustrated out of it and he wants to do something different, or he has like some other idea he wants to do with another race. But it also might encourage him to play super defensively too, because that's what got him the win in the last game.
Yeah, and maybe DF will like basically maybe both of our players can level up their game based on how the last one went, right? Like maybe 3Crow can hold on and defend easier versus what he dealt with the vassal harassment. And hey, look at this, the scribe even confirming indeed the 1 in 81 chance.
DF is probably like, God damn it.
Yeah.
At least I'm not getting 6 pooled. Maybe DF considers it a blessing.
Hey, look at this. The double mason trying to block the scribe movement. Now that's psychological
do, like, double
warfare.
wraiths, but you know, there's nothing special coming into that.
I didn't change the string. Random is not Terran, I promise. Oh, there's a pylon. Stop the expo.
I really honestly expected him to make a Nexus there. I just felt in my gut there was going to be a Nexus. But now he sees the Cyprian, and it's like it kind of gives away too much information, I think.
Well, the Masons need to be pulled
now he's
off.
got 2 Masons sitting there doing nothing for nothing, right? So it's like a net loss on 2 fronts. It defeats the whole purpose of you having the Masons there. Meanwhile, inside of DF's.
Yes. Okay. Well, these 2 Masons do need to be put back on the line. It's going to be a Fulcrum follow-up. We got 3 idle workers and a scout worker. So, well, never mind that. So, 11 workers, really. That's the real number of workers that 3Crow has right now?
I don't know. Maybe he'll go for a faster tier 2 than last game. The second base is a lot harder to hold in this map. It is really open, easily droppable. Then choke is almost impossible to wall off. And your main is quite vulnerable in this. Not super vulnerable as some of them are, but still lots of open drop space. If DF wanted to go Acantors and dropping, this is definitely a very viable map for that. If he wanted just to go straight gateway and just keep trying to pressure him, it's a way easier map to do that on than the last one. Kian is going double anchor right out of the gate. I think my call on that is going to be correct, where he's going to try to go defensive into tier 2. That's kind of it. But again, it's a little harder of a map to do that because in the other map you had that base, the second satellite base inside of your main area, which was a lot easier to hold. This one's a lot harder to do that on. And I would be a little wary about doing that against DF, who's shown that he's just going to consistently do the same thing if he isn't trying to cheese you. And that means you're going to see a large gateway push towards the point that you'd be thinking about actually building tier 2. But what you are seeing is a fast lodestone, because he is a little concerned about the Kabbalists again, I think. I think he realizes they could have done way more damage than they did.
Yeah, I'm wondering what his game plan is, if he's had the presence of mind to think to himself, at the very least, I'm random, I don't know what I'm going to get in there. Apparently you do, it's Karen. But if I don't know what I'm going to get, then surely I know what DF might do, right? And what his tendencies are. And so here's what I can do to counteract that. Now, another vassal has been made to scout. There will be an expansion for DF, although he's a little bit ahead of the game in terms of money. He queued up a drag hit in when he could have gone for a Nexus instead. So doesn't want that just yet. But with a Star Pet coming out for good scouting, and with the double anchor hold, which was scouted by that first vassal, it does feel to me like there's not really going to be too much room for a push with the Gateway Army, right? Like, I think what we're going to see is, this pylon will get cleaned up. We'll have 3-Crow take an expansion a little bit later than DF's own, and otherwise it's just going to be kind of a standard macro game. I can't really see 3-Crow losing the game early on, and he's not really going to be too interested in doing any sort of aggressive move, right? So he just wants to hold on, get to tier 2 again, see what happens there. And the vassal is just mostly going to be kind of annoying here, but it's not going to result in any fatalities.
I think it's quite possible you're going to see another Ahmed drop. That seems to be kind of what he wants to do here, but it did get kind of interrupted by that vassal.
Yeah, the Mason
moved
isn't
a
back.
worker over there, but it's not actually working on it.
Yeah. Adding a watchdog here to thwart off anything else. But yeah, again, you mentioned it earlier. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
There you go.
That could have been a disaster. I've had that happen before. But you see, DF saw that, and I think he saw that. Oh, no, the scribes. There's 2 of them trapped in there spinning.
Where?
In his main. Oh, he realized that he's going to have to cancel. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
He had to cancel his warning. So there's a little bit of a move out here, but I think they're mostly here just to deny that expansion.
Yeah. Well, he lost the pylon, so he knew maybe his opponent's going to go for that. Now, that might empower a drop here, but instead it's going to be an ant seal. That's going to basically be hyper defensive. But he can follow that up with a drop, and obviously the stockade can continue building up stuff like the vestry. It is done now.
3 wardens in the main.
That's
he really
very
does
defensive.
not want an Ahmed, but it's only 1 pylon. So you can just snap that pylon and call it a day.
Yeah. Well, I guess 3-Crow's next phase of his operation here at this point is going to be to clear out this force using the NCL and the various units he has. He can move the anchors up, take a position in front of those crevices, and start setting up his expansion. Because he does need to do that. He could also just put it on the high ground here and start floating it down. He built
another anchor in his main.
Yeah.
He is really, really concerned about drops.
Both of our players are very concerned about that, yeah.
And neither of them really seems to want to actually do it.
Yes, exactly. I mean, we have a Wraith coming, so that'll be good scouting. And we got a couple units going to go ahead and load that into that anchor. So right now, he's got 8 units in various anchors or lodestone.
And another rogue gallery. Is this going to be the same composition? Is it going to be Vagrants?
More units just getting picked apart as they walk into the base. The Witness dies because it walks into the lodestone. So this is a little awkward here for DF. He's got the worker advantage thanks to his embassy. And obviously he's going to have the money advantage thanks to his expansion. So it's a question of how soon 3-Crow is able to thwart that. He is building a ministry, more than halfway done. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to really expect out of this game. It's definitely going to be slow moving, though. The Wraith does get some information and then falls away. I'm not sure if it spotted the rogue galleries.
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
He was circling around them. He saw them. He knows. Another pylon.
Yeah, just adding more build space. He was struggling with that earlier, so it makes sense. And then if, air becomes a threat, you start doubling up on the pylons just to make sure that you have good protection versus any snipes. I mean, obviously we saw that with the Wyverns in the last game. And maybe 3-Crow will try to reproduce that strategy, right? When you play random, your playbook might not be as deep, but at the same time, you should be able to surprise your
He's
opponent.
moving this up here. I don't think he realizes that there's just a small army chilling out there.
Yeah. You know, once he does, he's going to need to move
very
the
soon,
anchors.
though.
Yeah. Yeah, lands it in his face anyway. Now decides to fall back. More units coming. Another vulture to replenish that one. And another ministry behind it. So he's going to go up to a fast 3 base, which probably is going to catch DF off guard a little bit. The question is, where does he put that third ministry? Is he going to go to the corner in the top right? We saw him do that against Keen. So...
There's a bunch of Bargheths being built here. I'm not so sure I feel too good about that against an Ant Seal plus
yeah, the lodestone
multiple
yeah.
Cyclops / Cyprians, but kind of depends on really what he's planning to use them for as he stacks up a bunch of gateways behind it.
There's a bit of a traffic jam here as these units are gonna try to get off down to the ramp. Wraiths are gonna go ahead and quickly snipe that vassal. Units are sort of spinning around instead of fighting. That's going to cause 3-Crow to pull the trigger here. This force will be very easily dealt with. Clerics keeping most of the units alive. Barachan's now starting to fall. Anseal mostly protecting the back line. Bit of a fighting retreat there, but ultimately that's going to dissuade there. Okay, so now you can start to land your masons, your ministries, etc. You can start to get that stuff done. But look at the money, Mesk. We've got so much minerals. So many minerals.
Disgusting. My man. You could just throw all those workers and cross-harvest that gas, throw down tier 2, immediately plop out like a million cat facts.
Would need 0.5
Why?
for
Just
that
because
still,
cat
but
facts.
we need to see is
way more. By the
way
time the Atlas
more.
finishes, he could afford it.
Yeah, we do need way more workers here for 3-Crow. He's
Adding
currently
additional stockades.
he's a little bit undersaturated. He could put one more gas worker on there for the ridge, and we have more witnesses sort of peering on through. The Anseal is with the rest of the army.
He's spying the little stack of wraiths.
What I would like to see there, he's about to get tier 2. As he does that, I think we could probably see, 2 Goliaths with the Anseal just start hunting around. Or even with the Wraiths, like Wraith Anseal, just hunt around for witnesses, clear them out. That's a lot of money, and it puts your opponent in the dark. Third ministry did land, but no workers being constructed there yet. And he is starting to saturate the gas at his natural first. So he's going to go ahead and drop his tier 2. It's okay timing. He's definitely like 2 minutes behind what you would normally see, maybe more, depending on how the rest of the early game played out with a more competent player. But we're seeing gateways. We're seeing, again, Bargheths being constructed in the back. And there was only the one Wraith Scout. So he's aware of the possibility, but he's not aware of the actuality, right?
Yeah, I don't think he knows the actual composition of what's coming here. I think he was a little worried about more Kabbalist run-bys, which is why he was so hesitant to come down that ramp to begin with.
Yeah.
But it hasn't happened yet, so you got to start being a little sussy back about that.
Pulling back to the new anchors being constructed. Going to start laying some more lobotomy mines. That's going to be great for anti-ground. And honestly, I mean, even the stuff that are in the anchors and lodestones are going to be really, really effective versus the Bargheths when they do come. It's just a question of whether you can spot them out first. I mean, you have double Stargate being added to this composition. DF's third Nexus is up, but he's only really harvesting minerals from it right now. More gateways being added to the natural.
Now, those witnesses would have seen that ministry fly off if he was paying attention to that.
Yeah.
So he should know about the presence of the third and soon to be fourth, judging by this other Mason moving out.
Yep,
You
I
can
think
see
so.
that DF's being a little bit more proactive about actually spending his gas now. Although he is not harvesting from that ridge in his main.
Nor is
So
he
he
harvesting
could have
from
a
the
little bit
gas
more.
in the third, so...
Yeah. There are just witnesses all over the place now. Kind of more standard of what you really expect from him. Starports are coming up. He might just do the exact same thing.
I don't see why not. He's adding a fourth one now. He does have access to the same amount of gas that he did in the previous game. Maybe a little bit less, because he's not going to have access to the geyser that was in the satellite base. But right now, he currently has a lot more of a gas income because of that third, and he's constructing a ministry in the bottom left. Bargheths on the
not
move.
making any clear intent to put pressure on that.
No, I don't think he clocked the movement there. No.
If he saw something move out from there, he might have assumed it to be a Wraith, or he may never notice it at all. The color does kind of blend in the mini-map a little bit, but he should at least be checking those spots anyways, just to be sure there are no secret backdoors going on that have caused him issues. I think a lot of workers are about to die.
It could very well be the case, right? The Watchdog gets interrupted just on the nick of time before being built, and now the workers are the primary targets. Some bar guests falling. Mavericks here not being stemmed. And DF struggling to get the execution down here, but is going to go ahead and pick off a number of workers, getting himself a 20 worker advantage right now. There was also a worker pull, like he pulled the workers away back to the main. Yep. He should resaturate as soon as possible. But with the starports done, after this first round of Wyverns, I would not be surprised if we see Valkyries, which would work really well against the Exemplars as well. Like Wyvern Exemplar or a Wyvern Valkyrie could do pretty well into the composition here, especially if there's ground units to occupy. Like again, normally you see Protoss players go Exemplars when they intend to break a Terran, but if you have good starport units out by that point, they become a lot less effective.
Yeah, Valks especially gotta be mindful of all throughout the game.
A lot of Watchdogs are built at that third. Not expecting a ground assault, so no Sentinels there. But if the bar guests do reveal that position, then that could be a pretty easy slam dunk.
All I have to do is just scout it out, and they're basically your version of the Wraiths, so...
Yeah, for
not defending that fourth, though. There's no towers or anything over there yet. There's a witness that might die. No, skirt's just shy of that Ancient. Just...
Yeah, the anchors are not actually staffed here. There's one Cyclops in the top anchor.
There's no phalanxes at the moment, so
yeah, nothing.
This is not nearly as scary of a defense as what he had at this point in that second or that last game.
And with the bar guests and the Exemplars, like the air threat is pretty big, but there's not really any anti-air, right?
He's still making Wyverns, so there's no real dedicated anti-air coming out. There's no Sentinels or turrets or anything on that cliff at all. That's a cliff you definitely want to have Sentinels on.
Ooh, look at this.
Necessary.
Picking off the Wraiths thanks to the Witness revealing it. That's a pretty big deal. The Palladium is now going to get targeted down. Not the greatest of choices. He forces a kill on it. Doesn't get canceled, but loses a decent number of Bargus as a result. Now, the problem is a bunch of Mavericks were moved over here, but so were a bunch of Vultures, which are not going to be very useful, as you might imagine. But could have potentially, you know, buttressed the anti-ground defense. Here are the Mavericks. Stim needs to happen.
This, but it's not the best choice.
Yeah, Stim needed to happen there. It could have gotten a lot more kills, but obviously the Ancil there to detect as well.
Killing the Palladium does stop him from getting any phalanxes, which means I think DF can force this down if he wants to.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, there's still Wyverns being amassed, right? There's going to be 12 of them after this next round here. I don't think 3 Crow's going to have enough time to scramble them. And look at this. The Bargus are going to start seeing this base on the left. That might be the first target.
If they get nudged into there, they could get dragged into those turrets and all die terribly.
They could, but I don't think DF has clocked it yet. He's not really paying attention to it right now. He could easily just move his whole force over there and attack. No, he used a control group, I think. He doesn't even know. He didn't even look at it. And look at that. The Watchdog finishes. Cyclops and Cyprian in the anchor down there. Now he's going to start to see that there's attacks over here. But look at this. Watchdogs are here.
He flew into it anyways.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, all the Bargus just ended up dying. He's going to move the whole rest of his army over here, so the jig is up for this base. Meanwhile, back at home, there's a core, or in the bottom left, rather, there's a quarry being constructed and some gas being mined. So this won't be the biggest of losses. I mean, DF is floating 5,000 minerals right now. This gives a little bit of opportunity.
That's a lot of vassals.
Yeah, this gives a little bit of opportunity for 3 Crow to start sending off the Wyverns. And with the Bargusts dead, there's no anti-air units. There's nothing else. There's some more Bargusts coming. But for a little bit, I mean, especially with all of the idle workers here in the top middle, we might see a repeat of the last game. Now, unfortunately for 3 Crow, his ground army is moving out, and it is no match for this force, especially with the Wyverns off in the top right.
Can't fight this. Oh, it's a massacre.
Yeah, this is going to be a total disaster. The Mavericks weren't even stimmed. And does he have anything to defend with this? He's going to have to pull the Wyverns back down just to defend. He did have some Valkyries in production. Yep, they are done. And he's now starting the Sentinels, but he needed to do that before losing his big army in the ground. Yeah. And it's a question of whether DF will recognize that this is an opportunity.
Oh, DF didn't even go to attack.
No.
This is a big opportunity that he has there. He's slowly amassing a little stack of Bargus.
Yes, he does have another round.
No, his witnesses would have certainly seen those Wyverns coming, so now he's
kind
of sort of in the state he was last game, but more or less aware that if they flout, they might just annihilate him. But he's still making exemplars.
He's got 8 lattices at the third whooping him. So I think we know where that's going.
Vassals.
And Vassals are not bad, right?
Vassals.
Like, Vassals are going to be
They're
pretty
very good.
effective versus the moves here. Phalanx is probably going to get focused down here. The Exemplars stuttering forward. The Valkyries will start to deal some splash damage to them. Sentinel's lasting a lot longer than you might expect, and the Wyverns are now here to try to back them up. So this ground army's
He just
toast.
brute force this down very easily.
The ground army's gone. The Wyverns might suffer 1 or 2 losses here, but no, it looks like only one of them is going to go down, and the Valks are going to be here piecing apart these Exemplars. One more, or a couple more volleys, and that's going to be it for multiple of them. There they go. So that's not bad at all. The Barghests, well, don't try to fight Valks with Barghests, whatever you do. Crowd control is going to be huge for them. All of these idle scribes in the top middle have been idle for minutes at this point. DF has not looked at that base for, I want to say, at least 3 minutes.
They're just having a cook-off. A tickle-off.
Oh, here we go. The Wyverns are being
coming.
tickled by the Barghests, but yeah, they're going to get flown into the Valks, and that's going to be the end of that.
Annihilated.
Yeah. The fact that he lost the big ground army, I mean, that's actually pretty massive.
That's really bad.
Yeah, the more Wyverns are coming. They're not going to be rallied to the front, but he did just realize that he just ordered up another one of them. He's not moving those up with him just yet.
Oh no, secret vassal production facility is under siege, and once again, there's no engrams here.
Yep, and the Valks are here to deal with the Vassals. It's a total massacre. My god, the Wyverns are going to round off again. There's no ground army or sentinels or anything to thin the herd for the Dragonins, but they are doing a good job of like sort of keeping to the sides and preventing the Dragonins from focus firing anything over here. Now the Valkyries did take some hits, but I don't think it's going to be enough to do too much. Here's more Vassal death porn for you guys if you're into that sort of thing. And yeah, the Dragonins are also going to get melted. It's definitely not the end of the world. Like, this can't really kill DF right now, but if 3Crow syncs up the rest of his army, he's got, 8 more Wyverns back at home. And the Valks are just impenetrable right now. Panoptists have finally been deployed. They focus down the low HP ones, but in the process, they end up getting bopped.
The Vassals are tickling.
They are,
They're
but
tickling.
all the workers that died doesn't even matter.
A Wyvern died.
Look at the money that's been floated here.
Oh, the tickling.
Oh.
Tickling is intense.
So many
If you
of them
split
died
them
at once.
up, they can actually fight Volks, but you got to split them up.
The Exemplars are on the hunt if the Valkyries see those, if 3Crow notices them in his peripheral.
Oh, no.
He should absolutely turn and fight this with the Valks.
Benno, no, please. He's running away from them.
For now, yeah. 8 more Wyverns. There's Valkyries on the way because he's realizing that there's Panoptises that are starting to be fielded. Only 2 of them out right now. I don't know where DF's money went. I guess he remaxed on Draconins. And at this point, the Exemplars are starting to walk into Watchdogs. Obviously, in isolation, they can absolutely deal damage here. But the Valks need to be repaired, and more of them are on the way. Look at this. 4 more starports being constructed. Not interested in tech switching.
Here they come!
Yes, the Vassals are indeed out.
Ian is not responding to this very quickly, but when he does respond, well, they're just going to get erased.
Yeah, the number of Valkyries at this point, I mean, the Exemplars are the juicy targets here. You absolutely want to focus fire them. I like that DF is splitting them off so that the Exemplars are the ones that get picked apart so he can save his precious vassal fleet. That's the most important one.
Listen, Kian likes this post. He fish reacted it.
All right.
It's disgusting.
3 out of 4 Exemplars dead. Maybe the Valks hunt the rest of them down. Not sure. Witness is keeping track of all these positions, but look, the bottom left base still has not been attacked. Yeah, there's not really great saturation on the geyser.
There's no
it's not been
defenses
capped,
there
but
either.
Yeah.
Untouched, unknown, mysterious. And he
My
even got some
goodness.
of his own idle workers.
And 8 more Wyverns on production.
A couple engrams in that base, which is the one not being attacked most of the time, but
Yeah, and at this Wyvern count, I don't think you really need to worry about them either.
yeah. Well, I mean, if you had put like a bunch, like I would, like especially when you got all your production out in the front, you definitely want to have like a crucible and like a big stack of engrams and cannons and stuff just somewhere in the back to confound units who try to attack your production. But
Yeah.
there's only one pylon powering every single lattice there. To give you an idea of how flimsy that is,
Yes.
another drive-by could just decimate his most powerful unit production.
Barghests have discovered the base in the bottom left. We'll see if the ground army moves over there too. What is the response from 3Crow? He needs to he needs to put 5 workers on gas apparently. He's not going to respond very fast. He's not building any watchdogs over here, which is what you would want to do. Obviously, you want to do that preemptively. He's also showing his Valkyries to all these witnesses, which have still not been hunted down. Now, you could just send, 2 Valkyries over here to deal with these. It's not that many Barghest, but instead he's losing all of these workers. And mineral, like every amount of resource that 3-Crow loses here is a big hit.
He's pulling back. And you know what's going to happen? They're going to run.
Oh, no. Look at the Sentinels. They're popping off over here. The Wyverns are in position to start attacking as well. And there's no splash over here. The Sentinels just wreaking havoc. Absolutely ruining the Darkened army, and the Wyverns are back in action. 21. This is the same number that ruined the Monuments of Sin in the past. And okay, you've got 35 witness vassals, rather. You've got 4 Panoptises and an Argosy coming in the main for DF. But honestly, I'm going to be real with you guys. This fight looks like it's 3-Crows every day of the week.
He's trying to split up here to work against these Valks. He's getting in some damage. The Valks took a lot. But he chose to disengage, and then they all bundled up again.
Yeah. No, there's still way more Valkyries here than DF can fight. Losing all of his Drakedens leaves his air army without any support.
He can use his idols there to try to snipe down these Valks, stand and fight, but I think he forgot they existed until the very last moment.
Oh, look at all that clump up, though. That was huge damage potential. Instead, the idols fall away. The Valkyries need to respond to the vassal hordes, and they do. Where's that last pylon getting sniped? There it goes. Now the Valkyrie's going to run roughshod over the air army. Wyvern's charging into the main. DF, is he really going to get blasted by the same play 2 games in a row? 4 games of Terran in a row, and 3-Crow could take us to game 5.
There's no engrams, no matrixes, no crucibles. Nothing to defend.
The Valkyries are
Wyverns just fly around, massacring everything. The Valks are getting killed by Drakenens right now, so... now is definitely the time to start making a lot of vassals and try to cling on for dear life.
The Wyverns are sinking back up. There were some Barghest coming in from the south. Now it looks like the Wyverns are just here to deal with the rest of these Dracs. The Valkyries do spot out the Argosy, but it's not blinking, not making anything. Nexus is popped. All the vassal production is gone. All the witnesses, all the map info in the world, and it just wasn't enough. Panoptis getting killed by the last remaining Valks. There's a couple of Barghests left. I don't know if they're going to be enough to deal with these Valkyries here. There's only one left.
There's only one Valkyrie now,
yeah.
But he doesn't have anything to answer this. He has so much money, but most of his production is gone at the moment. He can't even make vassals.
I don't think 3-Crow realizes there's a single Barghest tickling his Wyverns right now. He's got more on the way anyway. There's more Valkyries on the way in case there is more anti-air. Guys, 3-Crow has somehow... Despite the fact that he rolled Terran 4 games in a row, he has somehow done this.
He knows there's a Barghest there, but it went invisible.
There it is.
There we are.
What can
DF
he do?
has realized, wait a second, I need engrams.
And he's building Stargates. Just like
the last game, he's building them in the end of the game, the twilight of the game. He is making Stargates, but between the Stargates and the engrams, and the fact he's not harvesting as much gas as he could be, he's pretty much dead in the water economically. I don't think there's anything going to come as a result of this. You might kill some of them with the engrams, but there's no crucibles here to help them, and some of them are not even made yet. It's a train wreck.
Well, the Valks aren't even fighting. They've taken up a peaceful stance, and there they go. There goes the hopes and dreams. Stargates canceled. No, not canceled. A couple Barghests in the bottom. Probably wouldn't have turned the tide, honestly, and the Exemplar dies helplessly, hunted down to death by the Valks. One Stargate does finish, and that's pretty much it. I can't believe it, Mess, but we are actually going to see a Game 5. And it's on infinite velocity.
This is going to be infinite velocity. Will it end in cheese?
Of course, it has to. The last remaining base.
If Ian gets Zerg, you know it.
Oh, a Didact was made.
Well, better late than never.
At this point,
this alive.
We do need to see. We do need to see the question marks come out. Like surely.
You need to see an XD or like a nah. We've got to have some Scholar representation in here.
Valkyries are going to start hunting stuff down.
Lattices en route.
Wyverns are going to clean up this Argosy.
At this stage, you definitely wanted to have like Empyreans, Epigraphs, Magisters.
Oh, there's even some Gorgons coming out here too. Okay, get to see that. Hey, the Valks are here. Well. They see your Didact. Or do they? Do they see your Didact? Nah.
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 Nah. Oh, no. Oh, God. Got it.
Yeah. We got 4 of them.
Yeah.
That matters. 8 seconds. GG. We go
All right.
to infinite velocity.
I went into Shambler's game again and said you and departed.
I am impressed. I am dumbfounded.
Down to the wire.
Where I need green eggs and spam in the chat. I need him to tell me how unlikely this 5th Terran game in a row is. And you just raised 81 by 3, I guess, but still. Apparently, it's 243 according to my calculator.
Well, that is 3.
Zero point 0.00069%. I agree, Veek. Well, I hope Veek's entertained, you know? I hope you guys are all entertained. I can't believe we got to see 3 Crow and DF in 5 games. Mesk, this is a truly blessed day.
Yep. And now we're going to end it on infinite velocity, and no matter what happens in this map, it's going to be stupid. Either they're both going to panic over the Nidus, or someone's going to panic over the Nidus, or there's going to be some kind of cheese. Whatever the case is, I expect to see Ahmed.
Of course. Have to. My God. Now, we could see a macro game on infinite velocity. That would also be stupid. Mm-hmm. You know, if it's not cheesy, it's stupid.
Isn't like 99% of the games I played with Shambler on this map turned all into macro games?
Yeah.
I think almost every single one did.
Well, I think most of the games that are played in tournaments also get turned into macro games. Like, there's obviously the ridiculous, like, Keen deciding to 6-pool and a 3 Crow rolling Zergan deciding to 6-pool, so.
Yeah, that's true. You can 6-pool across this huge-ass map.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what's happening if 3 Crow rolls Zerg.
Yeah.
So. Unbelievable. We'll see. We'll see. I'm looking forward to it, man.
But, I mean, he's getting Terran, so.
Ridiculous. I can't wait.
If he's got my luck, he will be Terran.
I can't wait.
Absolutely.
I'm so excited. It has to happen.
The real question is what is DF going to do if it is Terran? he's gotta realize that he's been figured out at this point. So either he's going to go for, like, hyper early aggression, or you're going to see a natural tech switch from him. Or maybe he'll just keep doing the same thing and go for different results. But this is a more defensible map than the last one. So this is more suited to how Kian is playing.
So, well, here's the thing, right? Okay, he's about ready.
You got to get in the player slot to fight him. Yeah, maybe he's manipulating the timing. He's got like a thing in his system clock for it.
Yeah, that could be it. All right, let's go, boys. Game 5, infinite velocity. This one's for all the marbles. No matter who wins here, we win here. It's Protoss versus Protoss. Sunglow is DF's color. He's on the right. 3 Crow is purple, not green, purple, and he's on the left. My man,
he didn't get Terran.
This map
I'm
is
feeling risk.
This map is where DF went fast Anthelian and just butchered some poor soul in his first.
That was Kian, wasn't it?
Maybe. Maybe. I think it was Benno.
I thought it was Kian, but
it could have been. It could have been both of them. Maybe he did it to both of them. But this was the map where that happened.
Same person.
Well, we couldn't go for 5 in a row as Terran, so 3 Crow is instead.
That's a shame.
He's got his forward pylon. He's thinking about stuff. What's he gonna do? How's he gonna destroy this man?
The whole night.
I know.
So what's he gonna do now?
Gateway.
Oh my God, he's going. No, this isn't right. He can't do it like this.
There's gas already being harvested from DF. I think we might see Rogue first.
Yeah, before he even knows the race. It could be Zerg, and he could be getting a 6 pulled, and he has no idea. He really is stacking up that gas, isn't he?
75 gas for a rogue. So we're gonna have to wait.
Or maybe
and see
he'll go
on
embassy first.
Listen, I would welcome embassy first here because you're unlikely. I mean, like, yeah, sure, your opponent might do something cheeky, but
your opponent might build a zealot.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see what it is.
What's he doing?
Rogue.
Yeah, he knows
rogue.
that his opponent.
Yeah, it's Rogue Gallery. Let's go, boys. Second gate.
Double gates. This is aggro.
We'd like to see that.
Attacking. Attack the pylon. Attack the pylon. Build your pylon next to it.
I liked when Veek was trying to wall in stuff. Like on this map, you might even be able to do that. Wall out like a bunch of the mineral fields. But obviously that's going to get nerfed in the next update since pylons are 75 minerals.
Oh, you finally nerfed pylons.
Mostly to make it so that if you
plays.
pop them, it matters a little bit more in the early game, right? So you start thinking about that. Legionnaire is out to deal with the Scribe Scout, so that'll be taken care of. And the fact that it's a Legionnaire first is pretty interesting. Rogue Gallery followed by a Lattice here for Dia.
Tickle. What's this Rogue Gallery going to make? I'm thinking Cabbalist, but...
Oh, no. Ooh.
No. Did he actually see the gallery? I think he did. It is a Cabbalist.
I imagine he must have, but even if he did, what's he going to do about it? He might also, if he didn't see that, because I wasn't watching the pathing when the Scribe came out.
Oh, yeah, he definitely did. That's a fast word, and he knows.
Okay, well...
Or maybe he did in response to the Lattice.
Yeah, it could have been either one, but it's in a good spot to dissuade Cabbalist attacks. Now, the other thing, too, that is worth pointing out here with the Warden being placed more defensively is that there's no guarding for the Atlas push here. The Warden is being placed in the ramp for DF.
They're just pretending each other doesn't want it, but in reality, this Legionnaire is just sitting there waiting.
Yeah. Cabbalist is going to move out the long way. Honestly, if you build a Cabbalist, you can burst down this Atlas really fast, right? Like, armor doesn't matter as much to the Cabbalist due to its damage. Let's see what else 3Crow has up his sleeve. He's actually behind on workers right now.
There is the Cabbalist that's going to go through these. He'll probably run face first into that Legionnaire. Oh, but Keenan surely saw that.
Interesting. What's the play going to be now?
Well,
maybe he goes after the pylon?
It's going to be a little hard to make this work. He might kill a couple units, but...
No, not even. Hesitated a little bit too much there to kill the Legionnaire in one more shot.
He might have traded, which probably would not have been very good.
No. I mean, they're the same mineral cost, but also 75 gas on top of it.
He's going to get it anyways because it got abandoned, LOL.
Yeah, with
Ian wants to destroy that Nidus now. I think maybe he got a little he forgot it was there. He was so captivated by the fact he got something other than Terran. Threw him off of his game and he forgot Niduses exist. And now there is a handful of hyper deadly simulacrums and a single vagrant chilling out there.
Just a little bit a hair away from taking fatal damage. The pylon did get a little bit of hull damage dealt to it. That's about it.
Well, he's just lovingly touching it at the moment.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. The Scribe is mad. Some little bit of a flustering going on here.
Yeah, there's one Cabbalist dead for sure.
One died, and the other one may die too. No, he escapes.
Yeah, back at home, we don't really see too much going on over here.
Some flustering going on as both players starting to float money and struggling here.
If DF sends this set of forces through that Nidus, he could interrupt the Legionnaires attacking it, but he's not aware that that's happening right now.
He has no idea. Too focused on the Cabbalist at the moment, but... Oh, no, I was going to say, if he goes down there with the Cabbalist, he would see it, but no.
1,000 minerals. 1,000 minerals. Oh, he comes through just at the tail end. It does go down, crucially. And
he's trapped here now, though.
It maroons 2 Sims over there. But, yeah, 3Crow has nothing. Oh, he has to hold. If he can hold this fight, which he definitely can based on his Darkened count, then this is just going to be, well, DF has to spend his money, but it's just going to normalize a little bit into a standard game. Again, 1,400 minerals.
DF is on the road to that Anthelian rush.
He's sending out 2 Sims across the map.
Yeah, they're coming.
More units being made. No expansion just yet. Gateway. Gateway. Still 900 minerals. Double expand behind this. Force your opponent to do something.
It's an ardent authority for
Okay.
Kian. I don't think he's going to be one that's going to be too unwilling to go deep into tech. Whether or not he's comfortable with it doesn't really matter. Expansion coming out from DF as he desperately tries to spend his money. He's still rocking enough to grab an archives if he wants to.
Yeah, that's pretty shocking to think about. Instead, it's going to be an
And
embassy.
that would actually be a great structure to get right now, because the Uptectons would immediately shut down every single thing that Kian has.
Yeah.
And he's already got a front line for it.
Yeah, so far I still favor DF based on the fact that Three Crow is playing very defensively. But if he gets an embassy to follow up this Ardent Authority, he's actually getting a second one instead. We could maybe see... the second Ardent Authority with no embassy makes me think Three Crow's going for an Architect push. Like, you know, maybe he gets like double Architect out,
Yeah,
triple Architect, and just
work.
pushes forward. And DF, you talked about Ancestral Archives. DF doesn't really know much of the tech. He's not very familiar with it, right? So when he goes ahead and deploys stuff like, you know, the embassy, he has a lot of tech. Like, the only thing he really knows about Endgame is, well, we saw him build an Argosy in the last game, but mostly Monument of Sin. That's what he wants. So it's going to be interesting.
Architects.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's expensive. He's not expanding. If he pumps out Architects, well, Sims aren't going to do too much against that at all. There is going to be a Barghest. I imagine, I don't know, I was going to say the Barghest is probably for scouting, but he's already got witnesses. The Barghest isn't going to do too much against Architects. He's going to need a lot of them,
No.
which he's not going to be pumping out very quickly off of one rogue gallery.
They are a little bit, you know, pretty reasonable crowd control when you have enough of them, and they're also very good at worker raids. But if the force is home for Three Crow, yeah, it's not going to do too much at all.
This high-tech army is just going to smash the balls out of the Simulacrum Ecclesiasts.
Yeah.
And they're not going to be able to deal with the burst damage that comes out of this once enough Architects are up. Now, that said, there is a witness that's going to go over there. There's nothing to detect it. It's going to sit there. It's going to reveal that composition. And you should see some kind of switch from DF, if only to go towards like heavier Drakenid or something more beefier than what he's got.
I think
Golems
so.
would actually be probably pretty good. Just something to get in the face of the Architect so that you have to peel for them as opposed to focusing on your backline.
You know, there's really
He's
no
gonna see
front
his
line here at
opponent
all.
has no
He's got the
expansion.
2 Legionnaires, and that's it, right? So Three Crow is lacking in that, but he does make up for it in a really heavy firepower. Now, again, the Witness is going to go ahead and confirm no expansion, and this is just the tech. So maybe the Barghest will fly around and see what he can do, but I think at this point, surely Three Crow's aware, okay, there's a Witness in my base. He must have seen all that.
Maybe he was having a little bit of a wiggle fest there with his units at the front for a moment, so maybe not. But DF will know that there is, at least he'll think there might be a full move out, but it looks more like he's just moving to security expansion. The Barghest is just sitting at the top at the moment, should deny an expansion, which is not on the way.
No, instead
But
there's
he
going to
will.
be an attempt in the sort of low ground here. So that's
Yeah.
going to be the natural for Three Crow.
He is spying that. I do have to go AFK again.
Owned. Well, boys, I'm mostly thinking at this point that DF is once again floating a lot of minerals, could be taking another base, and could certainly be thinking about ways to punish the high-tech army. But does he really know how powerful the Architects can be? The Scribe will be toast. Barghest will take care of that. What's the reaction? Three Crow can just move some, you know, a single Architect down there to deal with it from a range. He's got 4 of them right now. It's quite a powerful set. A 5th one just finished, and a Cantor on the way. Nothing else coming up here. The Nexus is just getting whittled down bit by bit. Tickling commences. Barghest confirming no other bases. Witness going back in to see what's up with the main. And another one over here is going to confirm the position of the army. Oof! 3 health. Actually could have fallen away there if he had paid attention. It's not much, but at least it's something, right? It kind of confirms to you that, like, oh, hey, I can use this to re-scout later. Embassy finally on the way, so it looks like 3-Crow will be going for a Witness of his own, followed by a Trojan for an Envoy for the Cantor drops. Trojan because he's been Terran this whole time, but not actually. Not anymore. And again, we're seeing only, like, recently did DF seemingly saturate this gas, and even then it's not really fully saturated. This one actually needs 4 workers to be fully saturated, so it's at half. Whereas this one down here is also just on 2 workers. So DF is slowly amassing some gas, but has way more minerals than that right now. And his army is just not powerful enough to deal with this. So to me, I look at this and I think this is not going to end well for him. He might be able to mop up some of these faster units before they link up with the Architects. And he does have cliff advantage now. He can maybe use the Vassals to soak up some of the shots for the Architects, but there's so many of them that I really don't think that he's going to have the advantage going into this. But it's apparently enough to spook 3-Crow. He's not expecting the low-tech army to be postured so aggressively. It's kind of like DF doesn't really know how powerful 3-Crow's army is, and he postures as if he had the more powerful army. And 3-Crow buys into that and is like, oh shit, my opponent's got an advantage. I better fall back and sort of consider my angle of attack. It's an interesting duality there. Either way, we do have DF planning something over here. He's going to go for Ancestral Archives after all. So Obtectons can absolutely help him deal with Architects and similar units. They deal splash damage. They're going to be very powerful in that sense. Add some gateways for more steady unit production. Honestly, if he just swarms his opponent with Zealots and keeps Vagrants coming out of the Rogue Gallery, I could see a fairly solid mineral-heavy line. He could also get more Golems. He's only got 2 right now. Definitely wants a front line so that he can soak up a lot of the damage that is going to be kicked back by the 6 Architects now, as well as 3 Cantors. And I said earlier that this embassy exists. It made a Witness, but otherwise it's just going to be making Scribes.
There are Golems.
There are Golems. There was a bit of a scuffle in the mid-game, the middle of the map, where this tiny army forced 3-Crow to reconsider his options. I was talking earlier about how the posturing is like, DF doesn't realize how much in dire straits he's in. And 3-Crow interpreted that as, establishing dominance and thought, oh shit, my opponent has a really powerful army. He must. Why else would he be facing me? So he pulled
Well, it's
it back.
like raccoons, right? Like raccoons will charge you. And it's not because they intend to attack you. It's all about bluffing.
Yeah.
So DF made an inadvertent bluff. And man, there's a lot of Architects. There's so much damage in that alone.
Yeah.
That could absolutely just annihilate DF's army if they catch him in the wrong position. He's got this ledge here, but half of the units on that ledge are not going to be attacking anything that wishes to breach it. He's actually in kind of a bad spot on that ledge because if something swarmed up the side of it, only half of his units would be attacking it and the rest wouldn't be able to disengage very well. There are still more Architects coming. I noticed that Keen never took that top left base. There's some Bargas kind of snooping around here that are going to find this third and tickle it.
Yeah, they'll force the army to respond to that threat. It's not really too massive. It's not going to kill the...
there's some Cantors in there, too.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage. He just can't really move. It's a very immobile
wiggly army.
Yeah. Now, the one thing that is sort of shining beacon of hope here is that an Obtecton's about to finish for DF. He did make an Ancestral
Holy
Archives.
shit, he's finally getting them.
So that is going to be huge for holding this position in the middle of the map. But a Witness is finally on the way. And DF has not had to deal with cloaked detection in his own base, so he doesn't have any detection of his own to
He
protect
canceled that
against
Nexus instead of just saving it. It was 3 Bargas. They don't kill structures very quickly. You could just walk in there and
I guess he
step
didn't
on
want to send... Like, you can send 1 Architect down there. It deals with that easily. So that's where 3-Crow... Like, some of the weaknesses in his play can definitely come in. Bargas are just going to continue sort of perusing, seeing what they find. He doesn't have a vision of his enemy.
Tries to walk into this army, it is going to be an absolute travesty.
Yeah.
There are so many Architects, and more are coming. And he's still got so much minerals.
Yep, absolutely. He could drop another Ancestral Archives with the resources he has. He could be, saturating his gas better. He's only got 2 workers on each gas, I think, right now. No, he's got 3 on this guys who are in the natural. But for a while...
If Keen was watching these games, he could see that his opponent never builds defenses half the time.
Yeah.
And this is such a game where, like, if 10 Vassals fly into his back, he has to pull all of his workers. He doesn't have stuff in a position to defend it. Even his main only has a single warden. This is a consistent problem that DF is having in these games that has only been exploited really just with the wyverns. And usually like well after they reach a critical mass where they can actually punish that kind of thing.
What I'm interested in is when is the engagement going to come? Because at this point, like 3 Crow's units are sort of spinning around here, and they're starting to receive move commands over. The Uptecton's in a spot.
I don't think DF wants this. DF thinks he wants this. DF does not want this. This is bad.
He has cliff advantage with one of the Uptectons up top. Keep an eye out on how fast these units are going to start popping in the top. And there's a lot of peel in the form of Drakenins to peel for that second Uptecton, which has started to put down a lot of consistent splash damage. Again, the Uptecton up top, still not even close to being endangered, has already killed 2 Acantors, but look at the 13 Architects here that will absolutely finish the job as soon as they get close enough.
You can kite them, they're so slow. If you can lock them on this ramp and splash them down, keep them chasing one after the other, then there is hope for you. But the second they start taking, and there goes one, and the next one is going to die in short order.
Oof. Narrowly managed to be avoided, but now he's only got, what is this, 11 Architects? So he did end up trading unfavorably versus the Uptectons, but you need way more of those. And at this point, I mean, what is the response, right? Like, how are we going to see this army evolve? Another base being taken finally for DF with his 3,000 minerals, seconded only to 3 Crow's 4,000 minerals. And you can just see, like, anything will just melt as long as the Architects start to fire up.
Yeah, but DF has realized the power of the blue crabs. He just needs to keep pumping them out.
He's got 3 of them. His wounded one did make it home, and
he's
2 of them
trying to get
them
them onto that ledge where the Nidus was, so he can try to snipe these as they're moving in. But if they walk up to the cliff edge, he has nowhere to get away from them if they have vision.
That's
so much damage.
There. Yeah, the range.
Getting in some good hits though.
Yes, he's keeping them alive is the important part. He does have 3 of them. They're pelting from the ground. Those wardens.
There's no base here to destroy.
Yeah, the Nexus was canceled.
Oh
it looks
no,
like.
the
or
army
maybe died.
though.
Yeah, the Drakenins
into the meat grinder.
The Drakenins are taking the shots. It's important, but now the Uptectons are kind of moving around the buildings instead of shooting. He's trying to maybe force 3 Crow to fall back, but he's falling a bit away from the ledge. Good play from 3 Crow here because he's going to really bleed his opponent.
DF doesn't want to dive this. This is not really what he wants to do. He doesn't need to trade this. He can sit there with the Uptectons and ignore them. This is not a good trade for him. He's killing them with the Drakenins, but he's losing his entire army in the process.
Yeah, I think at this point we are going to see pretty successful, a hold in theory. The problem is, okay, wait, is there even a response? That's the question. There's actually 5 military units for 3 Crow. He has nothing.
He's got money, dude. He's got enough. He can go straight to Star Sovereigns. That can be his response. Star Sovereigns.
He's adding Argosies. It looks like maybe he wants to go for, I'm going to guess, Empyreans, but I don't know if he has the gas income to do that. He still is only on 2 bases. He's got a
he really needs to get some of that mineral turned into expansions. There's no third at all. He's just starting it, but he's got to do something about these witnesses and these Bargus that are locking him down. Both players are so low on econ right now, though. Like, it's really shocking. You have like a T2, T3 battle, and both players have been sitting on 2 bases for pretty much the entire game.
Mm-hmm. Well, the witnesses are providing so much information, and there's this campaign mission of wardens in the front for 3 Crow, but Uptectons outrange them, so I don't think
they don't care about those.
Yeah, that's not really going to help. I mean, it might buy you some time, but what's the reaction, right? He's building a Cantors, and he does have Magisters. So the thing about air units fighting Uptectons is that they do force them to sometimes use their air. Yeah, I don't know why you attacked that either.
Fuck that, Art and Authority.
The Uptectons don't do nearly as well versus air, so there is that to think about.
The Vargas have found the other base, which is instantly canceled again, as opposed to just pulling his Magisters and Drakenins up there and killing the goddamn things.
Well, Mass Magister can absolutely deal with Uptectons because they don't have good anti-air damage.
I mean, he throws in a handful of epigraphs on top of it. That's more single target bursts that'll easily get rid of them. But he's just letting these Vargas control the map. They're going to go and force him to cancel this other one.
Well, it's not going to be canceled because it's actually finished. So, well, we'll see if DF reacts to it. He's going to try to
destroy it himself.
No, DF wasn't paying attention. He's moving witnesses around.
His ground units are going...
No, I don't think he cares about this too much. Like, he can just move the Bargus there to kill the workers, but...
He just about killed his own up Tecton.
Oh my god. Well, there you go. The pylons are under attack now.
There is an engram there, but...
also gets outranged.
Range it.
Yeah. Well, we have to see what the response time is on these Magisters, right? He does have a lot. He has 6 of them. More are coming. There's enough Drakedons here to fight the Magisters, but you can position yourself over the cliff and then benefit from the range advantage. So it does feel like this army should be enough to dissuade this attack, or at least like wipe it. And then we're kind of back into the same situation, right? It's like, oh, you've lost your army, right? Maybe if he pops the Nexus, it's fine. But it's like now the shoe's on the other foot in terms of how well I say that, and the servitors are here, so I guess I'm prophetic. But
he's got shoes.
Yeah.
Still waiting for more Magisters. He's kind of intimidated about the Drakedons.
Yeah, and it kind of makes some sense, but he's not taking very cost-efficient trades into this right now. He's trying to fight it, but
if I was DF, I wouldn't be so eager to dive into this because it's not really great positioning.
He could have focused the Nexus down, and that would have been a better play, because as of right now, he might not be able to wipe it, and then the worker transfer can just occur. Magisters are here, and with the ground army as well. Yeah, okay, the Tectons can try to deal with that, but for the most part,
he's really scared of a Tecton anti-air, but their anti-air is not that good.
No, it's mostly, it's good against, like, maybe swarms of lower armor targets, but at this point, you can see the Magisters just wreaking havoc. Left only with a single Drakedon for a ground army. 3 Crow is back down to basically just the bare minimum. There's more Drakedons being trained. The Ancestral Archives was idle this entire time. And we have some engrams and wardens, or a single engram being warped in. He's pulled all of his workers from the minerals of the natural base, DF has, and left only 4 workers to mine gas. So again, not very optimal on that front.
Curious. Well, there is a 3 Crow envoy over there.
Oh, so yeah, maybe... Well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe there was some kerfluffle
I think something occurred over there.
It must have had a Cantors, right? He was making those.
But they're still harvesting gas, so I don't know. Whatever it wasn't very decisive. It just forced him to transfer.
Well, that might not be the case. I mean, he has 29. He's finally starting to cap his geysers.
The Bargus are chasing the Magisters.
Yeah, keeping tabs on them.
They aggro them, and I don't think Diev even realizes it because some of them were decloaked for a moment when I switched to you over there.
He's moving his Drakedons up to try to respond to this. He definitely needs something with better anti-air firepower.
This is going to really hurt. If he can control these Magisters right, they can just dance around these cliffs and just focus them down bit by bit.
One of them going down pretty quickly here, and just one more shot would do it, but it's not going to happen. Yeah, this is what you were talking about.
This is what he wants right here. This is perfect.
The unit's getting absolutely bopped.
DF cannot give him this fight. He has to move back in and force him to come to him.
Yeah, Drakedons will win in a heads-up fight. You can see the damage not really working out too well, and Magisters are much more expensive. So this is not super good if 3 Crow occupies most of his time, falling back from shots. And the positioning for DF, though, is not great. And his focus fire isn't really there either, so he's only really putting a little bit of damage here and there. He built some wardens, but no engrams.
Yeah, you know what? He would like to put an engram in the back of this, so that if he does get forced to dive him, he just dives right into a whole bunch of AoE, and then he chases him out.
Still an idle Ancestral Archives.
As it is, they're going to keep tickling him over and over and over again.
Yeah. Not really a whole lot of stuff going on. There's more Magisters being made back at home. DF has spies everywhere, but is it going to be enough? You might know what your opponent is doing, but you might still not be able to stop it, and that's the story so far. Drakedon after Drakedon getting absolutely slapped. The only saving grace here is that it's occupying the attention of both players, so maybe at the same time, he's just building more Drakedons. He needs something else, right? He needs to deal with it some other way. This is where you could get a Patriarch and get some pretty good value out of that because it has much higher range. So it can actually retaliate without really being exposed to the Magister's attack.
Still no engram being built on the back of this. What is the plan with the Drakedons? You're just pissing money into a black hole.
He doesn't have the mineral harvesters either to really keep this up. I mean, 3 Crow and DF have both been floating a lot. He's getting the gas base right now, DF is, in the bottom right.
There are many more Magisters coming. It's going to reach a point where he can't outproduce the rate that they're killing him.
Yeah. Yeah, if you drop like 2 engrams, 3 engrams here.
He's finally making epigraphs. The second that those show up, if he hasn't already forced the GG, I think they're going to force it because their damage is going to be even higher.
Yeah, we just don't see a response. Like, the ground army is enough to overwhelm this one-up Tecton and the small set of towers. Like, if the Ancestral Archives had been continuously producing this whole time, maybe that would be different. A Monument of Sin just got dropped in the main. That's going to force a lot of these production structures to be idle due to the gas cost, and I don't think we're going to be able to see DF get that gas base online.
Oh, they're coming. There's 16 Magisters and 16 Drakedins. I think I give Magisters the victory in this one.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, what's the response time? Does 3 Crow fall back or pull back at any point? He's lost 1, but he's killed a lot more. Trying to fall back so that the Wardens can help him in the fight, but there's more units coming. The Tecton.
He's got the epigraphs.
Oh, no.
He could bring him over if he really wants to, but...
On the ramp, the Tecton's getting tickled. It's doing some pretty good damage to the Legionnaires, but the Engram is also out here, and it's just going to get belted down by the Servitors.
That's going to be it. The shoes are on the loose. They have been set free.
Yeah, I mean, on top of the production now, the Drakenins only now just got started. Pylons being focused down. Monument of Sin not going to be enough, and honestly, shockingly, 3 Crow...
There's even a scribe in there. It's tickling.
I can't believe it, man. 3 Crow is going to complete the reverse sweep. This is not what I had on my bingo card.
He brought in shoes, the ultimate slap fight. Is when they bring out their shoes and their slippers. And even a scribe who could start building nexuses in this base right now. There's 3 scribes.
Yeah.
There's 3 of them.
Yeah, those are the 3 Crows, dude. GG is called. And I bet he can't believe it, but 3 Crow advances to meet Keen for a rematch.
Free Keen. I joined Shambler's game again and typed U and then left. Well, he did it. The reverse sweep.
I'm shocked. I honestly am really surprised that that ended up happening. That's crazy. Down to the wire. Yeah, just in time for the next set. Exactly. Well, let me fill out the scores and all that stuff here. But let me tell you, man, that was not what I swear to God, I was not expecting that. I had DF as the favorite the whole way through.
I mean, I definitely could see Keen winning it. I think it was just a matter of who gets tilted the most. In my eyes, they're kind of about even with different strengths, different weaknesses.
Yes.
But across a broad spectrum, they're more or less even, with maybe a slight lean in DF's favor. But I feel like Kian's willingness to go into tech and do other sorts of things than just stick to the one thing is what gives him the edge in a lot of cases, because it was pretty clear that DF felt really overwhelmed by what was going on, not sure what to do, not sure how to respond. And the way he was responding was like really inefficient at the best of times, especially in that last game. So, and I mean, Keen just kept doing his thing, and you know there was weak spots in his play, but DF wasn't able to capitalize it once he was on the back foot. Once he was on the back foot, he never kind of quite got back into momentum, and that just kept happening. Now Biddy B is going to 3-0 XD. Surely. I believe in him.
Well, that would be the next match, right? We just have to see if Mr. XD himself is awake. Because who knows?
Yep.
But I'll go ahead and switch you guys over to the lower bracket now that it's been filled out. 3 Crow joining Elimination 2A, moving on in the tournament. Remember, if you win a lower bracket series, you get half a season point, and we round up. So if Keen isn't too careful here, he could get bopped by the Terran strats. 3 Crow got it 4 times in a row. Yeah, as soon as I saw the Terran match on Situ, like, as soon as I saw him roll Terran a 3rd time in a row, I was almost certain DF would take a clean sweep 3-0. Like, I really did not think that 3 Crow had it in him to come back, but he did. He did it. Shocking stuff. Biddy B didn't even know the race of his opponent.
You gotta cheese him, Biddy B.
It could happen.
If you can get a Nah or an XD out of him, each and every single one you get is a shot. A hard shot of absinthe.
Well, I am interested in seeing what happens there. But first, we need to see whether Skolder is even awake.
I'm going to get some coffee. I think I'm going to need it.
I think so, too. He is currently offline. That's a spooky sight. If Overstar does in fact know Mr. Scholar, that would be nice to top him off and say, "Hey, buddy, we need you." Yeah, get some coffee. Well, we'll move to the break screen anyway, and when we come back, we'll let you guys know what's up. So probably, 15 minutes or so, 10-15 minutes. Just take a quick break. I'll say, what do we got here? Yeah, I'll say 8:20. How about that? So you just wait for Photoshop to work. I need to get the fixes from DF that fixes the memory leak when you use the left mouse button. It's ridiculous. All right, and with that, we'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our final match of the day. It's supposed to be Scholar taking on Biddy, but if I don't hear back from that XD Peruvian man in the next few minutes, we're giving the spot to Mesk. And by giving the spot, I mean we'll auto-qualify Biddy over, but he still has to endure the lash of the spanking. This is in Ozlik's music. I don't think it's released publicly yet, but I can probably post what I got.
It'll be more of an even match because I haven't played in a very long time. I didn't even know what the potato tater did.
Yeah, that's true. Few people do.
But the crowd must be entertained.
I promised them 4 matches, and god damn it, I'm giving them 4 matches.
Even if it has to be an FFA.
Well, yeah, I guess we don't have a Scholar here. Where's he at?
I do not see Scholar. Maybe you should ping him again to give him a chance to show up. I mean, he's green.
No, for me, he's offline.
Oh, I saw him green when I went to ping him, and I saw a green thing.
Really? Doesn't show up for me.
Are you on the actual Discord?
Yeah, I tried on both.
Yeah, I see him green. I'm looking for him on the list here.
Do you see a green hash that says originally known as Leon Barnes when you mouse over him? Because that's... The green is actually his circle.
Oh, no, when I click on his profile, he's offline.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
When I go to @ him, he's online.
What the fuck? That sounds like a bug for you.
Yeah, Discord.
Yeah, what the hell? We don't have any XD.
How can we not have XD, though?
I wanted to see if he could defeat Biddy so he could rematch Shambler. I think this is bullshit. TB. All right, I think that's pretty much enough time here. So
right.
let's confirm it. We'll do the pick ban right now. We'll give Biddy the... There you go, yeah. Mesk will let Biddy decide the race. Not.
Okay, I think we can agree with that.
If he shows up in the middle of the pick ban, we'll restart over. But we're gonna do the pick ban now. This is the it's been 20 extra minutes. Partially because we had a longer series. Anyway,
I don't know if he showed up during that.
No, I didn't see him online this whole day. So I mean, I wasn't paying super close attention.
Let me check the map.
I just posted it now.
Okay. You can't ban Death Spiral. I have to keep this up.
Yeah. Okay. All right, select our starter here.
I'm gonna select.
I knew it.
Did you?
So we have.
This is your last call to show up, my friend. Oh, now he's gray for me. I think because like it never updated.
All right.
Okay. Well, I will talk to you later then.
Absolutely true. See you soon, homie.
See you soon.
It's just you and I, chat. IskatuMesk has arrived and will play Zerg here. Let's get into our first match, ladies and gentlemen. BDB does automatically qualify over to the next phase of the operation, but Mesk will put on a show for us nonetheless. BDB, the Alice Blue Protoss on the right-hand side, and Mesk, the Pumpkin Zerg. Wow, if you add spice to that with his play, maybe a white girl will drink him. I thought about offering it to somebody who was eliminated, like DF could maybe replace Scholar or something, but I don't know that he would have accepted, actually. I guess I should have offered that. He just played a 5-game series, and I don't know. I think BDB might even be a higher caliber competitor, although he's Protoss instead of random. Maybe that would have filtered it in. Either way, guys, this series will just be a celebration of the strange and bizarre. We have Mesk not going for any early gas. I'm going to go ahead and predict that he's going to go for a Quaz first against the gateway of BDB. And indeed, there's the Quazalisk, or Quazeth pool. Probably no Quazalisks, actually. I'm guessing he'll start harvesting gas pretty soon. Maybe go for some Naths. By the way, there are 12 mineral patches in the main. Check that out. And 2 geysers. Which is not 3, but it's something. So we'll just enjoy the very strange gameplay that we're bound to see here. No, that Overstar must not be Scholar. Must be somebody else who also types XD. So there looks like just some general scouting around, seeing what's going on, making sure no scribe snuck into his place. Now this does obviously drown some mining time, but I think Mesk will be just fine. Looking to maybe expand pretty soon. Could have even used that worker that he was using to scout around to go for that, but that kind of shows you. Oh, hey, look, there is a pair of Quasis on the way. Zealot first. BDB finding it a little silly. And he'll instantly go to attack the Atlas. So if you only have some Quasis, then absolutely a Zealot could do some damage. Drolith is going to head back home. Neither player having a worker advantage thus far. Zeth's on the way. Hey, the Quasis are tickling the Atlas too. With a couple of Zeths, this will absolutely go the way of Mesk with just 1 Zealot, but the Drakenen is here too. And at that point, you'd want to start looking into some Vorvs or something of that nature. There will be an expansion. Mesk trying to keep his money low. First Atlas does get popped on his side as the second one goes down. So if Mesk walks over here, he might notice, hey, there's some enemy units over here. Oh shit, I shouldn't have helped my opponent out. The Zealot's spinning, and the Drakenen did get an insane clutch shot there at the end. What am I witnessing? So BDB sends in another Zealot for reinforcements. And this will force a Kagrin out. It's almost done with a Circuith. He should probably have his units further back, and he does have some Naths over here as well. So the Naths could just go across the map, and indeed they will. That will be somewhat, not deadly, but there is a Stargate coming. There's a Warden on the way as well. The Imposter grows forth. We don't see any Vorvs yet, so it's going to be hard-pressed to deal too much damage to this Drakenen. And Quazalisk dangerously close to death. And only 2 Naths. I mean, he's not going to get too many kills. This Warden will probably finish before that happens anyway. The committal is here. That's trying to get good surface area around that Zealot. Could be hugging the Drakenen for warmth. And at this point, oh, he goes after the Nidus. That's interesting. I thought for sure maybe he would try to go through at the same time that his Naths showed up. But unfortunately, they don't get too much done here. I don't see any scribes dead on the ground, and indeed one of the Naths did get picked off. So early damage, it's not really too, anything too notable. I think this placement is actually going to be a little bit bad for mining efficiency. Notably, Mesk has almost no workers, so that's going to be something he has to rectify. He did see a Stargate, so that should tell him, okay, I need some kind of defense against that. I think he's overbuilding the defenses, though. This is way too many workers spent and way too little. He's getting the Hydra thing because he knows he needs Hydralisks, but I'm not sure. Well, he's going to start encountering enemies over here. His reaction time very, very slow there on the Zaths. He's going to start pulling back. Maybe try to occupy the forces over here at the ramp. Not a bad idea, considering it's still a small number of gateway units. But there's no Vorvs here, so again, he's going to have a really hard time surrounding these Drakedens or really doing much of anything to slow their DPS. Nath is coming, 4 more Quasis. This gateway army can't really punch through at this point, but at least it's held. There was a Panoptus over here. It didn't get any kills. The Spraiths did deal with it. This base is slowly going to become somewhat active. And we have Canada moment. Had to have some Canada moment. Can't be Canada without the Canada moments. Wouldn't be a Mesk series. Now the Quasi scout the movement here. Obviously that wasn't going to be spotted here by the... or maybe it was. Maybe just out of the corner of his eye. You may have seen that. Maybe saw the burrow dust. I was like, that's not a bug. Well, it is, but it's a Zerg bug. Bit of an attempted surround. The Zealot will be left for nothing. There was a Vorvicor mixed in with that army, but a couple of them actually. But the Drakedens are in a defensible position. And hey, look at this. There's a bit of a raiding party happening over here. Just to see what's going on. They can't really, in good conscience, pierce the double Warden, particularly with the units being made here. But hey, look at that. Look at the Zealot. Just shrugging off all those blows. And this Panoptus falling back over here, getting poked, tickled. Again, there's really not that many workers here for Mesk. Barely above, by the way, workers. And the Quasis have chased the Zealot all the way home, only to finally be put to death by the Drakedens. Now the chase is on the other direction. The Snather Corps making sure there's no expansion going down in that location. Indeed, a scribe is positioned over here in the top right, but we don't see anything too significant. Spraith is going to go ahead and zone out the Panoptuses from doing too much damage to this Hacharosk. A horde of Quasis has arrived. Or as Mesk might say, a storm of penises. Not really optimal to fight in this particular area. His Zeths are kind of body blocking some of the Quasis. He needs to separate those out into different control groups, perhaps. And the Zeths could have been holding the ramp to prevent this from happening. By the way, this whole time he's at a Hydrith Den, but he hasn't made any Hydrith Den units. And look at this, some of his units getting occupied by the Panoptuses on the right-hand side. That Circuit is going to get focused down, whittled down into a Kagrant, and then into nothingness. The Zeths are chewing through the Drakedens, and the Quasis are trying to deal with the Panoptuses. Even though at this point he could definitely fall back and maybe make something else. Does he have any Hydras coming? No, nothing to really deal with the Panoptuses. Pulls the workers to try to drill onto the Zealots. It is going to be successful. A Zergling, or a Zethrakor even comes in here to add to, the fury. Couple Quasis over here. Panoptus idling over here. Another Panoptus over here could have joined the fight at some point. Yeah, the Hydra then is not long for this world. 1 Hydralisk will be made. What does BDB do? Hydra then being made over there? Okay. I mean, again, could absolutely just bop that. Adds a Quasith pool over here too. Yeah, the air, there's no anti-air over there though, so he's really got to rely on this 1 Hydra and 1 Quasi to fend off 3 Panoptuses. Now it's going to be 4 because BDB remembered that one existed. More Drakedens rolling over. Make it 5 Drakedens. Going to be 5 Panoptuses. And the Zealot? I don't think Mesk has what it takes. I don't think he has the guts. I think he's going to get stomped. Gnats are flying around. Circuit will deal with the Zealot at least, but yeah, what are you going to do versus this number of Panoptuses? More Kagrants morphing. 26 workers now. GG is called, though. Biddy strikes first blood. And Mesk will have to pick map 2. I'm not sure what would have happened if Scholar had shown up to his match, but I don't think it would have been that. I'm going to be honest. Biddy B now up 1-0 in the series. Repulsion selected by IskatuMesk. Now this is a standard game map, but is there going to be a standard game? I'm kind of surprised it wasn't an immediate 6-pool, but Mesk hasn't really played with that yet, so it wouldn't surprise me if we go to, one more game or something before we see that. Just harvesting some minerals, so it's going to be a similar opener, it looks like. We could even see a hatch first on this map. It's not an unsafe map. But now that Biddy B has shown that he's willing to go Stargate after Gateway, I mean, I don't know. That could mean a lot of spooky things. And now we're going to start to see some gas harvested. Yeah, judging by his Drolet spending, I'm going to guess this is going to be a Hydrith first. Not a bad idea against Protoss, but it does mean that you're going to be delayed with your natural a little bit longer than you would be if you went Quaseth first. But it also means that you can hold on for longer if there's going to be a rush. And Biddy B is known as a bit more of an aggressive player. The yellow Protoss in the top, or the bottom left, and the Russian green Zerg, that's Mesk in the top right, representing Putin. What? Well, it's funny because when he doesn't play as IskatuMesk, he plays as Donald J. Trump. So I guess if you're somebody who watches MSNBC, you might think that that makes sense. But does the world ever make sense if you watch news? News media? Well, it's going to be gas and expansion into something after that. So that's kind of puzzling, because obviously he could have had his expansion faster. He was doing a rain dance for us instead of building his expansion as fast as he could. So, yeah, I'm interested in that, right? Like, what's Mesk's plan up to? He's going to bank more gas. He now has enough for a Hydrith, but he could bank 25 more gas. No, it's going to be Hydrith then. Okay, gotcha. He can make that pretty much anytime. Ouch, he says. I guess probably because he's being tickled. Oh, shit. Did Biddy B notice? Huh? What? Where'd it go? Where is it? Oh! Hey! He got it. Meanwhile, I think maybe there was some silliness happening over there. And there's a pylon warping. Mesk is going to get a taste of his own medicine. A Zealot marching across, followed by a brother. What's going to happen over here? The Kagra is spreading. Still not going to be within vision range, but will constrain the build space available. Oh, hey, he found him. The jig is up. Nothing being made over at this base, and the defensive circuit means that he might end up sacrificing that base. Just more workers. Surely he has to know that there's Zealots coming. Some Hydras are being made over at this base. Not really much that the Zealot can do. It's going to attack the egg, which is not bad. I mean, at the very least, it'll body block the Hydra when it pops out. Do a little bit of damage. Uh-oh. Not really much control happening over here. The Droleth finishes and occupies a little bit of the Zealot's time. And, hey, would you look at that? The Hydralisk makes a break for it. The Warden is warping in. That Scribe should be focused down at Mesk's nearest opportunity. No Aziricor is coming for him right now. Very mineral heavy. And his base is now under attack by 4 Zealots. Forward Kagrant to try to build some circuits out. But the longer these Zealots stay alive, the more damage they're going to be doing. Okay, yeah, you do successfully pop the Scribe as a matter of fact. Surely one more shot will do it. More Hydras being made. This is going to be a test of Mesk's micro as he attempts to move back and forth with his Hydras, try to avoid him getting bopped. But unfortunately, he's not going to be able to defend against the surround. As long as he can Kagrant creep forward, I mean, eventually he can stymie this, right? Biddy has cut workers exhaustively. He's only now putting down a Nexus, which is actually going to slow the next round of Zealots a little bit. There are 3 Hydras, but only 2 of them were attacking. Trying to get to a good amount here that he can actually use for, you know, attacking these units. Now I'm going to put down a Kagrant. That kind of puts down a bit of a timer for Biddy, where, okay, my opponent is going to try to defend this location and hold it. He's put this Kagrant here, but he hasn't mutated it into anything. More and more Hydras. No Izira cores in sight. Needs that circuit post-haste. Does get it. Biddy rallying more and more Zealots. Nothing but Zealots. The longer this game goes on, the more I start to think maybe Mesk has it. He's now trying desperately to save his Hydras, but a couple of these Zealots are likely to bite the dust here. Many of them are wounded. The Circuit should finish off one of these. One more hit will do it, but unfortunately, the Circuit falls. So now it's a test of the target fire, but that Circuit can be rebuilt, remorphed. And more Hydras are on their way. Now, Mesk doesn't realize it, but one of his Hydras is boldly charging forward, and that will, you know, be a loss that he didn't need. Well, he does actually use it to maybe bait out an attack. This pylon, you know, occupying Hydras on the rally. Workers in disarray. He could add yet another Kagrant, and does. Back at home, there's still another gateway being added. The Nexus finishes, but at this point, Mesk has the superior macro. Has some more gas. A Zealot charges forth and dies due to a bad rally. We've seen that bite Biddy in the rear end time and time again. Pylon will be eventually brought down. And this is a Spraith, because I think Mesk is paranoid about a potential follow-up with Panoptises, right? He has a Spraith in all of his bases, or both of his bases. He's going to add another Hatteros. Little does he know, it's just nothing but Zealots. There's a Scribe coming. I assume that's going to be able to try to warp in more defenses. Static defense, static offense, really. Only 2 workers harvesting minerals over here, soon to be a 3rd. Well, I say that, but I have to have faith in Biddy. Will he order this worker? When will he order the worker? Let's find out. Okay, yeah, soonish. He's going to put down a defensive structure. Also paranoid about the potential for Mesk to get some early game air. I'm not so sure about this one. What's going to happen? Well, if he scouts with this Droleth with the intent of taking a 3rd, he is going to see the March of the Zealots, and as well as a pylon on the minimap, right? That's going to be, you know, maintained. But Mesk might have some inkling that he has the superior economy. Gonna just poke his head down here, see what he can do to tickle Biddy and make him think twice about doing anything too cheesy. An Ecclesiast has made itself known. That'll keep the Zealots pretty healthy. And now has to split his forces back. Let's see if this encourages Mesk to build anything else, right? He's got a Zorkish Shroud, so that's going to be very, very useful. Is starting to get some Izira cores, and the minerals that he was going to spend on another hatch are instead going to be spent towards a front line. More Kagrants in the back. This is an interesting position because it kind of tells me that maybe Mesk doesn't want to take this area more aggressively, which he absolutely could do. Instead, he wants to make it so that if Biddy commits to this back line, where there's going to be more and more circuits, he's going to take more and more damage. However, his structure placement is a little bit suspicious, insofar as it's not going to help him out too much. Worker count is continuing to benefit Mesk. I feel like this placement could block a lot of his army exiting from the ramp is the problem, but okay, we have the Zorkas completed, and it's going to be Gorgakors, a great choice for this position. I would have maybe gone for Lakizilisks because they offer more offensive power for sieging and containing your opponent, considering there's Wardens up and stuff. But you can use Gorgakors to break the contain that you're dealing with. And indeed, there was an Ovaleth that picked up a Kagrant. It looks like it's going to cheekily try to wind up somewhere across the map. We'll see what it ends up trying to do. Ecclesiasts on the front line and Zealots in the back, as God intended. 3 Gorgs now. Going to join up with the rest of the army, and they will absolutely run roughshod over these Ecclesiasts, force them back. There goes the pylon. The Scribe did not end up making anything, despite Biddy having ample opportunity to do so. And with the Gorgs here, there's a number of Ecclesiasts over here. This army is the Gorgs are then mostly going to be used to occupy the front line there, or I guess the back line for Biddy. However, the Zealots are more than enough to deal with the Izira cores and the Hydras on their own. Now, this might be what we talked about earlier, where now the circuits are in such number that eventually these units will be peppered down. And the Gorgs are even going to go ahead and give chase. There's 3 of them again. Some Hydras are hatching now, but they're not being rallied to the right location. And a lot of these units are clumping up. A lot of their shields are gone. The Ecclesiasts were wounded pretty heavily earlier. And yeah, at this point, even if the Hydras end up getting surrounded, which they don't, they actually escape, this is still going to be beneficial for Mesk either way. Now, the Drakenins are here. They do pretty good single target damage, but Mesk can just sort of occupy his opponent while he breaks down that pylon. No more attack move interruptions on the front line. And this Droleth was picked up, not a Kagran after all. I wonder where he even... I guess he just turned it into a circuit. My bad for misreading the transport UI earlier, but either way, the Drakenins are going to be bopped here by the Gorga cores. You can see the enhancements to their ability to stick to targets. Do a little bit of a moving shot here. Not really much you can do versus that when you're not able to outpace them. And a Panoptus has rallied over here, but look, there's a Spraith already in place for both of those bases. Now, this Scribe did survive, and there is a Droleth on the way with some other units, just in case, right? And so that Pylon plus Scribe combo is just going to end up getting bopped, and a third base on the way for Mesk. This is going to start to get very scary, and unfortunately for Biddy B, an oof moment happens. He loses a Drakenid and shields on another. With an engram on the way to try to hold, I think he might be able to do it, but it really depends on how long he can stall. Honestly, at this point, with the Panoptus dying and this one not really accomplishing too much with Hydras dealing with it in the front, can he focus down that pylon? Yes, indeed he can. This Drakenid, very, very slim HP, so he's going to have to be microed backwards. But the engram will finish, but there's nothing to power it, so that is very, very awkward here. Pylon going to go ahead and try to make it made. Only 10-second build time here, so there's time for the Hydras to do a little bit more damage. They could have maybe tried to focus down the engram, but at this point it's too little too late. Mesk actually taking this proxy base down here. Still has not started a third, so maybe a bit preoccupied by the attack, the micro. Going to try to recover his Hydras. 3 of them survive. Gorgs are going to be dispatched. They're going to spot the Wardens in the main, as well as the Stargate, obviously, which he's seen evidence of. A lot of idle units. Meanwhile, at the rally point on the ramp, you can see some of them are getting a little bit claustrophobic. More hatches are going to be started here, it looks like. Still, okay, has started his normal third, and is getting a Kagran over here to protect the mineral line. I don't know how many kills that one Panoptus had. I think it still does exist. Only 1 kill on the Panoptus. So I was curious as to whether or not it had killed any workers. I think there was a pretty fast response, but this base is very undersaturated right now. I think they all got transferred over here, right? He's got 21, like something like 22, 23 workers. Unfortunate rally on that Panoptus, just ends up getting bopped. Some distance mining going to occur. Scouting out this base, but there's nothing there. Gas being mined from this secret base. Pretty good stuff. Mesk feels a lot more warmed up in it and comfortable now. He's not really saturating his main still, but he's got workers where it counts on the gas, and is going to be able to drop tier 2 very, very soon. Now the question is he going to give us the Enos special? No, it looks like not. He started it in his main. A pity. Blocks off a mineral field over here with this Kagran placement. Not great. Izira core tickling the Panoptus, which somehow is convinced that it needs to fall back. Mesk wisely burrowing it when it comes under fire. An engram defensively, because the Gorgs did come over here and deal some damage to the worker line. Looks like they were zoned away by the other Warden. And since then, it will be replaced. A Grand Library coming. Biddy B choosing to do that, considering he is floating some minerals. I'm worried, boys. I think Mesk is going to take this game. He looks good for it. Is it going to be enough? Panoptus is idling. Iral Iris nearly done. Quasith Pool on the way. Kagrant's on the front, holding the fort. While the rest of Mesk's army sort of pokes around, trying to take over the map right now. Oh man, this Kagran also blocks that mineral field. Jeez, Mesk, what are you trying to do? Give yourself a handicap? Panoptus trying to do some moving shots, not really working out too well. Just going to flee into the high ground over here. Bit of a Protoss army moving out. Kind of humble size right now, despite the 3 gates. Could definitely have more, but only not taking a third. And again, you look at the worker count. we're seeing Mesk stretch ahead here by 30 right now. So this small squad will be bopped, but there's way more where that came from. Apparently a worker was forcibly unburrowed. I don't know why it was ever burrowed. Maybe a Panoptis flew over here at one point. Tier 2 defenses being mutated. Oddly placed indeed. Back to Swamp on the way. We don't see a Mutat Spire or anything just yet. This base mostly forgotten about. No gas capping yet either, but it's still early days. And hey, the defenses are caught morphing, and there's not really any military units over here, so they're going to have to come in from the natural. The workers were considered to be pulled, but I think Mesk realizes it's actually not going to be too damaging right now. Although, maybe this the presence of this amount of units might make him reconsider that. So this Scorchwrath does finish. That's going to be pretty good at dealing with a number of these units, right? But eventually does get focused down. So I think that base might end up being focused down and forgotten about. The workers then should probably withdraw. Yeah, they're going to start doing that now. They could have done that while the static defenses were being fired upon. Now, at the same time, to Mesk's credit, this is buying time for these circuits to finish, which might be able to allow him to save the Hatcherosk since the Bactylisks are almost done. But even with this, I mean, he's still ahead in workers. He's ahead in base count. It's a question of whether or not there's going to be a response in time. I think there is. The Hydras and Bactylisks are more mutated and getting ready to lay into this Drakenid army. Zealots are not in a good position, and that Kagran starts to remorph. Some of these are dealing with the Hatcherosk. He could just try to kill that and cut his losses, instead charging forward to try to reduce the bounces, but it's too little too late. Mesk is going to take this fight. Gorgakor is sort of scattered around, seeing what's going on. One of them did die over here. Izirikor watching over there. This base entirely forgotten about by Mesk for a good while now. More defenses are going to get mutated. Workers are transferred back to the third, which was preserved. And what else do we see? Just workers right now. He doesn't need any military, he thinks. Just saturating on the gas. Look at the workers trying to harvest from the... They'll never get there. Or will they? Nope. This is pain of his own making. I mean, Blizzard contributed to this too, but eventually they decide, fuck it, we'll just harvest this. And you can thank Veek for that, because before Veek stepped in, they didn't even do that much. Big worker transfer over here as well, although it's a little bit premature. More defenses being mutated. Izirikor running away from a Zealot. Some static defense being set up here. Double engram. That's going to be more than enough to dissuade this attack. Especially with the cliff advantage. Back at home, we still don't really see any other tech, but he does have enough for tier 3. Instead going Matravel and Alcag. Did he not even realize he was at the critical breakpoint? Zealots swatted. Scouts out more Bactyls. This is dangerous, because if your opponent has any force on the top left, they instantly know that you have this base. So, kind of interesting there. This force does not decide to commit to the attack. An Argosy. That's going to be Bitty B's next tech of choice as he adds more pylons to expand his build space. Mesk doing his darndest to continue maintaining the slow growth of workers in that area, and does now have good mineral income over here. Will he tier 3 up? He has enough gas. He's about to have enough minerals. It's 900 minerals. His Quaseth pool was rebuilt because he only had 1 and he needed 2. Maybe we'll see 3. But instead, he's just mutating units, getting Convolusks and Matroleths. Some workers afterwards. Still nothing out of this, though. Like, on multiple occasions, he had 1,800 gas. A Gorgakor is revealed on the map. Panoptis is also revealed, and some ground units will go ahead and pounce on them. Bitty attention is focused elsewhere. Probably didn't realize that there was another attack because, you know, you get one notification from the Gorgakor. Okay, you look away, and suddenly there's more Zerg units there. You have to keep your eye on the minimap to avoid stuff like that from taking over. Ancestral Archive, so an Uptecton probably on the way. Bunch of units burrowed. We see the Empyrean has been queued up at the Argosy. If Mesk only fully saturated this base and his main again, then maybe he would have the minerals for tier 3, but as of right now, he does not. Gorgorkor is trying to chase away the Panoptises. The workers have resumed mining operations, which is good. No anti-air defenses at the third, though. However, there are some Convolisks here and a whole host of idle workers. You could definitely send those pretty much anywhere, and they would be helping the war effort in places where it is necessary. Just still building units, many of which do cost gas, like the Kagralisks, losing out on the fact that he has nearly enough gas. He's so close. Some of these workers are idle. This one's idle. All right, fully saturating the third's mineral line. I guess that's not too bad. A scuffle down in the bottom middle. The Panoptises are getting bopped. One more shot or so. Yeah, there's the bounce from the back. Let's go to deal with it. Bit of a fighting retreat. Now that there are the Kagralisks out, as alongside the various ways to turn corpses into Rillarokors, I feel like Mesk will win a prolonged fight. There's only one Panoptis here, so the Gorgorkors can pretty easily munch on these units. Matrolets are here to try to do the Ensnaring Brood, of course. Bit of an anti-synergy with the fact that Convolisk does friendly splash, so it's going to apply Ensnare onto those units. Some Vilgorokors have been deployed, spawning more and more Rillarokors. Empyrean is here, but is there enough anti-air? I think with the Kagralisks and the Hydras, there's going to be enough. Atriuses are slowly being whittled down. The rest of the units do get focus fired onto the Empyrean, and indeed it does fall. And that entire time, Biddy was pretty much focused elsewhere, trying to add more defenses, ordering up more units. He does have an Optecton, another one on the way. More units being trained from the top left, or maybe they were just there to defend it from the Panoptises that were doing run-bys earlier. We still do not have Tier 3. Once again, have gas for it, though. There we go. Finally, it's on the way. Maybe about 5 minutes later than it needed to be, thanks to the gas being mined from the bottom right-hand corner for most of this game. I'm not sure that Mesk has enough to break the position of Biddy B, especially with the third engram coming, but in theory, he could try to flood it with Rillarokors and then, focus down the pylon. Natrolet just sort of spotting what's going on over here. Double Optecton, double Empyrean. That should dissuade Mesk from trying to siege the ramp. He has Gorgorkors, but they're not great versus air units. Not terrible like they used to be a couple of patches ago, but not spectacular. Now, is he really going to walk right into all these engrams? I think the answer is yes. Oh boy, losing a lot of them. Gonna take a while for those to get back to full strength. But again, he has the tech advantage. His Tier 3 is about halfway done now. And yeah, since it's being asked in the chat, Vilgaleths convert nearby corpses to Rillarokors. You get them when you lose a Vilgorokor, and you also get them from the Matroleth Parasitic Excision spell, which is now a much closer range cast than it used to be, and requires a channel. Zethrakors and Almaxilisks, not a combo you see every day. Getting a bit of a demonstration of all sorts of different tech. He'd be unsure of how to spend the rest of his money, just going to continue adding engrams. Zeths are charging over here, thinking there might be a base, but as a matter of fact, there is not. More Empyreans being made. Count is up to 3. We're going to go to 4 very shortly. Almaxilisks are not bad, but you're not going to be able to beat Empyreans with relatively equal numbers of Almaxilisks. Going to have to add more stuff to that. We do have another base being put down. That'll be Mesk's 6th base. He has a bunch of idle workers. Larvosks being added. Gas is being capped. And the Zorkish Shroud is turning into the Ultrav Cavern alongside the Gezkath Grotto. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to see Tier 3 Zerg take to the center stage. And these burrowed units have seen the Empyreans. The Panoptises are harassing this stuff, but with them not in the area, these 6 Almaxilisks can probably pop one of these Empyreans. It's not the most spectacularly effective trade, but it's good enough to thin the herd, right? We want to stop the critical mass of Protoss air from being achieved. Losing this base isn't really the end of the world. He has Spear Tits. He can mutate more defenses and units. He has all these workers that he's not really using or not really sure how to use. He's going to set up another 6th below his main this time around. And where will he transfer the rest of them? Maybe he forgot about them. Because there is a fight happening elsewhere on the map. These Empyreans are not really being contested right now. The ground army has all but been entirely eviscerated. Although there's still no Uptectons in the fight. I think they're somewhere else, or maybe they did die, as a matter of fact. The Atreus is trying their best to stay alive here. One more shot on those Drakedons could make all the difference. But at this point, it was instead focused down onto the Empyreans, which makes sense. You know, again, cutting down on one of them. Right now, this Empyrean that was going to be I think the 5th, is now instead the 3rd because 2 of them got bopped in the meantime. Distance mining of the century is about to occur. Panoptises are bullying all of these poor, helpless, defenseless Droleths. Gazithalors are on the way, but they cannot attack air. I think Ultra Core Gazithalor would be really, really deadly for, you know, dealing with the ground army, but he still is going to need something to deal with the Empyreans. I don't really think Mesk is in too much danger right now because it feels like he surely just has too much economy. But losing out on access to any sort of gas could really hurt him here. Panoptises are going to charge on forward, try to put an end to the Maxilisks, and at least one kill should come through here. Indeed it does. But here's the Gezzies. Again, they do not have any anti-air peel right now. We need to see more units being made for that purpose. And the Empyreans are here, and I think... I'm not positive, but I wonder if Mesk forgot that, like, a year ago, Gazithalor is no longer... For a short time, they attacked air. And, yeah, that's not been the case. So he's going to make Alcagelisks with them, which makes sense, but is very expensive. It will absolutely mop the floor with these Empyreans if we can get even, like, 2 of them up. That would be more than enough cover to deal with that, considering he's got other ground units on the way. He doesn't have any Zorius, though, and he built the double Quaseth, but no leave roll. So these Quasis are maybe just mostly going to be fodder. It's hard to say. And again, losing access to this gas is going to hurt him pretty heavily. Still not harvesting from these ridges. Does have this base operational for minerals. He had a lot of idle workers here, but no gas. Okay, we have some Zarkavra here. They can occupy the attention of these Empyreans, and one of them is going to die. Maybe another one after the fact. Remember that the Zarkavra do mutate back into Gorgocores, so they can still occupy the damage. And there you go. Down to just the Empyrean and the Panoptis for defense, and here comes an Alcagelisk. Looks like it might have been on a bit of a patrol route. Yeah, there goes the Empyrean. It's gone. Oh, the Empyrean just got tickled. It's on an aggro path now. I like how the Panoptis is basically a vector for the Empyrean to be attacked. It's now within attack range of the Spear Tiff. So it falls back wisely. Still a horde of Zethrakors burrowed over here, making sure that that base never gets taken. And that means that Biddy he's mined out in his main, mined out in his natural, only has mineral income from this position. Yeah, everything that doesn't have a unique graphic is eventually going to get revised. The Vilgalith doesn't have collision, so ideally it would be something that looks a bit more flat. Zethrakors are meeting a whole horde of Zeths and, or Zealots and Amaranths here. So Mesk will try to press the attack, but I'm not so sure that he's got what it takes, especially with the Amaranths involved. He can slowly whittle down the front line. He doesn't really need to worry about minerals, considering he's got 5.5k. A Droleth is also killed. I was hoping maybe it would get a kill there, but unfortunately not. Meanwhile, as Arcavacor is tickling this Empyrean, there are 3 Alcagelisks now. That's going to be more than enough to deal with that. And in fact, the Gazithalors are caught out a little bit here. The Panoptises could try to hunt them down, but Biddy is a little bit wary of that. He's going to go for this attack on the top left, but that's where he just saw the 3 Alcagelisks and the Zarkavacor. I don't know if he realizes just how awkward this could be for him. Zarkavacor trying to chase down some of those units. The Tectons are doing their best to deal with these ground threats, but that's obviously not going to be too much there. And look at that. Pretty much all the air is completely exploded. The Alcagelisks are going to go ahead and try to deal with these Amaranths and the Zealots and so on. And eventually they will. Could use the drill here to deal with the Amaranth so that they don't keep shield stealing, but is it really going to be enough? Probably not. There they go. And look at this. That Nexus has to get canceled. I heard an explosion somewhere else. I'm not quite sure where it was. Biddy be feeling boxed in. 30-minute macro game, and he's probably got less income than he had when he was about 15 minutes in due to all those depleted workers, or depleted minerals. Engrams will keep him safe from all these deaths. It's not really liable to do too much here. Mesk wisely is going to back up with some of them. Just keep them for further use and further annoyance. We talked about this in the DF versus 3-Crow series. If DF, kept some of his bar guests up for a little bit more on Infinite Velocity, we might have seen something a little bit different out of that game. It's a minor note, but it could come to bite your opponent in the ass. Gas still being the very limiting factor here. Has not capped this or harvested these ridges. These auto workers have been hanging out for a while. Starting to cap this gas. Has it in the main. Doesn't have it in the natural. Has it in the third as he's reset that. Has it in the... I guess that's the 5th because this is the 4th. This might actually technically be the 3rd. It was built a little bit sooner. And now the Alcagelisks will hold fast as a 7th base is erected for Mesk. A small, paltry force. That's what Biddy B can afford right now. Is going to start marching across the map. But the Alcagelisks are intercepting some of the air units as they're on their way. You want to engage Alcagelisks if you can with short-range units like the Panoptis, because that will stop them from bouncing. They have Caustic Fission just like the Bactylisk does. And unlike the Bactylisk, they have a lot of armor pen and a lot of damage. Another Alcagelisk intercepting most of the ground army here. The Ecclesiasts are not really going to be... Ooh, look at all those bounces. Not really going to be too effective versus that. Now the Alcagelisk doesn't follow that. Trying to defend this investment as best he can. But you're not really going to see too much. There's even a Bactylisk back here to screw up the AI of the automatic targeting of the Amaranth. This base could even be saved. We have Zethar coming in over here again to hold down this fort. Gezzies and another Alcagelisk on the way. Taking care of that. But if we pan on down here, it is going to... Yeah, this should be saved. I don't think the two Empyreans are going to deal enough damage to kill it before these Alcagelisks show up. Does have this saturated. Nothing really over here. I think if these Empyreans go down without doing too much damage here, I don't even think they're going to kill a single Alcagelisk. Biddy B might look back over there, realize he just lost his last of his fleet, pretty much. And what's he going to do in response? Attack this base with a single Panoptis. And instantaneously they turn into circuits. That's my counter to Panoptises, too. He hasn't corrected this. This is going to be really funny. He's making all the tier 3 tech. He's making a 3rd Quazeth pool. He really needed 3. He's also getting the Axtoth Axis. Calcure Pond. Matraval Nest. Oh, dear. Or, sorry, that's the Omega Sandra. Well, the Alcagelisks are here to hold down the fort. This attack isn't going to do too much. The Aptectons can really only fire shots against the Alcagelisks at this point, right? So all their front line is gone. So much gas missing. The Ultra Core sustaining through the engram shot starts to fall back confusedly. Maybe Mesk doesn't realize just how much lifesteal the Ultra Core has. Backdell's Kagralisks out the wazoo. Finally, we see an Ultra Core go down. A second one soon to follow. And the third is here, but not taking nearly as much damage. The focus fire out of the Aptectons is going to try to keep it from getting too much of its health back, but you can see just how durable this thing is. The Scribe Pull is here just to try to evacuate, I think. A Star Sovereign has been made in the meantime. I don't think it's going to be enough. Meanwhile, this force just absolutely wiped the main. Surely we see a GG soon. Maybe the Star Sovereign goes out in a blaze of glory. This Nexus is melted. Another engram to be made. You can't glass air units, though. My God, man. The weaponless Excitralisks are charging on forward just to see what's going on, and there it goes, the Star Sovereign exploding in a blaze of glory. Didn't even glass his own base. GG is called, and Biddy B has dropped a match. Nitro Valley has been selected by Biddy B. Guys, I'm going to be honest. After that match, I don't know who takes this. I don't know. It's hard to say. This could be another long series. Nitro Valley is theoretically a safer map, but we have seen a cross spawn 6 pool into Nathrush or whatever, so it's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed. Wow. I just saw probably the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in an RTS game. Thanks, Mr. Z. I'm convinced that's Russian propaganda, actually. There's surely no way. Let's get on with it. We have none other than Biddy B taking on none other than IskatuMesk. Will Canada moments strike again? Biddy B, the blue Protoss on the top right. And yellow Zerg, that's Mesk in the bottom right. So, this is not cross spawn or horizontal spawn. This is vertical spawn. Vertical spawn does tend towards more air units. But that's just what I think. These players may have non-standard ideas. No gas early on from Mesk, so it will almost certainly be a Quaseth first once more. Interestingly placed pylon there, and it does indeed get cancelled. Biddy B, is he already showing nerves? Technically, there should be no nerves. He's automatically qualified to the next phase of the operation due to Scholar being silly. And there is an early scout going the wrong direction here for IskatuMesk. A lattice first. Biddy B looking to go the vassal route. Quaseth does offer plenty of tools against this. Naths, when they're in even number with the vassals, or even a little bit under even number, can, I would say, certainly do pretty good damage to them. Particularly in the early game when there's not really a critical mass of vassals. However, Quasilisks are also quite good against them, since they're ranged instead of melee. I am not so sure what's going to happen when these workers see each other. But it looks like they might scout each other last, both of them. Yeah, just to clear up any confusion, since Mesk was not originally in the tournament and we already exceeded playoffs round 1, like, the reason why, for example, 3Crow took Veek's place is because 3Crow was next in line, right, in the group that Veek came from. Whereas Mesk was not in the group stage at all. So he's really just here to put on a show for us. I can't really in good conscience slot somebody into playoffs round 2 who wasn't even in the tournament to begin with. So that's where we get into this situation. Now the first vassal has arrived. There are Nats to meet it. But it looks like Mesk isn't too interested in using Nats to defend. He's just going to buy some time, apparently. He's going to go ahead and drop a Kagrand. Nats will go ahead and scout him. He does have the Droleth here. There is no Warden for defense. This could be an incredibly fast game. These vassals are... This particular vassal is just getting absolutely bopped. This vassal has not successfully gotten a kill or anything. A Spraith is on the way. Meanwhile, a little bit of micro here is going to go a long way as the vassals are trying to buy some time back at home. This one has finally gotten its first kill. Quasis have hatched, and that is going to be putting an end to the early pressure. Now, this pylon is on the way. The problem is, this target selection is not great for Mesk because when the pylon finishes, he's even going to pull his worker to try to attack it faster. You can just make a new pylon. And I think even with this damage, the vassals are going to finish. And, okay, well, the Droleth can continue to harass. Nice micro there. The Warden is almost done. Really needs to focus fire this last pylon. There you go, he does it. But he is going to lose the Nathracor. The Quasilisks are here. 10 seconds on that pylon. Burrows the Droleth. And I think I just go for worker damage here. Biddy B even split a little bit unnecessarily there. And he can maybe try to go for a contain at this point. He does have Zeths on the way. Can absolutely try to surround that Warden and pop it. Or even the pylon and pop it. More vassals are on the way, but there's enough Quasis here to deal with that if with a little bit of good micro. Some idle combat units here. All right, the attempted surround is here. They're going to go after that pylon after all. The vassals are wisely picking off the Quasilisks during this time, and the scribes riposte the rest of the attack. Droleth will even be bopped in the meantime. And look at this. Scribe vengeance. Oh my god, it's a worker pull. He's pulling everything. Surely not. Surely not. A bunch of Quasis are being made. There's a Spraith here to deal with the vassals. He didn't even cancel the Warden for more resources. Oh no. Yeah, I'd say oh no too. What a show. Mesk is going to go up 2-1. Biddy B is absolutely bopping himself. The battle scribes are here, but there's so many Quasis. Vassals have to commit really hard to this. And then, look at that, there's a Circuit as well. The Droleths are coming back to join the fray. At least he has one scribe back home. And look at that, they can instantly start harvesting from there too. Well, boys, we are witnessing history. A second scribe. Maybe it's a good thing he didn't cancel that, huh? I'm kind of surprised Mesk isn't just going to dive on this pylon with a bunch of Naths or something. He's building more Zeths instead, and a Zorkas. He's not even going to bother attacking. He's getting a Vorv, which isn't a bad move. But, like, he's just going to walk in here with a Lakizalisk and laugh at his opponent, probably. We'll see. Yeah, Mist. If you could, like, don't you remember those amazing cheese games I had versus 3Crow on my birthday? I feel like that was pretty big. Pretty big, unlike the unit count here. And 3 workers. They did survive. GG is called. Wow. Unbelievable scenes. Mesk has taken another match. Otherworld is selected. Tism. All right. Getting straight on into things. Biddy B could get bopped in a series that he's already won. By technicality. Will he save face? It's the beige Zerg in the top right. IskatuMesk. It's the midnight green Protoss in the bottom right. Biddy B. Needs to become more than an itty bitty bee to sting Mesk. Take us to a game 5 in our pure show match with no competition on the line. I guess in the unlikely event that somebody like Scholar just like voids and never shows up again, he obviously earned some prize money. I was just thinking, what would I do with the prize money in that case? I guess it would just go back into the prize pool. Maybe the next prize pool as the starter or something. You know. Or it would just be, you know, his points would be voided and you would just distribute his amount of money on everybody else. If they cannot be reached for comment. But hopefully we don't have to worry about that. Because I think Scholar would absolutely XD more playoffs matches if he showed up. Showed up like this Droleth, scouting the gateway first. It's a Quaz pool first as a response from Mesk. Or just a general play. The Manor Burrow. Is it Manor, or is he just trying to get away with it? Now, Biddy did try to build a Proxy Warden on Repulsion. He could do it here as well. Mesk should be aware of that. He's getting a pair of Zeths. This Scribe is also chasing the Droleth all the way back, which I think would be suspicious. But it could just be that Biddy isn't paying attention. Zeths are indeed going to comb around and see what they can find. A little tip for you if you have a melee unit, or any unit really. You can actually move close so that the Scribe attacks the unit, and then you will attack them and they won't flee. So that can be useful for things like this, where the Zethicor is trying to chase the unit. Some hidden morality. Kind of backed into a wall here, so that Zethicor is going to easily mop that one up. A whole host of additional Zeths, including a Vorv, have arrived. There is a defensive warden being placed, and a Legionnaire coming to back up the Ecclesiasts. But if this force struck fast enough, they might be able to pick off at least one of the Ecclesiasts. Maybe force some other damage dealt. As it stands, I think they're going to arrive at the perfect time for that Legionnaire to foil those plans. But you never know. The Warden is also about to finish. Vorvicord struggled to get into range and attack the Legionnaire there. There are a couple of Quasis here, and Quasis are pretty reasonable against Legionnaires, but, you know, it's just because they don't have any armor, right? If a Zealot starts showing up at any point here, the Quas units are going to be a lot less effective. As it currently stands, though, this army is going to be pretty good at dealing with this forward threat. A couple Zets did go down, but they traded a Legionnaire and an Ecclesiast. The Vorvicore is dead, so there's not going to be any additional... I say there's not going to be any additional attempt for a surround, but there is, in fact, and he even loses a Legionnaire. A little bit of a slow to react there. Behind this, Mesk is expanding, so this is not all in. He would have way more military units if it was all in, and obviously that Warden would give him a lot of headaches as a result. Normally, I would criticize early Warden placement like this, particularly if you have Ecclesiast and you think your opponent is going Nats, then you're kind of safe because you already have anti-air. But as of right now, it's absolutely helping him quite a bit. So I still think he could have held on with just better unit control, but if he wasn't willing to roll the dice on that, it makes sense for him to have a Warden for safety. Especially if he wants to go out on the offensive. He's actually caught the first Quasilisk nice and early. Some Vorvs are here. They're going to try to focus down the Ecclesiast. Could have maybe tried to do a little bit better focus fire in general here from Mesk, but he's only going to end up getting a single Ecclesiast for all of that. There goes a lot of his pressure. He's going to need to start adding Kagrins to turn into circuits. Obviously, with the way that he took this base instead of taking this one by the ramp, he can't really hold the ramp super easily. The ground army can just walk right past this base, but there is a Hydra Dan out, and some Hydras are on the way. Or at least a Hydra is already here. A lot of Ecclesiasts, not so many Legionnaires, so the damage is not going to be super immense. If he can try to focus down some of these units before the circuits can actually finish, then maybe BDB can have a good advantage here, but I say that, and he's already kind of squandered it, losing a Legionnaire. A second Warden. Really, really paranoid about an air-based counterattack, or maybe something going around the whole map on the Otherworld. Back here, a Kagrant, presumably for anti-air. Could also be paranoid about a run-by from the same direction, right? Triple Circuit in the natural is going to keep it safe, but again, BDB could just charge right past this. And it is indeed a Circuit over here, so a little bit of a heads-up play there. Now, we did see a Lattice being made, but it's actually going to be for their front line. And indeed, the attempted run-by is here. That Hydralisk took a lot of damage up front from the Ecclesiast. It will get focused down here in just a moment. Some Nats are out, but is it really going to be enough? I don't think so, not versus these Ecclesiasts. This could still be a pretty big win. If he can get enough Legionnaires onto that and then keep enchanting it with the Ecclesiasts, he can absolutely do some damage. An attempted Worker Ball is not going to be enough to stop that Circuit from falling. And look, the Ecclesiasts are just continuously stopping themselves from dying versus these Droleths and these Nats. That Kagrin is being remorphed, so good presence of mind for Mesk to do that. He is going to start to lose some of these units to the workers, so BDB is not going to have kill pressure off of this attack just yet. And hopefully Mesk doesn't feel too bad, because he's only behind 2 workers right now. And of course, still ahead in terms of the, you know, the fact that he's got the one base up. Now, BDB will try to rectify that with a Nexus. And that Circuit did get remorphed, so he has some kind of insurance against that. But that was good awareness from BDB to know that he can just walk past all the static defense and just charge into the main for some damage. And this attack is a little bit more deadly. We got an Idol for splash, we got 2 Ecclesiasts, 2 Legionnaires, and we have a Golem. Golem is also splash, but obviously it's melee, so it's probably a little bit less effective. And if this Kagrin doesn't get turned into a Circuit soon, I mean, obviously we can just see another run-by. It looks like that's going to be the attempt. Yeah, just move commanding on past. This one not yet turned into a Circuit. There's no defensive units over here. Another attempted to pull with the workers. This time they're just going to evacuate. They know that the Idol can absolutely do some damage, but right now it's not actually going to be landing any shots. The Idol should absolutely be focusing down these workers from a safe distance. Circuit is going to eventually get popped. The workers are slowly being popped as well. And this one is remorphing, so this is actually going to finish. A little bit awkward here for BDB. He's now going to change his focuses. The Ecclesiast is getting killed by workers. There was a Hydralisk out. It is still here chewing through some damage. And look at that. Another attempted Circuit. Okay, it does get popped. This one once again remorphing. The Idol has 4 kills, getting a lot of damage. Now going to be laying into this Circuit that is also remorphing. One more shot will do it. There you go. This Circuit also going to fall, but thinning the herd, back at home, floating a lot of money. BDB does have some units. Looks like a Zethar was sent in to scout. Workers once again harvesting over here, so still not behind that much in workers, but his infrastructure is endangered right now. Very scrappy situation to be in. He's got 2 Izzies and a Hydra all idle over here while he tries to build this Circuit. It does successfully go down. The Idol busy attacking the Hatcherosk instead of actually attacking anything useful. BDB not actually able to turn the screws and finish the job. A secret base on the Otherworld in the cards for Mesk. Not yet turning it into anything, though. Now we have double lattice production. That's a Fraudian slip, but instead it's going to be Sims. He can't really bust this area, right? And now there's a lot of units idling over the ramp, so it feels like if BDB wants to successfully attack, he needs to go through to the Otherworld. Mesk realized, oh yeah, I was going to expand over there. Doesn't currently have it. A decent amount of Drakenins. Maybe they can take isolated fights onto some of these Circuits, but it doesn't seem too likely. The Aziracors are going to get bopped. One of them going down very quickly. A lot of Orvacores on the way. If BDB is not careful, his forces could get overwhelmed here, right? There's no golems. There are 3 idols. That's going to do pretty good against anything grouped up. But honestly, I think between the Vorvs and the Hydras, there's going to be a lot of damage coming out of this army. One of these idols is about to fall. Most of the Vorvs have already popped, which is good. The Sims are going to try to take up some front line, and they are going to soak up some of the damage from the Aziracores and etc. Poor focus, poor targeting here from BDB because he left one of the Aziracores alive for a very, very long time. But now that his forces are thinned, you can say the same about Mesk. However, again, now mining from 2 bases, both of our players are technically doing that. The gas is going to favor Mesk. He's nearly there to tier 2, and this could be heartbreaking for BDB if he's not careful. Now, the Skithercores are out. This base will finally get set up here on the Otherworld. A Stargate on the way. Probably get scouted by the Skiths. If Mesk has the wherewithal to take a look down there. And the charge is going to continue. Not really a great number of units over here. The idols stop in range with the circuit to try to put some damage down onto the Hydras. And actually, the Sims ended up splitting over here. So I say it wasn't going to be a good enough damage, but it ended up being okay. And in fact, the Hydras are going to get bopped. Well, just barely not. Okay. Only the one circuit. Not really anything to do a great amount of damage, and has to stay away from that lower cliff there. One of the Skithercores goes down very, very easily. Is finally going to get forced down. The Drolets are going to pull to try to intercept the shots from the idols, which is good economic damage here. BDB's not super unhappy about that. And of course, the circuit does stay alive. So playing a little bit of dodgeball there. I'm really surprised that BDB has not been able to finish the job over here. His opponent has survived for so long, despite being a little greedy and banking towards tier 2 tech. And if this loss, if this win, I should say, goes the way of Mesk, as he fortifies this position, stops the run-bys with yet another Kagran that will undoubtedly turn into a Circuit. I don't know, man. I smell some BDB tilt in the water. Another base, perhaps, has tasked a scribe over there. The Otherworld is beginning to bear fruit. A single worker. We all start somewhere. Now, there is no anti-air defenses, but we already see a Spraith. It feels like Mesk has that sort of curiosity there. Like, oh, maybe my opponent is going to go Stargate. And indeed, he will. I think BDB could have just gotten some worker kills here instead of trying to preemptively fly away from the Spraiths. But as it currently stands, the RL Iris could potentially be scouted. It's about to finish. If he was going to have Stargate and he wasn't going to go for Exemplars, I could totally see land effects working here. You just disable these circuits and then charge in and kill them with Drakenons. It's kind of like that one campaign mission that tried to introduce you to the presence of land effects, or Corsairs as they were called, with Disruption Web as it was called. Ballsy charge is going to happen over here. The circuits are not mutated into advanced defenses. And so far, so good. Zealots are starting to fall. Sims are wrapping around to take some more shots from more enhanced defenses. And, there's not really that much military here, so Mesk does stand to lose a lot. Depends a lot on focus fire. Needs to deal with the circuit before it turns into anything more scary. And it will turn into something more scary. But it gets focused down pretty quick. More and more defenses are being built. And the Panoptis is going to die to that Spear Tip as well. The idols are going to get pieced apart by the Scortrith. BDB totally not paying attention at this point to his force. Probably shocked to see that it's been killed yet again by pretty much nothing other than static defense. He can try to focus down that Kagran. That's a good idea. But we have Bactylisks now. If he had any melee units like these Zealots, he could absolutely still try to stay and fight this. Sims are splitting. Losing the Drakenons hurts, though. It really hurts your DPS potential. Can't really just fire shots off quite so easily. And the Sims are more liable to just get killed by the bounces than anything. So, back at home, what does BDB do? He never set up his third Nexus. Adding another pylon. Zealots. Idols. Otherworld is still not really doing too much. A more sensible third base location being taken by Mesk. And again, he doesn't really have that much military, but I guess neither does Biddy. So much money. Ancestral Archives. Okay. Optectons will do the trick, but it's going to be a while before they come online. If Mesk ends up getting a lot of air... Hey, look at that. Simulacra hopped into the anchor. It's going to pop his F. That's value. So, you know, there's Panoptises here. They can dive onto the Bactylisks and try to focus fire them. Not a bad idea. The Zealots, obviously, will force kiting from the rest of them. But yeah, the Optecton is a while away, right? We're probably looking at least a minute before the Optecton joins the fight. But it can deal with the Bactylisks, and it can deal with the static defense. So it can be used to break the siege. Or, I guess, siege until Mesk breaks. It's just really interesting that Biddy had such a, I would say, a general advantage here. He's going to charge forward over here, and his Panoptises are taking a lot of damage as a result. Losing one very, very fast. But the Zealots can close the gap, and now we can see that when you close the gap on a Bactylisk, they become a lot less threatening. Not great focus fire anyway here, so that will get cleaned up, and now Mesk is back down to only 4 military units. Trying to mutate all of his defenses. Sure, it's going to help for now, but again, when we get more air units, when we get a critical mass of Panoptises, when we get this Optecton queued up at some point, that will do the trick here. Now, the Scorchets are in such number that the Zealots are just going to get chewed through here very, very quickly. But hey, to Biddy's credit, he softened up a lot of this stuff, so might not be as cost inefficient as you think. Now, the Spear Tip is over here, is eventually going to deal with these Panoptises. So really all that Biddy ended up doing is, you know, killing a couple of the units. He's tried to rejoin. He's not really going to be able to run by, though, and there's Bactylos shelling him from the high ground. I think if he just kept his units alive and tried to go for a contain, he would have had something to sync up with when he has his Optecton, which still hasn't started, by the way. This man needs more gas. His Nexus is done, but he doesn't have anything mining at it. Funnily enough, we're only now starting to see some gas being put down by this Otherworld base, so it's been all minerals so far for Mesk. He has actually floating gas. And honestly, I think all it would take is like 2 to 3 Optectons with a guard of Zealots, and this would absolutely be over. Biddy is going to be building his first Optecton now. A Panoptis rallied up here, or ordered to move over there in general. Could come over here and tickle this base. You know, there's only 3 harvesters, so not really the end of the world. And we're starting to see some gas. Beautiful. I'm rooting for Biddy here. Not just because it means we get another game, but also because it means that maybe he won't get absolutely bopped in a series that he's already auto-qualified for. Maybe he'll feel a little bit better. Bactylisks are scrambling to waddle all over there. Optecton is out. Pretty good guard. You know, you can certainly move out and start establishing presence with your first Optecton, but should be rallying another one up soon. He has the money for it. In fact, he has enough money to get another Ancestral Archives if he wants. More units being trained. I don't see players of this caliber adding buildings to their control groups and rallying them into like where they need to meet up on the front line enough. That seems to be something that doesn't happen too often here. That circuit is going to get canceled. There's still a lot over here, but again, the Zealots can charge to the top of the ramp. They just bopped the structure there. A lot more units are sort of like trickling in. Was the Optecton left? It seems like the Optecton was left for nothing. Now, hey, the Zealots are actually on top of the Bactyls. Again, Mesk is mostly invested in static defense. We jokingly say that about AI when they build a ton of static defense. Now you can see why. And the Optecton is here to shell structures from afar. Now, the Zealots did charge in pretty much helplessly and kill a Circuit. Or a Scorcheth, I should say. And some Drolets are getting bopped by the Optecton. Shelled from afar. Another Optecton is done. Another one is started. More units should be moved to the front. Again, this is where you just hockey your structures. But here's a horde of skiths, and there's not really much here that can be done about it, right? The Uptekton can do a firing retreat, like a moving retreat, but he absolutely needs some backup. Looks like the skiths will be dissuaded from attacking. Gorg's on the way, too. I mean, we need Drakedens if we're going to deal with that. Or more Panoptises. Wouldn't be a bad shout either. But what does Biddy B want to do? Quazeth Pool turning into a Kalkir Pond. Alkag Eteth coming. The Uptekton will be the primary target of this attack. No, it's going to be the Panoptises instead. Again, these Uptektons are not going to do too well here. Now, they're being forced to try to attack the defenses. This is like a panic move of desperation here for Biddy B. He has some Sims, he has some Idols trying to deal with the splash. He could try to focus his efforts onto attacking this, but instead, he's allowing his army to get hung up on various other things. He's just lost, what is it, 3 Uptektons? 2 Uptektons? I think only 2, because he didn't move this one. And look, if those Idols had synced up, if his Uptekton had been focusing on the air instead of trying to desperately rush down some of the static defense that's just going to get remorphed anyway, absolutely could have done something there. Vithrilisks are on the way for Mesk, though. I think we need to see Drakedens mixed in with his army. He has the gas. If he goes Idle Drakeden Uptekton and occasionally throws in some Zealots, he can pretty much deal with everything that Mesk currently has on offer. Idols will deal with the Naths. Drakedens will deal with the Gorgs. He doesn't even need Panoptises at that point. Now, when you start seeing Calculusks, that's where you start getting into a dicier situation. But Idols can deal with Calculusks. You just need a decent number of them, and you need to take engagements in good positioning. I would be attacking from this angle, because then there's less cliffs for the Calculusks to attack me over. So I know that I'm forcing my opponent to contend with me in more open terrain. We'll see what Biddy B wants to do. Where is his head? 21 minutes into this game. Last one was a slugfest. And the one before that, also a slugfest. But Biddy B has had the advantage, especially militarily speaking, for a very, very long time. But he's just going to suicide into the defense line again. This has been his undoing for all of these fights, losing all of his units essentially for free. Now, the Gorgakors are getting bopped. There's only 4 Calculusks, not really a large number of them right now. The Idols can absolutely deal with this. But the Uptektons are, well, they're sort of shooting. The Idols are suiciding. And Zealots are running backwards. At this point, the Otherworld base is slowly starting to ramp up in value, right? And we even have a bunch of static defense over there, too. Adding engrams, not a bad shout. Has an Archon. Building mostly Archons off of 2 Ancestral Archives now. I mean, that's not a horrible idea, but really you need more Uptektons in a critical mass to deal with these Scorchriths, and then you need something to deal with the air. Now, I guess Calculusks have to like kite backwards or move backwards. Gorgakors can't really engage into Archons in the same way. But I still think more Drakedens would have helped you out. If Drakeden, Uptekton, sure, you can have Archons as your front line instead of Zealots. A little bit more gas intensive. A 4th base going to be set up over here. Both of our players relatively even in terms of their resources, but obviously we have to give a nod to Mesk. He has access to more gas. He has his micro base, which was not taken by Biddy B, and he has this other base, which he put a Larvosk over here instead of another Hatrosk, so he's going to be distance mining if he ends up going to the bottom gas. A Travel Nest on the way. See if Mesk is able to use that to his advantage. Feels like he wants more options, apparently. Now, this army isn't really that scary, is the problem. The Bactylisks can and will get engaged upon. Archons have 4 armor, so you do not expect them to take too much damage. And they look at the Gorgakors, they're just getting absolutely bopped by all the splash. And indeed, the Archons are going to focus fire onto these poor, hapless Bactylisks. That's a lot of the resources that Mesk had. Sure, you can say he has a bit of an advantage in terms of gas, but clearly, that was a decisive victory for Biddy B, switching over to Archons for the front line at the perfect time. A land effect on the way to hopefully disable some of these units. And the Panoptis reveals Vithrilisks. Now, as long as the Panoptis doesn't stand on top of ground units, the Vithrilisks will not be useful in this fight. And what do I say? Of course I have, yes. Now, BDB is seemingly making a bit of an error here. His Uptectons are charging within range of the static defense to deal damage. I think this Uptecton could actually die here in the back. And the Archons are being focused down as well. Okay, well, the Gorgakors have fallen. The Almaxilisks are slowly dealing plenty of damage. And again, you don't put your siege weapons in range of your enemy's static defense. That was just about as decisive as the first engagement was, but this time in the other direction. Now again, I don't think that Mesk can really break his opponent, right? We have more land effects being started. We have more Archons. No more Uptectons, unfortunately. We have Idle Drakedon. That can still be quite powerful, but it's less effective at breaking these sieges. Now, does Mesk want to rebuild more static defense? Well, I think we know the answer to that. He's starting to bank over 1,000 gas. We could see him go for tier 3 soon. More engrams being started at the 4th base location. Should see a capped geyser sometime soon. We don't see any so far, and BDB is hurting for gas. Probably the biggest limiting factor for him right now. Could also take this base. Even if he takes it with a Crucible and just rallies a couple of rounds of Scribes over here to saturate it, that would be enough. That would be something. And the Crucible would even reach an engram parked over at this ramp. Make you very, very difficult to attack. Taking the middle of the map is Mesk. And going for another base in the Otherworld. I guess what we should probably do is have the Otherworld be terrained completely differently. So like this right slice of the map ends up being like it is right now with the Ashworld aesthetic. And then the left side of the map, the Otherworld, is like totally fucking Byzantine or something. Just really weird. I'll have to do a visual update for it at some point. Check back for that on stream. Another move out. I feel like BDB is losing patience at this point. I mean, I feel like BDB has generally not had much patience as this game has gone on. I mean, look at the Scorchwiths over here. You're not going to crack this with Archons. Certainly not that number of Archons. But first one does go down. Drakedons are doing their darndest to try to contend with this fight, but I mean, we have Vilgorikors turning into Vilgalets, turning into, you know, all sorts of stuff, right? Villarokors. The Archons are dealing some splash damage. Actually, when the Vithrilisks die, they end up in a bit of an awkward position because they turn into Skithrikors, which then deals damage to the ground army. So, BDB actually biting himself in the rear end there a little bit. He has more, Archons. He's starting to get Patriarchs. That might be a good move. Looks like a random unit flew over here and died. Could have been a Skithrikor or something. Interesting location to build your Hatrask. More Gorgs are on the way. Still no tier 3, but just about there in terms of gas. So many Droleths and some Convolisks. You can see how this game is far from decisive from either one of our players here. I mean, the tech is too powerful for BDB to just fall over and die. He only has the one engram over here. The Gorgakors can absolutely deal with that, but there's forces in play to respond to this. A random pylon actually splits up some of these Gorgs. So we're even going to end up seeing that engram stay alive, get a number of kills as a result. And now, that once proud Gorgakor flock is reduced to just a trio. And that's 3. The pathing... The worker pathing, it's too much for my virgin eyes. He's got bases all over the place, but I'm not sure that he's actually doing too much with them. Oof. More Protoss units on the way. On the charge, we have some Hierophants. I guess BDB didn't want to hold on to much gas. Maybe he's worried about more air units hitting the deck. And another base being set up. This one's going the distance. Both players heading to the Otherworld for economic value. If he takes this engagement smartly with the Archons in the front and the Patriarchs enchanting them, I do think that this attack could go well for Biddy B, especially since the army is on the other side. But he's not really doing too much here. The Hierophants are also body blocking. You know, they can do a pretty good amount of slows on the attack rates of these Scorchriths, so they're not without utility in these sorts of situations. It's just they're fairly gas intensive, and you could have turned those into something else. Now the army is going to come in for a flank on the backside. The Archons are spinning, which normally would be bad, but now they can engage the Gorger cores. Some static defense is going to go ahead and continue to be mutated, but surely the rest of these units are going to deal with that. This one Archon holding off a horde of Convalisks and Kagalisks. That's 2 Ks, not 3, but we can still imagine. Mesk has a K in it. Unfortunately for Biddy B, his forces have been pincered. Now, even still, he was able to do some pretty good damage in general, right? He dealt with some of the static defense. He killed some of the workers, including the gas harvesters. If Mesk isn't aware of that, he may never resaturate that. In these scrappy games, that's absolutely something that can happen. And again, he has enough forces back at home that he's not really in danger of being attacked. A third Ancestral Archives. This man just wants to mass Archons, and I am here for it. Very low on gas. Could still be capping any of these to get more value. Could still be taking these ridges. And certainly could try to jockey for position in the middle of the map. These bases look imposing, but realistically speaking, you can ignore the one on the far left and just stomp the one in the middle and the top left. At that point, you'd probably have yourself in an economic advantage, and that's not something that Biddy B has been in a situation for recently. A lot of these really row cores are finding some value, and the Kagalisks are trying to focus down things like the Archons. We should see at least one of these Archons go down, but at this point, this force is pretty much taken care of. You can see the Patriarchs providing a lot of value there, enchanting with Vengeful Ascension, causing the Archons and similar units to speed up quite a bit. Kagalisks are even going to get caught by the Archons here. At least a couple of them should go down. Look at that. A horde of Gorgs. But is it going to be enough? Tier 3 was acquired meanwhile, and the Ultrav Cavern has been purchased. But I don't know if these Arcs are going to finish in time. Idols are here, Patriarchs are here. Even Hierophant slowing them down, and Archons dealing more splash. This one charging up to its certain demise. Again, there's so much static defense, and no artillery to deal with it. Those cocoons are suspicious, but Biddy B is not interested in them. He's watched his forces die in this choke so many times, and if he's stuck around to see those Arcaver cores finish hatching, well, he might know his opponent is on Tier 3. Another Ancestral Archives. I mean, if at first you don't succeed, repeat the same pattern until you lose. I think Empyreans would have been great here. If he kept his Archon frontline alive, then the Empyreans could have just been babysat by that. Archons versus Deaths goes about as well as you would expect. There's only the one engram, and it's actually quite wounded over here, so this is a bit of a weak spot, right? The double engram over here. Mesk can send this attack wave to either one, and I think he'd be okay. No engram over here, and no workers, as a matter of fact, either. This base has been spotted. The army is on the way. There are some defenses here, but not nearly as much as you might think, and so I think the Zarks and the Gorgs are actually going to have to show themselves over here. The Archons benefiting from range on the cliff. We love to see that. Some of them have dove onto the actual base here, and I'm not sure that that's going to be too effective. But look, there's some Archons dealing lots of splash damage to these air units. Obviously, this Protoss army is going to get cleaned up, but it took a lot out of Mesk's air force. Now, there are some Gezzies here. Not really an easy way for anything that Biddy B has to deal with that, and he had a round of Optectons out, which is not going to be effective against these air units. But it will defend him against all of the ridiculous amounts of Quasilisks, at least. Zealots are even out here to deal with that, too. Sims are going to start peppering down the armor of these Gorgs very, very slowly. A Gosvaleth has joined the fight. Now, this Archon, he probably wanted to keep alive if possible, but look at this. Alcadulus being mutated on the front lines. If enough anti-air can stay alive, well, these Lyrilisks are going to try their best to make sure that doesn't happen. I think this might be it for Biddy B. It doesn't look it right now, but these Alcagalisks are halfway done, and he's got no anti-air. He's making Zealots. He's making some Archons, which can maybe do something. There are even some Ultra Cores here for good measure. Trying to soften up these units, but it's not going to happen. The Uptectons are going to try to focus down the Ultra Cores. Zealots are joining the fight. I think this is finally what's going to break him. More units streaming in. Gosvalets, yes, go forth and attack the engrams. Not even going to be needed. BDB concedes, and Mesk, on a triumphant return, has cleaned off BDB, dusted him off 3-1. But don't worry, BDB still technically wins.
Hi.
You did it.
Man, the non-stop aggression in that last game really caught me off guard.
The fact that he just kept suiciding into your static defense really caught me off guard.
There was so many close calls in the early on that was just all down to worker drills. He just kept attacking over and over and over, and it was just, once I hit tier 2, I was very comfortable. But before that, it was definitely feeling the burn to get that under control. And I didn't, anytime I had anything in the map to at least spot him, there'd be like this massive army out of nowhere, and I'd be like, oh, well, he's still obviously expanding and or, you know, powering up way faster than I am at the moment. So I had to kind of hunker down. I kind of wanted to end it in tier 2, but I really couldn't.
Yeah, he had the tech advantage, but he kept having only 1 or 2 siege weapons in with the Uptectons. If he had really consolidated that, I feel like he would have done something more.
When I saw the Uptectons, I was like, well, I'm going to lose here if he plays this right, because I didn't really have an answer to that. And I had to like kind of delay them with the Gorgacores and Skits and shit. And the Cogalisk, nothing was really doing much damage to them. And I was like, well, I obviously need either tier 3 or I need to get... I forget what the fuck they were. The other tier 2 range unit that I was using instead of Hydras in the end. But and I was like, well, I probably need Matrolith units too, just to delay them. And kind of worked out after a while. I thought the Archons were going to be a problem, but I was able to get enough armor penetration with the Almascalisks that they kind of were able to hold them off.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we didn't get to see like BDB focus his attention onto like one thing. He did a lot of really good run bys when you had most of your static defense in your natural, but he wasn't really able to like. It felt like maybe he thought he should have won like 5 minutes ago, and so he just kept getting impatient. And every time he lost more and more units.
I was waiting for him to go heavy air.
Yeah.
I was expecting Star Sovereigns or Empyreans. And you probably saw me switch as soon as I started getting Hydras. I switched immediately to building anti-air because I knew he was going to go Panoptus again.
Yeah.
And it completely shut it down pretty much immediately. And then I thought, well, he's probably going to go to Empyrean, and he's probably going to get Star Sovereigns. Because most of my static defense has been forced to be ground at this point. So if he goes Star Sovereigns, then I need anti-armor to deal with those. So that's why I kind of like kept building Almascalisks despite... They weren't doing super well. They were doing all right, but I was still waiting for that heavier to show up, which is why I had the Vithrilisks. But I think the Vithrilisks did help out because they splashed his ground, I think, off of the land effects, and they helped shred a lot of their armor, which is why I was able to do as much damage to that one-pack unit.
Yeah,
did.
That's right. Yeah, you took advantage of some surprising rounds there. So interesting stuff. Either way,
the really main thing I think that won that game, other than just him diving into defenses a lot, was that left base that just went completely undiscovered.
Yes, you went to the other world.
I was really hesitant to keep expanding out there because I was like, oh, what if something goes to attack my other base and he uncovers my expansions and then the whole operation is uncovered.
Right.
And then I kind of like start timidly building defense there. I'm like, he's still not discovering it yet. It's kind of like against Shambler, right? Same thing.
Yeah, pretty similar. At least you gave, you went Zerg, and that may have prepared BDB a little bit for facing off against the Shambler, who is also Zerg. So you kind of helped him out there.
Well, Shambler is a competent Zerg, unlike me. Yeah, no, I definitely felt really out of my element in that. Definitely more so than the last time I played, because in the other game where I went to tier 3, I wanted to just get Ultra Course and just force them down right away. I didn't want to have to go to all Cagelisks because I didn't know that they even been buffed. They seem really strong now.
Yeah, they have the
And,
same passive as the Bactalisk, where they get bounces the longer the projectile.
I ended up making them just because I needed something beefy to
Yeah.
like slow down his Imperium push, because I was worried it was going to take out the top left and then I'd be behind economically and then he might just like overwhelm me. So I was like, well, I don't have anything on hand. I forgot that Viths even existed at that point. So I was like, I'll just go straight to Cagelisks. And it turns out they were actually really, really good. And I was like, oh, they actually got buffed. So I just kept making them. The problem is that I still had the same problem where I was making layers and confusing stuff. I didn't have issues with that in that game, but I could have made layers earlier on, and it would have made me able to make Cagelisks way faster, and then I would have probably pushed it much sooner. In the last game, though, I got confuddled on the things again, but there was just like so much shit happening on the map constantly that I wasn't able to really fix the control group. So, plus the other problem is that when there was so many engrams up in both of those games, it didn't feel like I could safely push into them with tier 2, because if I lost too many Bactalisks, I lost all my defensive strength, and then he would just counterattack and just kill me. But it always felt like he had just enough army to fight my dudes 1v1, so if I killed his army and then went to his base and then lost a chunk to the engrams, I was going to lose too much. But he didn't really capitalize on, especially in the last game, the fact that he had so much pressure on the map. I kind of expected to see an expansion in the middle. I started scouting there, and I was like, oh, there's nothing there. I was just going to build like a giant proxy and just spam multi-cores out of it and dive in that way.
You had some ideas.
I had so many minerals at one point and just was like, I need ultra cores, but now they cost gas, and I can't just dump them into it anymore.
I wanted to see more funny shit, TBH. I liked that it was a macro focused series though, because we did see some tech that we don't normally see. So there is that at least.
I wanted to do the Defiler mount.
Yeah.
And I wanted to see what those did. I was building it, but I didn't really get a chance to in that. I was actually going to take those advanced workers into his base. I had noticed that he hadn't taken that small base. Or maybe it got blown up when I was attacking. And I was going to just start proxying him. Like at that stage in the game, once I took back map control, I was like, well, I'm going to start proxying him now. And just like create a wall of shit between his various bases. And then just run them over with Archaic cores, pretty much.
There you go. I did think it was funny when he just kept barely holding on, and it must have gotten the blood pumping at least. Like you said, it kept you on guard. Well, in that case, we have our bracket for the elimination matches going forward. The Shambler will take on Biddy B. Keen will take on 3 Crow. We'll schedule those matches at some point later on. And the upper bracket is also where some of the more, you could say, the match with more parity between it, Mystery Meat and Neblime, will be facing off in the upper final. Winner goes to the grand final and awaits the, whoever ends up making the run all the way through. The loser will drop down to the last elimination match.
I also kind of wanted to go into tier 3 because if Keen was watching, then he can kind of see what options that Zerg get later on in the game that you don't normally get. But that last game, I definitely wanted to try to close in tier 2. But there was an opening I saw that I knew he was going to eventually try to suicide the main. And I couldn't really do too much at the moment because I didn't really have the units, and I didn't really want to keep investing so much into static defense. But I felt more and more and more pressure too, because bouncing up the static defense and worker drilling him was the only thing holding me on. So it just ended up being, well, I can afford tier 2 now. I guess I'll go straight to that.
Right, yeah.
And then I have Bactalists, but now I can't get map presence. So I just had to keep like slowly expanding, and he just kept attacking. I really wasn't expecting that much aggression out of him. I thought he was going to like try to turtle up and contain me and then go into heavy air. I kept waiting for it, but it didn't come. He just kept attacking over and over and over again.
Well, that's why it was impressive to see you survive. But again, somebody in the chat said, how many times does Protoss need to sacrifice into Sunkens to complete the alternate win condition? That was really what set BDB behind there.
There was a lot of times he could have won, though, even in spite of that, because what I wasn't really abusing was the split targeting.
Yeah.
Constantly, I was able to single out a lot of units with the Droleths and other units just constantly killing. Like when the Ecclesias got separated early on, was how I managed to win that, is because they were healing too much. But they got separated chasing stuff around the buildings.
Yep.
And then I was able to start picking them off, and then they'd stop regenerating shields, and then that's how I won that. Because if he destroyed my tech at that point, I'm pretty sure it would have been over. I would have kept playing like Shambler, but I think that the pressure would have been too much to come back from that. But I still had 2 bases mining. I would lose workers, but I think I was far enough ahead economically that the worker losses really they kind of like slowed me down rather than put me in a super bad spot.
Yeah.
Workers were my combat units for most of it.
Yes, yeah, you had very low military count until the mid-game. Well, there you go. So, cool shit. Glad you were able to demonstrate some Zerg stuff, and makes sense with the commentary after the fact. Now, this time around, I think we can probably just close the show out at that point, right? We're going for 7 hours with this stream. Obviously, I had some breaks in between. We will be seeing some exciting matches coming up. If I go back to the lower bracket for you guys, just one more time so you guys can to really let this sink in. The winner between Keen and 3Crow and the winner between Shambler and Biddy will face off in an elimination match and then move on to the lower final where they will face off against whoever loses between Mystery Meat and Neblime. So that is going to be where you focus most of your attention there. We basically have 4 more matches before we have the lower final and the grand final. So we're down to just the last 6 matches of the tournament. We will try to get those scheduled and banged out such that we can cast them before another week goes by, but we'll obviously have to play that by ear and see how it goes. So if you want in on the info for that, of course, hop in the Discord server. I have a couple of new people every so often. Every couple of days we get some new fresh faces who are downloading it, and one of them took a screenshot with his phone or something. So that was,
yeah, I saw a screenshot. So I'm like, man, just like
Windows key S.
Friggin' Windows Shift S and select and paste it into Discord. Like, phone posters make me just want to start killing people. God damn.
Hey, at least he showed that there were about 10 million Mavericks standing outside around a shaman.
I couldn't even understand what was going on in a screenshot because the colors were so crushed in it. I couldn't figure out what he was trying to think. And I was like, are the player colors different? Like, it's really hard to tell.
Oh, yeah. He had a shaman in deployed mode or something, and for some reason the AI thought it was friendly. It decided not to attack us. So that was
I had to deduce that's what it was because I couldn't tell by looking at it. Like, the colors were just too smashed. Like, I've seen many phone posters, but none of them were color crushed to that point. Like, I don't know what that was about. Maybe he had flash on his phone or something. It was really messed up.
Could have been. That could have made sense. Meanwhile, I'll just get your take as we close this out. There's a screenshot from Mr. Z. He has sent this. I will repost it to you because it's a bit up. You want to read the text on the right-hand side and tell me what you think.
During combat, units are locked in battle until one side. What the fuck?
So this is basically a measure that says you can't micro your units.
What?
Yeah, as soon as they engage, they have to wait until you can't.
What
move
is
them
this piece of shit? What the hell troll is this? Who's shitting posting with this? Reddit's outdone themselves. This is prime troll material. This isn't real.
Oh, that's what I said. Well, just wanted to throw that at you at the way ahead. You defeat Biddy B in a 3-1 series, and then you just slip on some shit. You just put your foot in the mud.
Like, even the entire concept of that is too retarded for anybody to actually do.
I wish that were true.
Because there's so many exploit cases alone. Never mind the fact that it just makes the game incredibly stupid. But I mean, oh look, you're going to attack me. I guess I'll just lock you in combat with some random useless scout units and hold you up for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
While I build 30 sunken colonies.
Love it.
Imagine if I could do that to Biddy B in that match. I just throw some Zets in there. Now he's locked in combat and can't move ever. No. But I mean, when I look at the screenshot, I see what appears to be squads. I don't know. Maybe it's
Gross.
Just like, okay, I don't know. I can't tell what the fuck's going on anyways.
Somebody should have taken a screenshot of that with their phone so that we could get more value out of it.
There's like one symbol above in like a 2 and a 1. Like, how are you supposed to read this piece of shit? This is an ugly as fuck game. Holy hell.
The trees look like they have hands at least. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, the trees look like they came out of World of Warcraft or something.
Yeah.
So
All right,
a lot
boys.
of foliage is not casting shadows. Good lord.
Yeah, Stormgate all over again. We'll leave you with the closing screen. You can jam out, listen to the music for a bit. Appreciate you guys watching. We'll be back soon at some point. And don't click on that screenshot for Mr. Z, please. For your own sanity. Mesk, say the line.
Smoke weed every day.